one, another one. Here we go. Come on like that. We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm back for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm back for another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power? How? Turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. Hold up. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm back for another one. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power? How? To turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. I got the city behind me, yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. Hold up. They know we done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm back for another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm back for another one. Tell them let's do it again.
Two in the back. Oh no. Go.
Nero, the one-man wrecking crew gets to do everything. Unbelievable moment. That will be a top 5 play all year long.
Pressure towards the back staircase, but multi-kill after multi-kill.
Flasher follow. Black Ops 6, we are in for a year.
Come on, baby. Two in the back. Oh no. God. Go. It's so f***ing so Chris, good shit.
Oh my god.
250 to 124. Atlanta laying the hammer down on Carolina in the grand final, and it couldn't come at a better time. The minor champions were in 10th seed coming into our tournament after the minor. We're going to see our standings for the season shaken up a bit, Allie.
Just a little bit for the season, but again, we're still kind of focused in on Major 1. But if you're an Atlanta FaZe fan, this is looking huge moving forward.
We're going to be revisiting some of the big moments from the minor, and of course, looking forward to our qualifier. Nameless, though, what did you earn over the weekend?
Yeah, there's parity in the league right now. I don't even know who to put at the top of the list. These teams going game 5s left and right. It's been truly awesome to see.
If you've been following the league, you know only the top 8 make it to champs every year. Here is who is in the top 8 as of right now. These are season standings. Carolina, Ultra, and Thieves, all with one blemish. On the right side of your screen, though, there is a lot of work to put in for teams like LAG, Vancouver Surge, still sitting at 1-4 as well.
Unbelievable amounts of work. I mean, even Atlanta FaZe, who just won the minor, is still sitting at 5th. That just tells you how top-heavy this league can be.
The good news, though, is for all those teams with with one loss when it comes to the Major 1 standings? You're flawless. You got Carolina, Thieves, and Ultra all putting their perfect records on the line this weekend. Who do you expect to move up or down on this list, Rosalie?
Honestly, I know the easy answer is FaZe, but I'm hoping to see a better showing out of Newark Cloud9 as well.
As we continue on with the season, we'll be checking in with our official rankings. And after just 1 week, I gave you two, the official challenge. Give me the tier list for all of our teams. Here's what you had to say. And I was reviewing this with production. You did pretty good. You had Atlanta in A. They finished first, of course. You had Carolina finish in the top 4. Toronto, LA Thieves, all kind of having a rough minor, but looking good so far through our standings.
Yeah, looking good through the overall season on the side of LA Thieves and Toronto Ultra. But if you want to use this for minor 1, this tier list does not translate.
Let's take a look at the team that finished on top of the minor. It's Atlanta FaZe, and despite a 10th seed entering the tournament, we knew they were a top squad. They won EWC. A very slow start, but with Hacienda in the mix, this team looks like a whole new beast.
Yeah, all forgiven in my eyes. I mean, you had a slow start. Obviously, there's a huge break where you get to learn the game where some teams weren't even scrimming that much. LA Thieves, but Atlanta FaZe, they take advantage of that break, and things start off slow versus Miami. You lose that first map by like 137 points, and then Simp has a 1v4. It was like a spark to the rest of the roster. Abizi looks like the Abizi of old. They started performing, and the teamwork was there. And we saw them have a convincing victory against Carolina in the final. FaZe are officially back.
Throughout the tournament, you said we have to, of course, turn our eyes not just on Simp, but also the ARs. How did Celium play compared to his qualifier matches?
Much better. I know, obviously, the expectation is really high for Celium. We literally have something called the Celium Index. So he sets the standard a lot of the time when it comes to the beginning of the season. A slower start than what we're used to, but from what we saw in the minor, hopefully to see a turnaround here soon.
When I first saw the Carolina Royal Ravens roster, I thought they're just going to get 9th again. It's basically the same roster you brought to the table in the previous title. I've been proven wrong. This is our #1 seed right now. They also made it to the grand finals of our minor after beating Optic.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment, Chris. Like, at first when I saw this roster, I'm like, oh, you got some vets and, some guys, a ragtag group of players that other teams didn't really want. Well, they had a chip on their shoulder, and it's translating well to this game. I mean, you're talking about all 3 game modes that they look great in. They make it to a final where ultimately they lose to Atlanta FaZe, but they played these guys before. They 3-0'd them in a league match, so it's not like they feel like they cannot beat them. And they left some out on the table. Vivid did not have the best performance across Search and Destroy throughout this tournament. That's not what we expected of him. He's a great Search and Destroy player who can get up behind enemy lines and make big plays. So I think they'll even improve upon that and remain in our top 4.
Allie, as good as we saw this team performing, there were 2 superstars we want to dial in on. Gwyn and Slasher, 2 different roles, are both above a 1.1.
I mean, they've just been unreal. And on the flip side of it, not only has Gwyn been incredibly consistent, but like Slasher had a couple of slow starts in some of those series, but by game 5, he was literally in takeover mode. I referenced back to maybe the Optic match watching the semifinal. I think Carolina Royal Ravens are literally unreal right now.
Carolina living up to the hype, and so is Minnesota. They are in the running for most airtime here at the CDL alongside Mervin and Maven. And of course, we got to talk a little bit about this roster. The struggles in game 1 and 2. What's happening, Nameless, because they had to go back-to-back reverse sweeps on their way to a top 4 finish.
Yeah, it's hard to make sense of it, right? Because they have a lot of very close hardpoint losses. It's the end of these maps for them where it's just getting away from them. This Minnesota Rocket team, though, I really love. I think the best aspect of this team is their ice, their ability to rally back in a series, to get a reverse sweep, to close out a game 5. And they've relied on Search and Destroy as their bread and butter. But secondary to that, it's also been the control, one of the best control teams that we have in the world, and a lot of their series wins start with that first control win. So for Minnesota, clean up that hard point, and you'll be beating teams 3-0, 3-1 by how your games 2 and 3 look.
They have been icy in game 5s. They're in the middle of the pack if you're looking for their overall score. Finishing top 4 was a bit of a surprise in the minors. The question is, how high can they finish at Major 1? After seeing our minor, I want you all to weigh in on our new tier list, and I can see you made some changes to the S tier. What's going on up there?
It's just kind of like anybody can beat anybody in A right now. I do kind of lean the Carolina Royal Ravens maybe closer to S just because of consistency speaking, but like anybody could beat anybody in that tier.
Yeah, I love the no S tier teams. I think that, if we were to put one, it'd be obviously Atlanta or Carolina, but all those teams can beat everybody, and LA Thieves, we still have them up there just because it's only only one match, and they didn't practice that much. I
Single
still know
eliminate,
that
you
they
know?
can win. If we go to a major tomorrow, LA Thieves can win without question.
Can we take a look at this one more time, this tier list
we will.
production? Because I saw the fact that you have LAG in the D tier. These are world champions from just 2 years ago, Ant.
Listen, I was on the fence that they should be in the F tier
What?
with Vegas. Allie convinced me otherwise because they don't have a match win. You don't have a match win. I don't care about these map things, bro. I was a competitor. If you don't got a match win, you are ass. So that's why for me, I would have had them in F, but I could see the argument where it's like Vegas just haven't won a lot of maps.
Well, you have Cloud9 over them, and LAG is playing Cloud9 today. We're
True.
going to see who belongs in that D tier potentially, or who deserves to move up to the C tier. That first matchup is going to be a good one, and of course, we're also going to see Ultra in Minnesota, a rematch from the minor that went to a Game 5. But Ultra fans, not a match they're going to want to remember, Allie. They started up 2-0 before falling apart.
Of course they don't want to remember this. I mean, you think about this control, right? You go back to game number 3, just forget the first 2. You're up 2-0, you slam them in the S&D. You were in a position to close this out in 3 if you're Toronto Ultra. Obviously, it's hard to put it on one player and put it on their back. But then you go into the game number 4, and you show no signs of life. This is a map that you should know time and time again. It's been around for years now. So for Toronto Ultra, it is just upsetting.
Yeah, I mean,
Is it just Hacienda, though? Because I can't help but look at the bottom of the screen and notice, okay, they struggled Vault in a 5th round and then Hacienda.
yeah, that's what I think. I think they just need to have more reps on Hacienda, right? I mean, obviously, the hardpoint wasn't close, and then Surge was not close. Minnesota obviously looked good there, but to Allie's point, yeah, I mean, we moved them down, right? Obviously a tier 2, but like if they just use their streak at the end of the control, we might be talking about this team in a completely different light.
Yeah.
Like you have a missile that comes down from the sky to close out the game. And I don't even think Insight knew he had the streak. They call that in. This is a 3-0, and then they move on to play phase. And who knows what happens in that match. So for them, they're still looking good.
If Minnesota is going to continue to challenge for a spot in the top 4, they're going to need more performances from their subs. We saw some fantastic moments from Estriel, but Nero's the guy I want to talk about. Is he becoming a consistent factor for this squad? He always seemed to be an X factor on previous lineups.
It depends what your description of consistent is, because they are consistently icy and they're consistently having these moments where they're able to put the momentum in their favor and then run with it for the rest of the series. But there are many times where they have extremely, extremely slow starts.
We're going to see 3 rematches from the minor. Another one is Optic versus Vegas, Nameless, and you had Vegas in the F tier. They almost beat Optic, though, in a game 1. This team was up 100 points in the hard point.
Yeah, I mean, they had a super hot start, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, obviously this is a new roster as well for this Vegas team. So I think the 2 new guys coming in, they were a bit nervous to start things off. But Xnid, I mean, the guy dropped 52.
Unreal.
World record.
Right, remember, when you're in game, it's EKIA. So he had like 80 of them things when they were pulling up the scoreboard. So he felt like he was super frying, and which he was. For them, though, I think it's like the smallest things, like the super fundamentals, and they'll be able to close out some of these hard points, right? Like they're playing too aggressive. We talked about in the Drawn Conclusions clip, like he flipped the spawns and just didn't help his team. So for them, it's all about the VOD review.
No, I completely agree with you. I think it's just kind of like the closing out of these series. It's the little mistakes, it's the little hiccups, and also their map pool doesn't seem to be very large right now. Again, we see Protocol S&D. They showed some life in it. They were looking like they were going to win this map a couple of times, but for Vegas Falcons, I feel like that's all I've seen from them is Protocol S&D, Protocol Hardpoint. So I need to see a little bit more expansion from the side of Falcons.
Will we see Vault control? It was not pretty previously when they matched up last week. We'll see if they get a better bout today. That matchup coming up at 4:30. But we begin with your 3 o'clock showdown of LAG and Cloud9. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your little shorty cause she tryna cop a feel. She no look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say not for real. So I say not for real. Not for real. Yeah.
Someone in chat said LAG isn't getting a win until they change their intro. I don't think that's true. I think today could be the day as Kismet and crew face off against Cloud9. This should be a fun matchup. Alley Cat, LAG, though, the surprise of the season. World champions from 2 years ago, 3/4 of this lineup. You're only missing Hydra, but you subbed in basically the second coming of Hydra. Lynn's also from France.
I love that you said that because it literally is the second coming of Hydra, and they're still not able to make ends meet. I mean, they don't have a game mode they're necessarily strong with. You can say they're fleetingly stronger in control, but even that, I mean, they're positive by maybe 1 win. So a lot of work to be done for this LAG squad, considering the talent they have.
Now, I know there's some new management probably, but LAG historically brings in world champions Arsenis, benches him at the start of the season, and we go on to see a new lineup. Are any of these 4 players in danger?
Yeah, I think potentially, although maybe Priesta, obviously the last couple years haven't been great to him, but I want to go back to the Hydra statement you guys talking about. Hydra must have been Thanos, because these guys have been getting cooked without him. I think it's really the dynamic, honestly, between Kismet and Linz that hasn't been working. So many search and destroys where Kismet's trying to do too much, just dying by himself. Like, their chemistry has just not been there. It hasn't translated to search success at all, which is their worst mode.
The Gentlemates representing Los Angeles and most of France. On the other side of this one, it's all New York for Cloud9. Accuracy, the coach of this squad. You see Mac coming back in after a year off, dealing with some family matters. Well, Mac is the superstar now on this team. The bad news is you're kind of top 6-ish, top 8. Where do you have the squad?
They had a really, really slow start, but I do like to give some grace to Cloud9 just because of the teams they've had to go up against. This is now 2 times they've gone to Game 5 versus Carolina. So I feel like they're a strong team. They just haven't been able to put it all together at once. We saw Mac carrying them through series. Sib is still rocking up 0.7 and hard point. So I feel like it's just a matter of time when it comes to Cloud9.
Yeah, to Allie's point, they lost like all of our top 4 teams in Carolina twice, right? So they have had a pretty tough schedule. For these guys, though, it's the control, 1-5. Like, you have to be better at that game mode. And Sib has had a really slow start to the year. And even in their performance where they went to the Game 5, like, they won both HPs. Sib wasn't really slaying, and the HPs were super close. So, in my opinion, he still has to pick it up.
Cloud9 took down Vancouver. That was their minor one. First round looked pretty good in that. They need to find that form once again. Let's take a look at our maps and modes for New York. Skyline with a Hacienda control. Do you like the new maps in the mix here?
I love this map set for New York. I mean, Skyline's their best hard point. They're 1-5 on vault control, so I love them giving a try to the Hacienda. Yeah, I mean, if you're in New York, you probably feel pretty good.
What about LAG?
Loving this if you're New York. If you're LAG, you're kind of testing the waters here. They're 2-2 on that opening Skyline, 0-1 on the map number 2. And Hasi, they're also kind of just testing it. They're 4-5 in vault control is the only game mode Gentlemates is even slightly decent at, and they don't even have a map they're comfortable on in the series. So either they have been holding this off in scrims and are excited to put it into this lineup, or they are literally just testing the waters.
It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems, and as you all know, Nameless has been the Oracle in 2025. He saw Minnesota coming throughout the minor. Who do you see starting off our qualifier strong?
Yeah, I think this is an awesome match, Chris.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 teams that we really don't know where to put them. In this one, I'm going to go with New York, though. They've shown me more. I think they get it done.
Allie?
Last year, if you have asked me this, I would have said LAG with this roster, but I'm going to go with New York Subliners. They did really good in vetoes as well.
Bulldog, it's time to bark, my guy. We're going LAG today. I have a feeling the upset is coming. Merc, how wrong am I?
Pretty wrong. I think so, at least. I don't know. I could be wrong, I guess, but that's a tough one. Tough to say. It's a tough sell. It just is. Cloud9 looks like they're trending one way, and LAG it's a question mark.
It is, and you know they were talking about who's at risk on this team, and I asked you kind of before we came on camera. I was like, I don't know, you've been a player for a long time. You've had a lot of teams. Like, They're 0-and whatever at this point. They haven't got their first win yet. How long is the leash for this squad? Like, do you give them through the major, or like, is this a must-win type series?
I just think you kind of have to. Like, what are you going to do? Bring someone else in, and you have a week and a half to prepare for a major?
Is that your only argument? Like, oh, it'd be harder to bring somebody in, or is there still belief in this team even with where they're at?
I mean, I think you still have to give them a little bit more time.
Okay.
But I just also think a change right now doesn't benefit anyone.
It's just like a lose-lose if you try to make a change.
Yeah, unless you, I mean, we have seen in the past a couple of changes before the major, like screw it, why not? Nothing else is working. We've seen that before. But me personally, I think you have to at least see this team on land.
Okay. I just want to see what happens, like, if they get this, if they get one win, like some momentum. Like, did they just need like that one win? Then suddenly things start to click a little bit more for them. Because I got to think every loss, bro, it wears on you more and more, right? It has to.
Yeah, and I mean, we've kind of been seeing that, right? From some of the POVs, some of the decisions where it just feels like they're putting pressure on themselves.
100%.
But yeah, you heard the desk kind of talk about it. Starting off with Skyline. Skyline, a bit interesting here. I mean, these are two maps now where Cloud9, they have not lost on Skyline. Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, and you're giving them both of those.
Yeah, I know. As soon as it popped up like the best 5, you were like, all right, like kind of nodding your head, like looks pretty good for Cloud9 New York. We'll see what they can do, though. You heard Ant kind of hoping Sid maybe steps up a bit. We know what a slang monster he can be when he's in rhythm. I find myself just kind of pulling for Gorilla's mate to like find some improvements because I don't know, just a lot of likable players on that team, and they're like the underdog. They haven't won a map yet. The whole French scene's behind them. Like, I want to see them start to find success, but this is a winnable series. They got to get something going.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, just start off early. A nice start here for Priesta. And we always know, like, as good as your Skyline could be if you are Cloud9 New York, how close this map normally is. Just every single time. It feels like it comes down to a 20 to 30 point game just due to the nature of the map. But LAG, they do a very good job flipping the map, rotating towards that P2. They have all of Cloud9 spawning out.
Sky's currently on 3 straight. We'll see if he can keep that moving and grooving throughout this opening hold. Here comes the first push from Piano side. They're able to shut down 2. Only thing that hits really is Sib's nades, able to combo, and then all 4 are going to get wiped out. So LAG in a pretty good position to soak up this time. They spawn him out pretty deep, and you're going to get a comfortable 15 or so seconds here, which sometimes is rare on Skyline.
Yeah, I mean, normally like a P2 like this, usually there's instant pressure. You're finally going to get that from Kremp. Someone's going to pick that up. That's going to be Linz. At least get the call out. You're hoping for the trade, though, right there from Kismet. He jumps out of the hill. And the one play from Kremp, well, it might just change this P2 hill. There's only 15 seconds left. Priesta, there's just so many angles to check. But this is normally what we see, right? Just constant pressure on the hill. Hitting the zip line. Kismet trying to fight on back. But you get around 30 or 40 seconds if you are LAG, and you'll take that all day.
Yeah, it's like, even if like a 4 dead is as influential as it could be on some other maps, it's still a big deal on any map. Like, that gave you a solid like 15, gave you a little breathing room. I think it's just so trade heavy there usually. Like, it's not usually that clean, where you get 4, you only lose 1 player to a nade, and they turn into some pretty good time. They're doubling up their opponents right now. LAG in pretty good position, approaching double digits already is Priesta. He's finding some success, but currently in the hard point, Cloud9 New York, seeing what they can do with this objective.
They're just trying to buy time. And you see LAG, they're playing a little bit safe. They want spawns, or maybe just waiting for Kismet to spawn out. He's going to have a free split. It looks like Sib, he thought about turning there for a second, but he does get caught, though. So Kismet off that pinch, he's going to find 2, but it all comes down to one last player, and, well, they deal with all 4. Attached now on 5 in a row. He's up to 11, leading the lobby in Cloud9, getting close to a lead change right here.
Yeah, it's just one of those hard points, right? Anytime it's like
be ready for it.
When it's like horizontal, essentially, like, you've got to have eyes in the back of your head. Like, the flip could come at literally any moment. They deal with it pretty well, and now basically a tie game, and Cloud9 New York able to hold those spawns, able to get set up now for next, and we'll see what kind of damage they can put in here inside of the hard point. Number 8 and Sib trying to get some shots in on one side of the map. He loses his teammate Mac on the other, so he's going to have to shift focus here. The focus shifts to bullets coming into his face from Priesta. Priesta making a push. Gorilla's making a push. They're in, and they've got numbers.
Yeah, now you get the spawns as well as you just push them out. So a huge break there for LAG. The momentum would start to shift for Cloud9 New York, but now Cloud9 behind Mac, trying to fight on through. This is the tough part about P4 as well. It's just it's such a big hard point. There's so many corners to check. You have the bathtub, you hop on the counter, you go in the shower. There's just so much to clear, and LAG stayed patient. You see they find 7 in a row.
You know, they were talking on the desk about Cloud9. You know, they've had a lot of tough losses, played a lot of tough teams. You've got some like superstar firepower and stuff. It's great to see Matt back. Am I a crazy person that when I look at this, like I still think LAG has more potential to be like a better team? Do you think I'm crazy?
I mean, I think you're crazy. I think
that's a normal take before the year started. Is it weird that I still feel that way?
I think so.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know why.
based on what we've seen, I think so.
You're right. I am crazy. Maybe it's just one of those things where I've seen that trio click. I'm like, it's a matter of time. You know, kind of like with like FaZe's struggles at the beginning of the year. Okay, they're very different. Don't get me wrong, but FaZe's struggles at the beginning of the year, you just kind of like knew it would click. Like, I guess I kind of feel like with that, like eventually it's gonna click. But
I think the biggest question mark maybe for New York was sort of like Kremp and Mac.
Yeah.
Kremp's been pretty consistent, and Mac's been incredible, right? With the year off, it's just sort of a question of like, what are we gonna get out of this? I feel like your most consistent pieces are like attaching Sim.
Yeah.
Right? If Kremp and Mac are playing like this, I think the potential's there.
I think I felt like I was delusional. That's why I asked. But like, but I don't know why I feel that way. I was kind of trying to talk through it. I'm like, why do I still feel like they're going to be a good team? Maybe I'm just holding on to a lost hope. But
yeah, because rarely do we see a Skies at 4-15 like in the past. But he has a map like this right now, and now Cloud9. They have the lead, but LAG are here again fighting in this P2, and they're able to get him out.
Yeah, I'd say like this is one where like you're thankful you're within 20 when he's 5 and 16, but it's also like a skyline, so it is really hard to find a big gap, a big amount of separation. You know, you're up 100, you're absolutely just going doo-doo on the opposition. But guys, we'll see if he can get into it. You know, your 5 and 15 call. We'll see where he looks towards the end of the game. On the other side of it, they got Priest popping off. He started out strong, was like the first to approach double digits. Now at 18 and 11, and there's the lead change. And that's been what, 2 pretty solid P2s, right?
Yeah, it has. It's been great here for LAG. Is LAG right now just trying to fight back over control of this second hill. Let's go to listening with Gentlemates.
Yo, one's cat. If you want to get, I'm saying left. Have a trap, I'm in the ropes. What's outer garden? He's pushing me out. Yeah, behind us. One's behind us. I'm in the ropes. Tiles, I think. Tiles. There's gonna be 2 minutes. There's 2 times. You done. Nice. One more, Jim. Nice. Time. Flip. One smoke. Tree. Behind you. I hear you behind. No, I got her. He's top right. I got her, by the way. I'm getting you. One shot dead. I have all your rugs. Only cat's open. I set him out. Dead any outer. Yo, you enter. You have your enter. One more. You enter. To you. I'm gonna take cat. 20 seconds. Ready? Go top mid. Yeah. I'm gonna hit right. I'll lay hit right. Every top cat show. I'm waiting for you guys, and I'm gonna lay hit right. Yeah. Nothing bad. You chopped outside, dead. One. Back chair. One step to the back. One on the chair. He did on the chair. North. One flash. 20 tiles. Yeah, we should run through. Out of P3. We're going cat. Inner. I'm one shot left. Don't help you game. I can't help left. One shot dead. One shot. Nice. I help. Time. I'm shifting. Cat. Back in. I roll left. Dead. Nice. One shot. They could be pop it and crouch. I have gate. Bottom mark.
Solid listening, a big break there as they get in. Priesta still going off. Big P, 4 straight, 26 and 16. I love the comms I was hearing from him as well.
Well, what we talk about with Priesta in his career, just how good he is at running an AR, running a sub. He's done both roles on multiple teams, been successful with it. He's been a great flex, and with the Jackal changes, I mean, we're seeing it more and more just how good this submachine gun is. And he is very much willing to pull out a third one, 27 and 16, leading the way. And what a hold right there at P4.
No, his highs are very high. I've always thought, I've just like speculated it's like a confidence thing with him, because like when he is in form, he is terrifying. It's just when he drops off a cliff that it could also be a problem. Right now though, performing absolutely, as he's on 27, leading the lobby. Just behind will be Mac and kind of attached to the other side of it. But now you're starting to push this lead up a little bit. You're up 30. Depending on how much time you get here, you get up 50 to 60. That's really scary territory if you're Cloud9 New York. It puts a lot of pressure on you to make a lot of plays.
Yeah, what's been their best part, right, has been like the P2s for LAG. Just how consistently they've been able to win that rotation. And this is a hill where you can find 10 to 15 seconds on, really put the pressure on Cloud9 New York, have to, sprint at you at time and time again. But maybe here's the moment for Cloud9. 15 seconds left. They're going to eat all this up and try to flip the spawn.
Yeah, like there's eventually been a break on these P2s, but like the opening 30 seconds or so have been clean.
And there we go.
That's a big wipe with like 5 seconds remaining in the harbor. Look how far you're spawning out, because you still had skies like mid-map. You spawn out in Narnia now. How much time do you have here? It's just going to be kind of comfort food inside of the point. You still have skies kind of playing for angles out toward mid, so he's picking them, staggering. This is looking really good for LAG. A chance to put this one away.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you have to watch the zip line, right? We've seen Kremp in that scenario. Well, he wins the gunfight. We saw him through X-Ray, and this is where it gets messy. Somehow gets a double. It's a perfect setup. Skies is cutting down middle of the map. Someone has to watch Zip, or at least you have to win the gunfight. And now Cloud9 maybe buy themselves a chance, but okay.
What are we talking about?
Skies is 7 in a row.
What are we talking about? What was Skies? 5 and 15.
Yeah.
When he turned it around, because they were only down 20 at that point. He's now basically back to even on a 7 spree. The talent has come. Priest is still frying. He's at 30 plus, and you just need 10 more for the victory. And with all their narrow hard points, you just want to put this one away. 8 streak for Skies. Enough time remaining in the hard point. Only one player close in number 6. Mac a chance to make the play. Not gonna happen. Skies closes it out. Priesta is roaring, and LAG strike first in the map 1.
Yeah, well, there you go. Again, just those P2 rotations. I mean, they had a couple of big plays. They broke the first P4. The second P4 is a lot cleaner for LAG. But fundamentally, yeah, that's what we kind of expect from this roster. But the slaying alongside of it, you get Priesta, who really gets going, and then Skies at the end of that game.
I guess the reason that I felt the way I have, like, been a little
their resume
thing about LAG is like just, I know, at least like Scott, I know Kismet can be all over the place statistically. I know Priesta can be the same way. Linz is pretty much put up numbers. Skies can put up numbers. I just thought like you have enough like depth slang-wise to do it. It's just like the fundamentals. And like that, it just feels to me they've just been like an inch away from winning some series. Like so close. Like just little mistakes, little blunders. If they can fix that, I know it's hard to do. I don't know. Like I just feel like they're so close to being so much better than they are, man.
Well, I think the problem is like this is a team where I think you would expect it's tough to beat them. They should be good in every mode. The problem really is when you look at an outside perspective is they're 2-6 in Search and Destroy.
Yeah.
This is just not a roster who can afford to do that because of kind of the inconsistencies we know you're going to get from these players in respawn at times. So the Search has to be better, and it just hasn't been. But, well, you did a great game 1 here.
And is that one of those things, though, like when you think about modes where you probably had the most ability to improve early on in the title, like Search?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of swings. And I mean, we're talking about a much different Search and Destroy game this game, right? Like very similar to a Jetpack-esque where there's just not a lot of like kind of freedom on the map.
Well, kind of hit shit and do retakes?
Yeah. And you know, a lot of the times when you're going from title to title, you have to switch up your mentality when it comes to a game mode, and maybe that's what it takes for these guys.
And listen, we'll keep bringing up Hydras because he is that good of a player, and I'm sure Search and Destroy, a lot of them talk about how they set up for him. They set up for him to make plays. You kind of like were a little frustrated with Kismet the last series we casted him. We talked about just being too much pressure on him. Maybe he feels like he has to make the engagement, he has to do something, and sometimes trying to like overcompensate maybe for that playmaking ability that they're lacking once they lost Hydra. If he gets a little bit more comfortable, him and Lynn start to figure out kind of their new duo, maybe it could be something really special. But if it's gonna start to be special, it's gotta start soon because you still haven't won a series.
Yeah, and then on the other side for Cloud9, yeah, first Skyline you drop on the year. Again, just lost some early rotations. You know, you see that second P4, that's where it was a tie game, and well, then they break, able to get up 198, and they hang on to it. But early P2 rotations were the key.
The desk was mostly favoring Cloud9. You kind of felt good about Cloud9, especially after seeing the maps. Does that flip on its head after that map 1?
No, I don't think so, because there's still a lot of question marks in this series. First time we're going to see Hacienda control. Again, Skyline Search and Destroy has been great for Cloud9 New York. They're undefeated on it. And then the back half of the series, I mean, it really hasn't been great for either side. So we'll see how it goes. Again, there's not a ton of strong maps for LAG right now.
No, there aren't. And they've been in the driver's seat in some series. They've been up 1-0. They've been up 2-0 before. They still haven't been able to close it out. So as much as, hey, solid map 1 victory, big props to, really Priesta, who kind of set the tone from out the gate, and Skies, who turned it around massively. Obviously, he got going, but it's just a map 1 win now. Yes, the Search, the biggest question mark. So, like, listen, you competed for goddamn decade or whatever it was.
Yeah.
When you had a Search team that was maybe struggling early in a title, I don't know, it's tough to get like scrims with search and destroy. Like how did you work on it?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just like you just have to be willing to try out different things. Honestly, you're studying other gameplays, films. Like for me, a lot of time it's just mindset from title to title. Like if you were very successful in one title and then the next one comes out and you still kind of have that same mindset, it may just take time for you to adjust that.
Well, I think that's probably the thing that separates Call of Duty professionals from a lot of other esports is every year you have to like be a sponge again in a way. Like you have to like reset and just be ready to soak stuff up and learn because things can change so drastically. Like no other esports release every year gets flipped on its head sometimes. So yeah, just the Omni movement in this. There's a lot of things that make it feel a little bit different. The map layout.
Yeah, maps. Big time. But you saw right there, yeah, 2-6. On the other side, 4-4. 2 lost streak there for Cloud9 New York in Search and Destroy. So see if they can get another win on the board.
So you think like even if you've been struggling in Search and Destroy, it's not about like fundamentals and stuff as much as like they need to take some risks. They have to try stuff.
Yeah, you got to try something different.
Yeah.
Unless they truly just feel like it's like
we need to refine what we have.
Yeah,
like,
or if it's just miscommunication.
Yeah.
Maybe there's things they think is open that aren't just, rounds where you have the advantage in, and then you just give up a play and you're like, what the heck just happened?
Well, and also it helps when you have like Priest have a map on like he did, and he's probably feeling like he can win any gunfighting anytime. It'll probably feel pretty good for you. He gets the first blood for him, and then it's all on Sib. His position now given up as he takes some shots there from Catwalk, just trying to get the angle, and he'll be able to do that. So nice reposition to pick off Skies. Bomb down right over by A, as you can see on the minimap bottom left. Priesta and Linz just trying to hold this. Now, they've thrown away some rounds in Search, too. Like, ones you should win, 3v1s, 2v1s, where the comms have obviously been off and they both get caught. You can't let it happen here, and oh, by golly. Oh, sweet child of mine.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally what we just talked about. It's sort of this, what the hell just happened in that round? Like, whoa.
There's been a lot of them. There have. Like, okay, I don't have the data in front of me of how many like 2v1s and 3v1s they've thrown away, but there have been many.
Yeah, this one's not done yet. I mean, bomb's gonna be planted, but already a much scarier round than what they would want.
It's all gonna be on Linz now to stop Sib from pulling off this 1 versus 3.
Is he just gonna hit the zip line over and over?
I thought for a second he was. I thought he got spotted. He ultimately does. Linz gets the kill. I think Sib snaps because it ends up being a close gunfight, but Linz bails him out. I still don't know if you feel very good about that round if you're LAG. It probably shouldn't have gone down like that. Like, what would you have maybe changed? Like, when Sky's position was given up and he sort of stuck over Jacuzzi, like, was there something they should have done differently, or should they handle the 2v1 better?
Yeah, probably the 2v1, right? I mean, Priest and Linz right there. I mean, Skies, he kind of gets caught as we take a look at the last 1 versus 1. Linz just plays patient. But in that 2v1...
Oh, so he didn't spot him at first. I wonder why that was as close as it was.
22 HP.
Okay, I thought, like, on the minimap, he spotted him to the left at first. He did not. He almost got the worst timing ever.
But so the positioning of Priest and Linz there, yeah, they just couldn't help each other, right? Sib he didn't even get shot at.
Granted, you're playing around A where it's like it's 82 angles to get shots on you. But yeah, no, it's something they've got to work on because it has definitely been a pain point. After the, near throw and eventual clutch from Linz, you now get a quick plan in a 4 versus 4. 3 playing around the site, 1 playing deep in Skies that'll kind of watch the push through. Priesta gets another first blood. So back-to-back for him, back-to-back kills as well. Priesta eventually traded out. Linz in trouble too. Nade hits, he's down to 50 HP. Hoping to get some help. Another 1v1, we're down 2, and you just barely get through it again if you're LAG, but got to give some props to Priesta. Another first blood, and he gets 2.
Yeah, and then Skies gets active, right? He was watching the flank and just kind of realizes they're hitting it from the middle of the map. It was Cloud9, so he gets active, drops down, and he had to help Linz because there was a dead nade that ends up blowing up near Linz, and he's just trying to lurk, trying to play a position for a free kill. The nade hits, gives up his spot, and he's just, he's dead.
And that's another like 20 HP type gunfight. Like, these are coming down to the wire. So far, you're winning them if you were LAG. Maybe finally some things starting to go their way. Can they keep going their way now in the Search and Destroy as we go back to Cloud9 New York on the offensive side of things? Working out right. Not liking what they're seeing. Or are they? First blood finally for Cloud9 New York. Nade gonna hit. Linz will get picked up at Jacuzzi. Sib will follow it up with 1. Mac on his back, getting the bomb planted. And you're in a very dominant 4 versus 2 here. Make it a 4 versus nothing. That one was clean.
Yeah, I mean, just straight team nades right there from Cloud9. Then they work the bomb. They see there's nothing in kitchen, no resistance. Max able to hit that plant. They just kind of pick them apart.
Well, it's just like, dude, Jacuzzi is like so great to like catch people, but also like if you don't and you get spotted, like it's just like, where do I? Like,
Yeah, nowhere to go.
There's nowhere to go. Like nowhere to go at all. You're just. We saw Skies kind of how he was pinned the one time. You see Lens there with the nades able to connect. You don't have a lot of options.
Well, it's such a strong spot because not only do you can see everything. You can see all the crosses, and then it's just not an easy gunfight, but what makes it easy is a couple of grenades.
Yeah. No, I mean, the headies are nuts on so many different spots, but just a couple of rounds where you see how difficult it can be once you get spotted. Like, not a ton of options to get out of there. Priesta had back-to-back first bloods. We'll see if he can tack on another here. We're watching his POV as he's kind of been leading the way in that department. Tries to get one. Now it's time to track back and get bombed. Still some utility to use on both sides. I didn't hear a ton of like stuns and nades going off, so a lot of the members here still holding stuff in their back pocket.
Well, there was a stun. It seemed like maybe it was near Zip. So Cloud9 kind of knows that this is open, but Kismet's going to find one, at least start the domino effect. Lens is going to find the second to give them numbers advantage.
And thankfully he can drop down there. He gets stunned. He might be dead to rights, but he's able to get out. Skies puts another one in, and now it's suddenly on Crimp, 1 versus 3. Sib nearly pulled one off. Will Crimp be able to do it? I don't think he's seen a thing yet. Oh, no.
Yeah. It's
About to say, he got kind of absurd timing on their wrap out. But let's go ahead and get the plan in. Tough part for Crimp, you know, doesn't have like an AR to maybe get that like opening freebie. We'll see if we can get it done with the sub. Under 30 now to work with. Shots coming in. He's like, what's happening?
Yeah, it seems like all 3 arrows. They have an idea that he's here. He's still able to find one, but there we go. LAG kind of cleared all the angles. Maybe someone spots him. Here's the slide, whatever it is. They knew where he was.
That little stutter step, bro. The shot started. He just like stops. He's like, whoa.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Whoa.
They might have heard him slide or something.
Somebody's boxed
shot
up.
the door open.
That looks so funny from his POV.
Yeah, no, I'd be scared as well.
Yeah. It's like, what in the hell? But that time in the 3 versus 1, they handle business.
Yeah, they repositioned together. Like, there was a chance for, there was a player top catwalk.
I thought he was going to drop down a channel, and I was going to be like, not this again.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
So I'm glad you were thinking the same thing I was. I saw him on X-Ray. I'm like, please, God, just no. Lots of stunts and nades invested early from either side. 12 trophies there, so that'll get eaten up. Kismet drops for free on catwalk. Lens has been trying to make plays on other side of the maps through vents. He was able to find the timing on offense. Can he do it now on defense? Sky's cutting people down. He gets the angle. Lens, once again, able to make a play. Just trying to take those routes and catch people off guard. It's so timing dependent. I thought the headshots might be in for Sib. Not able to finish it. New York wiped off the map. It's another round to LAG.
Well, that's just Skies. I don't know where he gets that first pick, but he's able to find that, and that just kind of opens up some angles. They're able to get the second player on the bomb, and then it's a 3 versus 2. They have an idea where the enemy team is, but yeah, I mean, Skies just opens that up for them.
We'll see if Lens kind of keeps doing this on both sides, just trying to get through vents, get in behind enemy lines. But yeah, it makes his play easier when Skies gets the first, right? Like,
oh yeah, no
something's opened. Less pressure on you to make a play. You can take your time more. It's not like, oh God, I gotta hurry. My team's dropping. Just sort of let it develop, and for these last 2 rounds, that has worked out for Gorillas, mate. Up 4-1 now. But where they have struggled, it has been closing maps, closing series. Still work to do, but a nice advantage here. Skies, after the very slow start in the map 1, really has erupted. Pops off in the hard point, now leading the way here at 6-3.
Well, this is now like their 3rd round in a row on offense, where they've just pretty much haven't left spawn. They're just kind of waiting, seeing if anyone's trying to get aggressive. Kismet trying to just play his life. The info is they are playing very much up towards A. It's a 1-for-1 across the map. Bomb is down though. Priest gonna call in a car.
Yeah, Bomb in a tough spot too. Just like top catwalk.
Go get it, Kiz. I cleared it for you.
Oh, the car helps to make that a little bit easier. But the blanket now come in. Mac trying to make the play. He is able to get 2. 2 people hit the flank. It's all on Skies. Best of luck. You have to cover the Jacuzzi, but that is it. The offense just never really gets going. So much time open. Whether it's been on the other side, it's been enough time for Linz to make the play. This time, you get the first blood. Kind of same thing.
Well, I mean, when you give up the map the way that they have, Cloud9 just kind of take Kitchen away, and they're just throwing shoulders, and it gives them an idea of where is this play developing. But yeah, so him and Max and Krem just go. They're like, it's not an A hit. They're working catwalk, and he had some great shots on the Kiz. Yeah, I mean, you'd probably still lose that round, but you'd hope to trade the one. There's a second player there to back up Max. So that's going to go their way regardless, but you just hope Kiz is able to trade that, maybe give you a chance, but probably wouldn't have mattered. Big play for Mac. Just keeping him in this search and destroy, staying within a couple of rounds. Now offensively, Cloud9 New York. Not liking the opening look over at A. We've seen Linz kind of take the route through Vince and pounce. It's Crimp trying to do it now from the other side. It looks like there's eyes on it for now. Yep, so he'll spot Crimp going up top. Attach will get the first blood, though, and Sky's going to drop. Like, a second he gets a couple shots in towards Crimp, he's going to get caught. So, effectively, you're kind of bait there if you're Crimp. That was a great play. I'm wondering how Attach got that kill. He must have just stopped the zip and then just took the gunfight, or just hops on up and takes it. Now you have bomb down 3 versus 2 as the trades are going. But it's sort of very similar. Cloud9, they find the info just based off the feel of the map. They know they have kitchen control, so what is the play? At least 2 towards B. Let's just use our numbers effectively. And yeah, great bait and switch right there from Tremp and Attach.
I mean, it looked great a second ago. It feels like for LAG, like you had 2 really nice rounds back to back. You're up 3. You're in the driver's seat. But then these have been 2 convincing rounds on offense and defense from Cloud9. And you are right back in this. Attach very vocal right now with the team as they're chatting through stuff. Sib going back and forth a bit. Mac now involved, but Attach had a lot to say there for a second. I'm not sure if it's about I'm assuming the upcoming round, what he wants to do.
Well, the question should be, is LG going to switch this up? Finally, maybe play a little bit more aggressive, and they are. They're going to go for that A bomb plant right away. And they Car's also down.
They got a quick plan on A, rounds and rounds ago. They ended up coming down to a 1v1, I believe. I think Priesta was the difference maker in that round, right? He got the first blood and then got another Attach now. Gets a kill, but also takes out Mac. So suddenly it's Sib. Sib almost pulled off a 1v3 earlier. Well, not going to happen here. I say if he doesn't see him, Jacuzzi, he is dead to rights, and that's exactly what happens. You needed that one, it feels like, if you're LAG. The wheels were coming off a bit.
Yeah, and they just switched it up pace-wise, right? Playing it slow, clearing the map, worked out early, but Cloud9 starts to adjust, so you looked at a different look here. Just go to A. Maybe you have a trophy, so stuns and nades aren't hitting on the break-off. You're able to put that down, get the A-bomb down, and, well, the team nade also helps a little bit.
It does.
Yeah.
But where they found some offensive success, though, it's been those quick plants today. It's not twice they've been able to do it. Yeah, whether it's a Priest 2-piece or a Attached nade that gets a team kill. They've walked away with a round victory, and, well, this time a little bit easier than coming down to a crazy 1v1. They're a round away now from a 2-0 edge. Cloud9's got to start going wild. Linz was gun up there. Maybe he catches one, but kind of caught in a YY and doesn't get shots on the first hop through. Nade's hitting, though, and he is weak. 22 HP, trying to stay up, able to reposition to bar, and good finesse there out of Linz to stay alive.
Well, they're thinking give this up. Max thinking give this up. So both teams are adjusting. You're getting an underground fight right now. It's a 1-for-1.
Well, it's a good thing you got a buddy with you there. So at least you go 1-for-1, as you said. Mac wants to go ahead and lay this thing down, so we'll be in a 3v3 retake for Gorilla's made here now. And they want to go quickly. Sip, though, opening pick. Mac, nice ball. Bang through to kind of back up another player. He's down to 48 HP, but still just using the bar here to stay up. Nade hits, then Attach hits. Nice combination there from Cloud9 New York, and they wiped them off the board.
Well, I thought LAG was going to hit a timing, right? It looked like they were getting proactive as soon as Mac was planting that bomb. They had an idea. They were planning towards A. It's just Sib was looking over him. Sib gets that first one. That allows Mac to pretty much get off the bomb clean. As you saw, as soon as Mac gets up, there's multiple players shooting at him, but then they had to stop. They had to pretty much reposition due to Sib finding that kill.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they felt like they were in a good position with a 3v2, and then suddenly that was not the case at all. So big pick there from Sib. Good coverage over his objective guy in Mac. Cloud9 New York just not going out without a fight here in this search and destroy. We now go to round 10. aggressive here out of LAG, and they might close it out right now. Kiz, weak, but getting back to full. Lin's there battling with them. Bodies are getting shot. Attaches the last up at a 1v4. He's got some 1v4s to his name. He sometimes has the ice. Not going to happen here. Priest has got the line of sight. LAG get the search and destroy victory, and they are up 2-0. And I saw smiles and some fist bumps. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen that out of Gorillas because they've been in such a tough position, but solid search and destroy there. What'd you like at LAG?
Well, just, yeah, I mean, switching up the pace, right? Slowed it down. It was working early. Allowed Cloud9 to come back in. It's like, all right, let's just hit some bang out rounds over towards A. And well, those were the ones that worked.
We talk about like strategy a lot and like, I don't know, your breakoffs, but a lot of it's more like it's a tempo thing, right? Like you've got 3 or 4 different gears, whatever you want to call it, and just keeping them guessing what pace is coming at you, right?
Well, especially on Skyline. I mean, you can 4-hit down low, you can 4-hit across catwalk. Like, there's a lot of different looks that you can really show on both sides. But yeah, Cloud9 was starting to figure them out a little bit. So they were like, all right, let's just hit that 4th gear again.
They did, and they get it done. This is how it looks so far. I mean, the beginning of the series is where it looks so good for Cloud9. Now maybe you changed your mind a little bit about this one after they take back-to-back Skylines.
I mean, yeah, I think so. You have to be feeling good for LAG, but they've also been a team that's been up 2-0 and allowed some reverse sweeps to happen.
You don't feel comfortable until they actually win a damn series.
Correct.
To the desk.
Minnesota's not here. There will be no reverse sweeps, and I will beat Ali in predictions today. That is if things go as planned and control. LAG with Priest on the SMG, different speed, different success.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. This is amazing for LA Gorilla mates right now. These first 2 maps should have been easily on the side of New York Subliners. You're talking about undefeated on Skyline Hardpoint. You're talking 2-0 at Skyline S&D. And so for LAG mates, this is a huge not only start to the series, but now they get to move into that map number 3 control, where that is where they really only have some sort of strength when it comes to this game. We don't know about the map in Hacienda, but they're in the driver's seat right now for this series. I might have to change my pick.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, now.
I have to change it.
I mean, look, listen, man, coming into the series, I think we all we didn't know exactly what we would see from either of these teams going up against each other because they both have the players to be like top 4 rosters, right? LAG obviously haven't had a win yet, so chip on their shoulder, and they're clearly playing with it today. You know, you've seen a lot of people talking about Priesta potentially getting replaced. Well, he goes crazy on that map number 1, and then we go into the search and destroy. Great offensive rounds. I mean, I like the idea to come out and play your offense is a bit slower off the rip and then transition to the aggression. You heard Maven and Merc talking about it, and it worked out wonderfully. So LAG right now, the issue has been like closing out series. They've had game 5s. Can they close it out though?
I want to kind of get really specific about this search and destroy because I think what's great from both sides is the problem for New York Subliner is that they are a really good attack. They're a really awful attack team, but a really good defense team. On the flip side, Gorilla's mate was also really awful at attack, and so both of them need to put work into it. And now that we come back this weekend, you can obviously see Gorilla's mate put work in it so hard that they were able to capitalize on it in that map number 2 versus New York.
Cloud9, slower start than they wanted. Nameless is going to draw us through this one. What is happening in this series?
Yeah, I'm going to draw why Chris was right in his prediction and to highlight the Bulldog, because when his teammates are finding kills, he's going to be making awesome plays. So let's jump into this clip. Let's just play it a little bit and talk about the situation. Right now, this is the Money Hill. They have control of the spawns, and there's 15 seconds left, right? So they're pretty much going to lock up this time. Number 3, that's Kismet, the Bulldog we all know and love. When you have a good situation, other teams disoriented and fighting from the bad spawn, you want to make that situation even worse for them. So it's rotating. He's hitting a nice route. He's going to go up the stairs, go through. He knows that they're going to be spawning over here by Piano, and what he wants to do is he wants to find a kill on this rotation, not just play his life like you'll see players in ranked doing, playing his life there and just holding. He's trying to find a kill so he can flip his team to get the good spawn, because that is the preferred spawn for this hill where you can then farm. So it's just kind of an awesome rotation out of him and a play. And while they're disoriented, like you can see, number 7, that's attached. He's just on Piano stairs getting ready for the next hill. Kismet goes up, he finds the big kill on him, and as the rest of his teammates are vacating that spawn, you'll see even though Kismet dies, he got the first kill right there, and the rest of the teammates have vacated the spawn. You'll see Cloud9 are going to spawn out there, which is just a terrible situation to be in after you just got smoked on the Money Hill. It also sets up LAG for a nice pinch when we get back over towards that P1. So a heads up play by Kismet. You want to be active on rotations. You want to find that kill and flip them out while there's still time left on the old hill.
Fundamentals starting to fall in line for LAG, the world champs for a reason. It was only a matter of time, and currently they're up 2-0. But this match is not done yet. Allie, let's take a look at our tier list, and do you have anything to say? to my guys down there at Gentlemates. You know there's a watch party in France right now.
I know there's a watch party. All I gotta say right now is Les, they're looking to make their way out of that D tier.
And what letter would you give them instead?
I would give them right now, I think they're hovering, at their peak, they could be easily an A tier team. But right now, what they're showing us in the present, I think they're looking to move themselves up to like C tier.
Man, they ain't won yet. We've seen this
I just
before.
said if they win that series,
I'm
they'll
just
move
saying,
up
to Chris. Chris is like slowly victory
I'm
lapping.
celebrating. Let's send it back over to the Masters. Finish this thing. Wrap it up.
Chris is making a mess. You
Yeah, he's just throwing
stuff.
stuff.
You want a pen?
I got a pen. I'm good. Thank you. Careful.
Wow, about hit Allie in the face. All right, well, we get ready now for our next map, see if they can close it out. Now, we haven't seen Hacienda Control yet. You mentioned as we get deeper into the series, we haven't seen a lot of reps out of anybody with regards to 4 and 5. Who the hell knows? I don't know. I've thought multiple times LG were winning a series and they didn't. So as much as I want to have belief in them to get it done here, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just put the facts out there, right? In terms of the league, they're 0-4 right now. Still trying to find the first win. So even, LG and their fans, they're just going to be waiting until this says 3 on their side.
Just Control. I know we're going to Hacienda, but Control just in general for these two teams, who are you giving the advantage to?
Yeah, I mean, this is where you do have an advantage if you are LAG. This has been the one game mode for Cloud9 where they have struggled. 1-5 on the year, just trying to find maybe something. This is why we're seeing a Hacienda for the first time, right? Obviously, a new addition to the map pool. I don't think it's the correct edition quite yet, but we're still trying to find those maps. And, it's why we haven't seen it very often.
Well, yeah, I know. As soon as, Ant played it, we were talking about it. He's like, I don't know. I'm playing it ranked. I'm just getting pissed. It's not working out well. I'm like, well, tell me what's going on. And now it was like he broke down why it sucked. I'm like, so it sounds like the offense just needs to spawn a little bit closer, and then it probably work better. He's like, well, yeah. I'm like, so is it the map or just the spawns? And hopefully we'll be able to maybe work on that. But that's what makes it tough, right? It's a really deep spawn for the offense.
Yeah, offense, and then trying to get fences control. It's a hike. It is a hike. And then on the middle point, it's not like the middle hard point. It's moved further towards the defensive side for whatever reason. I don't know.
For funsies, Joe.
I don't know who made that. So on offense, you can't lay behind the fountain and capture the point.
For funsies, Joe.
Yeah.
But as we chat through our additional control added into this season, we take a look at control defense on the season, and this is where New York's got a big advantage.
Well, that's surprising to me. So their offense must stink. If they're 1-5, you're 73 in defensive rounds.
A lot of times, that's what separates control teams. Defense, anyone can kind of hold a spot and play good defense. Offense is the hard one, typically speaking.
Yeah,
it is difficult to be good at controlling offense.
But it's hard to be if you're 1-5.
Yeah,
you're losing some defensive rounds.
You're right. That is kind of surprising to see. So it puts a lot of pressure, kind of on their defense to keep that going. That's the only thing keeping them in games. Can they actually do it? Can they find any improvements in offense? This is where you have the advantage for your LAG. You see them at 3 and 2. The defensive win percentage. Wait, were those flipped then? Those must have been flipped. It must be 7 and 3 for LAG, right?
Okay, that's got to be.
It's got to be for control. If it says defense, if they're 3rd, that must have flipped.
It's got to be.
Right?
Yeah,
I might be talking out of my ass, but I'm going to assume the graphic before that one was flipped.
Yeah, there's no way they're 12.
When you said that, 1-5 to 7 and 3, is that possible? It is, but still, it was surprising. We'll try and get clarification. But now into map 3 we go. LAG trying to close this thing out. Cloud9 New York, they'll be the offense. As they're looking for openings, they are finding nothing.
And then you see 3 and 4 right away. Kismet and Lens, they're going to go block off a garage, and you just kind of see where you're spawning all the way out, and it's just going to take some time. This map is prettier than in Gavutio. It's not raining, and you can see things, but kind of reminds you in that one if you remember that map.
Well, it's
just a hike.
It's almost like there should be one layer of fights between you and the next fight at the site. There's 2 steps, right?
Yeah, it could be.
You got to clear lobby and garage after you come out of spawn. Then you have to make another clearance around the entrance to the fence side, and then you have to fight on the point. There's an extra step there, right?
Yeah, and then again, the middle point just isn't middle. You can see it.
Yeah.
Very much leaning towards the defensive side.
So, we'll see who can maybe get something going on offense, or if this is one of those where every single tick matters, and it's going to come down to a round 5 defense, if that will be the case. But still a bit of time to go. 37 seconds is pause for now, because you do have 1 player on the point. It is contested for now. Attach does find 2. That's the clearance of the player on the point, so the time will continue to tick. Attach is still finding kills, so he's opened it up for his teammates to get here. He drops, though. Priest now back in action. Once you get to this spot offensively, the defenses to work with, you can really make some plays. Just getting here can be tricky. Now you've gotten here. Not a lot of time to work with. Still plenty of lives. That was ludicrous there.
Well, he gets the comms from, I think, Kremp that someone's pinching you right there from top window. I didn't think he was going to go for the gunfight. I thought he was going to wait for Kremp. He doesn't, and there we go.
Bro.
And, well, B is done. So, again, we're just theorizing based off rain, maybe some scrims. But, yeah, maybe get that B point
Well,
done.
once you get to it, once you actually get numbers there, you could absolutely hold it, but it's just getting to that position and hoping you have some time to work with. They get there, they get the cap, you get a insane gunfight win at a max. Sib filters through with a couple of headshots as well, and now you work to get more done here onto A. LAG trying to continue holding here on defense. Avoid like a 3 or 4 down, which put them in trouble before. You've got 2 dead now. You've got 3 dead. Okay, well, as soon as I say you want to avoid that, everyone drops. There goes the final member, and everyone's coming out of spawn. So, spoke that one into existence. Stack it onto the point is Cloud9 New York. Second bit of progress is done. Third ripping and roaring. Offense maybe hasn't been great, but there's an offensive round victory now.
Oh, well, there you go.
Nice. And, well, I mean, what? It was like, I believe it fences. Attach got like 2 or 3 in a row that kind of got them going. Then it was like the comms to Mac to get the insane kill. Sib got one at the same time. But you had like what 5 to 7 like kind of straight kills. Really nice sequence.
Once they got control of the map, LAG did not retain it at all because they had a couple of really good pushes. Does LAG where you're spawning them all the way out. You then saw them push lobby, spawning them garage. That's kind of what you want because if they're spawning garage, that run to B is even further, right? That route just takes so long, but they then lost all their gunfights.
It's like regardless of the map, like if you go 3-4 dead as a defense, I don't care what map it is, you're probably in a bad spot. Like, you just see how quickly it can happen one time, and you never regain composure. Like you never regain map control, and they didn't.
And well, you got 9 kills in a row to finish off that round. New York, and they win that offense.
Had 2 just moments they erupted, and that's all it took. The focus going to be towards B. Lens is going to get smoked as Kremp comes out sliding around the edge. You have an advantage for your LAG, at least for now. There's 1 player in number 7. That'll be Attach playing towards fences. And as they start to progress this onto B, you saw it. Most of the Cloud9 New York players kind of funneled out.
Yeah, it almost felt like they were going to give it up for a moment. Like they were 3 went towards top rock.
Yeah.
Like maybe they were just thinking we're not going to retake this. They're going to stack it. Let's just give up B. But now they might go for this one more time. They found a couple of kills.
I thought that was a call. I saw like 2 out by rock.
But I tell you what, maybe this isn't what we were thinking. B is done, and maybe we're going to start to see this more. If teams start to see a little bit more success on the attacking side, we'll see in the map pool.
No, I mean, first time we're seeing it here officially in a league match, and it's been interesting thus far. Priesta can't win his 1 gunfight on the other side towards rock. You'll have 3 players sit up there now. The only person on the other side of the map will be Kremp, who just dropped. So now you'll start to layer the map. Look to push here if you're Gorillas, mate. So far, you're holding things down towards mid if you're Cloud9.
Yeah, so just kind of learned trying to control top open. On the other side of the map, it's going to be Skies and Lins fighting through garage. They were able to take down Attach. There's just sort of a fight for mid-map control right now. That is going the way of Cloud9. It's going to be 3 dead, and maybe now we start to see that trap. Kismet, though, was able to find one through Secret. Maybe to just buy them some room, give them some space, but quickly traded by Sid.
Well, yeah, this is what LAG is never able to do, right? Kind of regain some stability, get map control again. I mean, thankfully, you got B with a lot more efficiency if you're LAG, so you have more time to work with. And we'll see if they can set this up.
Kismet got through again, though.
Yeah, and he got a kill.
Yeah, he was the one. I don't know how he got to that spot. It looked like they had everything sort of cut off. Did Cloud9 New York, but he's able to find 2 now. Maybe this gets them out of this trap. The problem is, though, you have 30 seconds. Sim hits the dive, hits the slide, somehow able to win the gunfight, and another 3 dead here for Genomates.
I was disoriented in that fight. I assume he was as well, but Sim is still going. 5 straight, 14 and 8. And yeah, you get 2 from Kiz. You think that's the opener, and well, things kind of fall apart. A lot of info there for Matt because he sees 2, maybe 3 cross. The comms come into his teammates. You have numbers there for LAG, so you're able to win it, but time is dwindling. Under 10 seconds to go. They're down 4 lives. They've got to get a body onto the point. Priesta, no one is holding it. Can't quite take the fight, though, but he at least gets onto the point, pauses the clock. 4.4 remaining. See how long he can stay up here. loses 2 teammates that might be there in coverage. It's going to be him and Kiz. As he drops, Kiz has got to get in. Not able to win that final fight. There was somebody top cat as well. He was going to be dead to right. So Cloud9, they get the offensive one, and then they hold server on defense.
Yeah, I mean, a nice little recovery there. I mean, they gave up B, and then they just started to get going. You saw them kind of put LAG into the trap a couple of times, just sort of what it can look like from the LAG side. Doesn't look like a good amount of fun. And the fact is Kismet got them out with like that 2 kills. So that could have been even worse for Gentlemates. But yeah, I mean, at least you get B, but now Cloud9 up 2-0.
Here we go again. Another LAG series. We're going to be going deeper. We'll see. Lens has found 0 success.
Not a lot.
As he is 4-15. 4-16 now. And you got to think he's one that's going to be expected to kind of get numbers on this type of team. If if he's not getting any in a respawn, it's going to be a bad time, right?
Yes, very much. Yeah. No, I mean, you can't have numbers like this yet. From Lens. And yeah, I mean, it's going to happen to everyone. You're going to have some maps like this, but yeah, if they want to win some respawns, you expect Lens to have to go big. His attach, he's on a 5 in a row up to 17-8. Starting to work B a little bit is Cloud9. Well, he's the only one here. His teammates are on the other side of the map, and maybe they transition over to A.
I gotta say, whether he's been like a guy on offense or D, I feel like he's just made insane plays here over on defenses. Just like a one-man stand where he's been able to take out 2 to 4 players. Brilliant bit of work from him. Up to 6 straight, 18-8. We'll see if they can finish A. You're starting to transition over if you were the LAG defense to clear them off of this. They'll pick off attacks. The streak will end there. The point didn't quite finish. It was so damn close. Now, are you going to be able to clear all of that? We'll see how this next little stretch plays out. You still have Trent pushed into your back line, picking up people off a spawn. Lens's woes continue.
Yeah, now maybe just off this Trent play, it's sort of where do we want to go? And well, Kremp, he's just going to pause the clock. He's just going to sort of say, hey, I'm going to try to cause a distraction. Maybe that'll allow you guys to get out. And well, it has. Attach and Civ are able to find 2. The other 2 players in Priesta and Lens now have to work this B point. So with Kremp's 1v1, you can see the white arrows able to get up the map.
And that A still hasn't been cleared. Right, you still have half of that tick forward. I thought maybe they were going to kind of go for it, try to bully their way onto it, stack it, maybe close that out if they're able to. But as these gunfights go down, Kiz is hitting beamers at range with the sub in hand. Attach, well, he's been a warrior over here at Fence's side, but Lens able to maybe get something going. He's up to 8, but most kills he's had around, that's for sure. He's doubled it up through this one. And now where it looks so good for Cloud9 New York, like you thought you were going to have A done, you're in a great position. They might not even get a minute extension here. Might just walk away with the 3 ticks.
Yeah, maybe they're just thinking, let's just close this out. On defense, they're going to have to. Maybe there's one last chance to get on towards A. As you said, it is not done. They did not clear it. So the minute they put 2 players on it, it's done.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Like, I know it's like a mid point out in the open, but you usually want to try and clear that, especially with how close it was. I was about to say, like, if they don't get another tick, what, you win the next offense if your LAG came out of kills, right? It would have been 9-9. So now you've guaranteed yourself a round 5 defense at least if your Cloud9 don't win this. So
they might win it.
Could not be in a big tick, or they just win it and everything I'm saying doesn't matter at all, which is usually the case.
And I mean, you have 2 players on it. There's a second tick done, all because you don't clear the A point. They have to go for this. Kremto, the last one alive. But yeah, now, what, just 4 lives remaining here in the round for Cloud9. Still made it something.
Yeah. No, they definitely made it interesting. Just barely diving back in his sip. He's had a couple insane kills via the dive. And some beamers. Priesta. Forehead gets picked out of the window. A little snap here from Sib. It's contested with a centimeter remaining. Attached to the last one up, and it'll finally end. But by golly, they shouldn't have had a chance, but they did.
If Kiz doesn't get on that point there, he's going on the flank. If he tries to take a gunfight or something, that round's done because both players were on it. You spawn out deep, but Kiz was there, able to contest, buys just that second to get his teammates there for the trade.
Just trying to stress out the fans as much as humanly possible.
Absolutely.
But now you got to get an offensive round win if you are Gorillas. The tick advantage, though, big enough for Cloud9 no matter what. LAG will be looking at a round 5 offense. So they're going to have to win back-to-back offenses. They're going to close this out in 3-0 fashion for the series. Kind of hard to believe in them to do that based on how this one has gone, but who knows? Maybe they'll flip a switch.
Yeah, and then what? He was 4 and 15, so he really steps up, gets 11 in that defensive round. Does
Oh God! Last I looked at it, he had 8 when I say doubled up, so he went nuts towards the tail end of that one.
Started to get going, and maybe he can catch.
What do you know? He gets some slang and they can win around.
Yeah, maybe you get that going in this offense.
No, he really. That's a. Considering you had 4 through 2. Yeah, 11 and 1's pretty damn good. Nice little movement there to give himself a chance in this fight, but he's so weak. He's eventually going to be pushed out. Not going to attach, able to deal with that pressure clean. That is everything you want if you're Cloud9 New York. Back to the drawing board off spawn if you're LAG.
Rough timing there for Tramp. Just as he hits the slide, Kiz gets behind the rock. And it's the right idea. You want to cut this off, but now you can see all of LAG just going to flood on through.
That timing not great for Sib either, like right as he kind of gives up the L trigger. So, I mean, that's about as good as it can get for LAG, though, considering how it started. You go 4 down, you're off spawn again, and then you find every kill after that, outside of what Attach got 1.
They go to B. They don't try to get on A. So Krem just kind of lurks inside a shed. He's only able to find 1, though. It's a good trade from Skies, as Gorilla Mate's starting to work this B point.
Yeah, kill from Lens gives him a little more room here to work with as well. Mac tries to hit the dive. He's not Sib, though, so it doesn't work out. Skies is able to chalk up another one there as Skies has got a sub in hand right now. Well, he's got both to work with, I guess. And that'll be the point secured. So, all right, you're in a pretty good position. Up a couple lives. This is where you maybe struggle, but can the Bulldog get loose? And can Lens continue to step it up? You're gonna need some big plays here to get it to around 5. Kiz dancing with his teammate here, leaves up the Priest to close out the fight. You've got a chance now to at least get on the point. Still a ton of time. Keep working this advantage. Spot attach up in the window, and I guess he's got an elbow sticking out there. I think he thought he got safe behind it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right?
Or
Attach has just played this position right off a spawn early. He just goes all the way through, and with A in the position that it is, if you flip the map, you have a ton of angles on that A point. So he's just waiting patiently. But LAG still finding some kills behind Lens. Priest is just trying to distract, maybe put some pressure on Cloud9 to have to reposition and deal with him on the point.
Well, the big thing for Cloud9, like when they got their offensive win, right? It was like they had a couple 4 downs, or like at least like 3 downs to really put it in. Feels like you're gonna maybe need one of those. I don't know if you have enough time to really like lead the lives, but well, maybe you do. It ends up being, what, a 3 down effectively. So I guess every time I say that, it happens, kind of.
There you go. Cast or curse.
Yeah, curse or blessing or whatever. But the next wave goes the way of Cloud9. Lens and Skies, though, kind of flipped the script. Halfway towards finishing A. Lens is on 5 in a row. Wow, has he bounced back. He was 5 and 20, wasn't he?
I just know he was 4 and 15 at one point.
He was 5 and 20. 5 and 20 and now basically back to even. I mean, this is like Skies' map 1. Starts out slow, goes nuts to get back into it. Same for Lens here. Now suddenly you're looking at around 5. And to be fair, I mean, that was more of an impressive offensive win, even like Cloud9 had. Like Cloud9 has had this, like they kind of hit another gear and had this little stretch of 30 seconds where they were insane and found every kill. You had to work for it a little bit more there if you were LAG. Be disciplined around mid-map. Work through a couple waves of retakes from Cloud9, but they get it done, and, well, okay.
Well, not all kind of started, right? Just think about it. You had the 4 dead, and then it was all just like, if Kremp is able to get to rock a little bit quicker, as soon as that player Jizmate crosses, that's when it just kind of unfolded. Just that one timing, because then they are completely trapped. He gets through, and they just go all the way around to B. That's when they capture that B point.
Yeah, that moment could have gone so differently because, yeah, you're from a 4 dead to like they're capturing a point so quick there. That had to have been frustrating. So you really can't even count out LAG if they have a 4 break based on how it went last time. But, you know, you've got 3 people working rock on your opening. Probably not the ideal situation you want if you are LAG, but what will the timings be like as these gunfights get ready to go? Kiz just kind of holding towards spawn out in Boathouse. You'll see number 6. He's going for a swim, and Kiz is able to hear it or read it.
Well, he broke the window.
Yeah.
So he breaks the window. I was like, okay, well, that's going to be a freebie.
I didn't hear it in my headset, but I'm assuming he got audio there. As he goes through the window, Kid's able to collapse and right back to the other side of the map, just trying to stay up. Now go ahead and reach out, holding, wait for the help to come in from Priesta, avoiding the nade as well. Nice plays here from Kiz. Progress starting to work. Second tick looming.
I mean, you go from, if he loses that one-on-one, maybe there's only 2 players, maybe 1 player here. He takes his time. They're able to get the B point done, and now at minute 40. So great heads-up play there by Kiz. He's 33-28. Destroys Mac now onto this A point. So he's on 6 in a row, and now LAG looking to close out the series.
This is what you want to see out of Kiz, taking over a 99. Kiz popping off here. First tick done. 2 ticks to go. They haven't found a series victory yet, but they're looking for a 3-0 for their first series win, and coming back from an 0-2 hole in control, you go to Devin, and Skies fires back to get 2 of his own. It'll be traded out right after that from Lins. You don't have a body on it for now, but you're up 3 lives, and similar to last time, you just never, this is where you did a really good job not going down like 3-4 and going back to step 1. You kind of always stayed in the middle of the progression here. You always had bodies. Am I saying it again? They're about to go 3 dead?
Yeah, they are, but
okay.
They kind of just like took their time.
I'm just gonna shut up.
Kiz goes all the way through water side. So again, you can see Cloud9, they're literally just looking for Kismet. Multiple arrows are like, where is he? He's trying to, again, find that route to get his team out of this position. But they hunt him down, Kremp doesn't want to overchow, but he's gonna do it anyways with the pistol.
Kiz survived longer than he probably had any right to, but ultimately he did drop. And now, yeah, this is just what you were not able to get in the last round at all. Any kind of space on the map. If you were Cloud9 New York, you just have to hold for 30 more seconds. Max gonna be the interior guy. His timing's a little bit awkward. They fly out. Kremp can't finish the kill, or does he? He's able to get 2. I thought he was gonna get caught and everybody was gonna be in trouble, but he's just able to get enough bullets in. Oh, God. Okay, he's able to finish it. Lost him there for a second.
Gotta get to A. LG's gotta go.
10 seconds now to go.
You have 3 players out. There's a chance.
Sib's gonna drop. 1 player left. Someone's gonna get onto it. They were able to get on with 2 seconds left. That was 3 dead as well. 1 player still looming. They trade that out. We've got bodies here. 0.8 on the clock. 5 versus 6, and away we go. Lins has battled back and now wants to make the play. Pistol out. Greet your maker. They drop 3. That'll do it. LAG on the board with their first win in dramatic fashion. And Sky's smiling for the first time in a month, I swear.
And I'm sorry, Puckett, you were right. You got it right. You got it right.
I'm not that delusional now, am I, Joe?
Yeah, maybe a little delusional.
I am definitely delusional, but I don't know, man. I believe.
You believe.
I'm a believer.
And I think the big thing is, obviously, they looked great in hardpoint, but solidified themselves in that search and destroying. Coming back right there. Listen, this is our first time seeing Hacienda control again. If you watch BO4, this was not a map. It was a hardpoint search and destroy map, not a control map. Right? We played everything else.
That was fun.
Yeah, it showed that you can win some offenses. I think that's what people were worried about, and it's there.
Yeah, we'll see in different matchups and stuff, but that was a whole heck of a lot of fun. What? 3 of the rounds were offensive wins. A lot of awesome stuff to see there. Some awesome plays. Props to Lins from coming back. I think it was 5 and 20 hole at its worst. He ends up going basically even. The Bulldog was out and barking as he puts up 36. And for the series overall, think about it. You had a lot of, everyone just had their moments, whether it was Priest to pop it off in the map 1, Kismet popping off there in the map 3. Lin starting slow, getting going in the map 3. Sky starting slow in the map 1, getting going over the course of it. They kind of all had their stretches and sequences they put in, and that's kind of what we hope for with this team. Everyone would have their chances. Well, there you did it, and you walk away with a victory. It was a close one. The maps 2 and 3 were very close. Map 1, a 60-point Skyline's a pretty good win, but other 2 were tight.
Yeah, and then for Cloud9, it looked like you were kind of trajecting the right way upward. You get your 2 of your best maps 1 and 2, and you drop them right away.
Now the only team looking for a win will be Falcons. Good luck with that. LAG on the board, though. Des, break it down for us.
LAG gets a dub, and I wasn't worried at all during that game. 3-2-0, and then they come back and somehow win 3 rounds straight. So let's talk a little bit about this team. What did they do differently today in the matchup? Is it just the maps this time around?
Yeah, well, I don't think you say it's just the maps, because we talked about the map set. It favored Cloud9 coming into it, especially the first 2. Map number 1, we saw Kismet making some huge plays. Obviously, Priesta in the kill department extremely well. And then we get to that last map there. They had no business winning that round. Sib kind of scammed, I'll be honest. You go back and watch the end of that. Sib should have just played a hard play to kill in the spawn, but nevertheless, you make a mistake, they're going to run away with it. Some huge offensive pressure. Just great thesis on how to play the map.
Now, Sim did drop most damage in the lobby back-to-back games. I was searching, then, of course, it's game 3. Is he giving enough for the team, though?
Yeah, he is. It's hard because you want to put it all on one person, but like the chem and the build of this team just hasn't been able to be on the same page just yet. I thought maybe for a second we saw in this map 3, maybe we'd have another series, but again, you go up 2-0 in Hacienda. And what's even worse about this control to really set it up is not only that have neither of these teams played this and Cloud9 were up 2-0, but it's the fact that Gorilla's mates are a top 3 defensive team, and on this map, they won back-to-back attacks, not only to come back from the 0-2 deficit, but to then win in the round number 5.
I mean, listen, they just made massive plays. I mean, from the moment Kremp got that 2-piece on the right side, the game should have been done. Should have been 100% done. You put them in a box, you trade out. From there, it's over with. But instead, and I hope we take a look at it once again, production, but when at the end of the game, Sib is like behind them in their lobby, and it just gets out of their reach, and that's the problem I've seen with Cloud9 in so many of these.
There's that Kremp double, and then at the end, you got Lins chasing down the kills, and then gets to the hill after a teammate stalls. 0.9 on the clock. They're able to steal game 3, and it's your Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at it one more time. The ladder stall.
Yeah.
Haven't seen this since the sniping days.
Yeah, it's just a wild situation. I mean, obviously, Lins goes a little buck wild here, comes up, he gets the call out on Sib, finds that, and he knows somebody's going to be going for that trade, so Hard plays the kill up top, and what he's thinking there is like, hey, somebody throw me a free kill here, please. And then just the smart play to like not just stack, to go and play the cut to alleviate that pressure with the pistol. One of the cooler plays we've seen at the end.
And then not taking the final chow as well, making sure he stays up. Heads up plays across the board was the difference maker in this one. 2 tight games, but at the end, it's a 3-0 for LAG. Allie?
Yes.
Who's your favorite player to watch today?
Favorite player had to be Lind. What do you mean? We literally set up the entire series for him being like, you're supposed to replace Hydra, dude. Like, there is so much expectation. Your ceiling is so high. And for them to finally get a win on the board and against New York Subliners, who is also looking stronger, it's got to be Lind.
Nameless, I know you have high praise for Cloud9 when they do well, but you also have some fierce criticism. So what do you need to see from this team that you hold to high standards?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just kind of talked about it. It's been the ARs for me since the very beginning for this roster. I don't see like a game mode they're like truly excelling in. They're a tough one to crack, man. I mean, they're potentially one of the teams that make a roster change. I know there is so many talented players down there in Challengers that have been going through the gauntlet. Illy, one of them, like I could really see him getting brought up. I don't want to put roster explosion loom on anybody, but if there is one, to me, it just makes sense for C9 to do it.
Keep your eyes on all the rosters, and hopefully we see all of our current lineups at Major number 1. When we come back, we get a rematch for Minor 1. Of course, it's round 1 where we saw Vegas Falcons nearly take down Optic at a hard point. When we get another close game 1, stay tuned to find out.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the asset. And you get into the Karachi SD just so.
You know, we knew we were going to come in and handle business. You know, they're a pretty team. I don't know what all the hype is about around this match. I mean, look at the scores.
I did.
You heard some words. Scrap and Draza now getting the opportunity to go toe-to-toe. Who gets the final chance to head to Twitter? We're about to find out. What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real, ruthless aggression. Another on stairs, can't get it. It's Krent with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come. Finds the first. Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
Oh, clear. And backward.
Oh, wait, no.
Alley.
Oh my God. Oh my God! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
I set up. Come on the stairs, Nice. I'm looking you. Could be outer. Outer. That's nice. 3v1. Nice, baby. Oh my God. I mean, I'm trying to scam it. They won't even kill me.
Can they be shop scrap? No. Okay. Both in you. I'm in you. We can you. Nice. Our set time.
It's sell. Make him do something.
It's 20 seconds. Nice. Come on. One more.
Roxanne. Mirror on the wall. You say it to me, Roxanne.
Anyone do some breathing with me?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. Found it. Just come in the bottom.
I have low. He has to go top. Low.
I'm gonna help you 2 seconds. Nice. Have your OE. That fight's so bro.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Our first match is in the books, and before we kick off match number 2 with the Vegas Falcons taking on Optic Texas, we have one more thing to do. That's the winner's circle. We welcome Priesta to the circle. It's been a while, my guy. Way too long. And according to chat, you were on the chopping block entering today. Did you feel that pressure personally?
It's funny because I was talking to my stream about it. I feel like that's kind of how it's been my entire career. Like even when I first joined FaZe, they're like, "Who's Priest and why are you on FaZe?" And like I have bad series, and people say I need to be dropped. And then I win, and then they come back. They're like, "Oh my God, he's good." But it wasn't much as pressure as just wanting to win and just as a team just play super confident.
Today, you guys showcased that you had a 1.24 personally, though. What was different? Was it just Skyline allowing you to run the SMG? Confidence? What changed?
Oh, by far confidence. Especially with the last year I've had, and then going into this and not closing out certain series that we think we should be closing out. For me, it's just keeping my mental strong and just telling myself to be confident in literally every single situation. Because when I start hesitating and stuff like that, that's when my gameplay falters.
Priesta, we've seen you at your highest ceiling. We've seen every one of your teammates at their highest ceiling. You know, there's no rookies on your roster. We know what to expect from you guys. Could you, without giving too much away, kind of just give us the hope? What should we expect moving forward from the Gorillas mates heading into Major 1?
Yeah, I mean, going forward, like I said before, the past series that we just played, we felt like we should have won some of those and closed those out. And we're just working out those small little kinks that we have in our gameplay and just trying to figure out how to optimize our gameplay and just play the best we can. And we're just going to keep improving.
The problems have been pinpointed, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Sure, well, let's dive into those a little bit. Search and Destroy, a game mode I expect you guys to be top 2, top 3 at. What's been going on there? From what we've seen, it just looks like the chemistry between Linz and Kismet hasn't been there. Kiz has been getting caught on his own. Can you talk me through some of the issues and growing pains?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing I've been saying. I feel like it's just a confidence thing, just confidence, even for myself, when I was playing in those tournaments and 8s, it was I was making play calls and I was thinking about it, I was in matches, I'm not confident in my play calls sometimes. So I'm just literally just going over and over in my head, just being confident in just everything I'm doing, and just as a team, just going into every single round, just knowing what we're gonna do, how we're gonna execute it, and stuff like that. And when we have numbers, just playing that situation well.
Nice.
Priesta, I know you got beat up while you were on Boston for a full year, but now you're in a New Jersey, and we're gonna revisit the positivity. Final question for you. You're a world champion, but what else should the fans know about the guy with 2 H's in his name?
What else do they know? I mean, I'm not gonna give up, I guess. I can go 0-7 in this stage. I'm still gonna try, and I'm gonna come out swinging. I still have potential in me, and I know I can win events. So even if we're losing, don't doubt us. We're gonna come out and we're gonna do our thing at this major.
He's a world champ for a reason. That's Priesta. Great to see you back to your winning ways.
All right, thank you.
Great to see him still with that positive mentality, grinding throughout all of the hate. We've got another squad who knows a lot about adversity. The Vegas Falcons are taking on Optic Texas today, and Optic, clearly the fan favorites during the minor. Everyone wanted to see Shotzi get 100 match wins. Today he gets number 99 if they take down Vegas.
I love that you say adversity when it's not like literally this tall mountain looming over the Vegas Falcons right now just trying to get a win. But if there's any time to do it, against Optic Texas would be unreal. This matchup was a little bit wonky last time. Falcons were able to take a really early lead, but it's like of Optic Texas, and specifically Kylo Ken really spawning in on the map to pull themselves back into 3-0 that series.
Yeah, you know, looking at this one, I mean, Optic have been great. Obviously, their search, like, they've been good in search and destroy. They lost back-to-back searches to Carolina, where they, like, went the distance. And honestly, Optic had some really good adjustments in those search and destroy. So I still think they're a great search team. They're not as dominant in hardpoint as they were last year right now. So that's definitely something to look at. I think missing Pred a little bit in that HP, guy who can go out there and just take over and drop a bunch of kills. But Dashi has stepped up in that kill department for them, and that shouldn't be a concern in this matchup versus Vegas.
They're finding ways to win. Last time it was a 3-0. We'll see what they come out with in this series. Before we jump into the next team, quick reminder, Optic is hosting Major 2, and tickets are available this coming weekend. So stay tuned. Make sure you're ready to cop them, because if it's anything like Champs, that place is going to be sold out again. Tickets are going to be gone before you even get a chance.
Oh, yeah. The events in Texas are always unreal. The food's unreal, the people, the venue, the setup. Optic always put on a great show.
All right, and on the other side of this matchup, we do have to talk about the other green team. We saw 2 new players come up from challengers for the minor. They only have 1 match under their belts coming into this qualifier match. Tell me about Wixel, Dahum, Roxas, and Xnid. What is the vibe in Vegas?
Yeah, so I was saying that last series, map 1 super close. Xnid, you know, breaking the kill record, going absolutely crazy. And I would just say, like, Wixel and Dahum started slow. By map 3, what I saw was, like, they got way more comfortable. If they felt better on that map number 1, weren't as nervous, they probably win that, and we have a different series potentially going to game 5. So for Vegas, it's about, like, start hot like you did last time, but stay calm and close out these tense situations, because you're getting to good spots on the map.
This match is almost ready, so we're jumping straight into maps and modes. Alley Cat, Optic, last time able to get a 3-0 as you take a look at Vault Hacienda. Any concerns for them this time?
I just got PTSD. We're going to Vault Hardpoint again. If you're Falcons, you're feeling great about the start of that series. I'm looking at this and I'm realizing Optic definitely just feel really confident after the minor, maybe misplacingly so, but we'll see.
We'll see if they get to test out some new maps. Skyline would be closing out games 4 and 5. It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. I'll go first. I'm going with the team we all thought was going to win the minor, Optic Texas.
I'm also going to go with Optic Texas. I like what they show us despite bowing out.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Optic Texas as well. I thought about it for a second, but I'm going to go with Optic Texas. I think they get it done.
Your first qualifier match, and he doesn't take you, Vegas. I don't know, Wixel and Dahum. It's time to shine. We send it over to Miles and Chance. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Desk. A good series ahead of us, a rematch, of course, from Minor 1. But a lot of fun this one should be. Chance, we've got some hot hands, some super shooters there on the side of the Vegas Falcons, going up against arguably one of the, the top dogs in the league. Optic have got a lot to prove still, maintaining this top spot. I feel like the Falcons are getting close. Do you think today's the day?
I think Falcons are getting close to, like, map wins, yes, but not an actual series so far. They haven't really shown that sauce. But one of the reasons I'm super excited is not just is it going to be fun to watch the 2 teams play, we get a Vault Hardpoint for map number 1, and that is where we saw a 50 bomb get dropped, and that was for the L. So if you can get the level of slaying output from the Falcons that they had just a week ago, and maybe play the map a little bit better, you might actually see a victory. But hey, anytime there's a 50 bomb watch, I'm here for it.
Right, the 52, the current record in the CDL world. That's right, the EKA must have been high 80s for that one as well. Xnid, the man of the moment. We'll see if he can bring it again. Not an easy thing to do, especially on a map like Vault, especially against players like Optic. How much have they learned, though, Chance? We've seen Dahum and Wixel now spending a little bit more time with the roster. It should come out a little hotter, a little stronger, a little tighter. Here we go, folks. Map number 1.
Hey, you talk about adjustments as well as, like, what exactly we're going to see. It's going to be fun for both of the teams, because the Falcons' goal is to, like, just get better effectiveness out of your kills. And then from Optic, it's like adjusting to the Falcons' play style. Like Kenny talked about it. It is, hey, the timing's going to be weird. They're playing at a faster pace at different times, playing at a slower pace different times. And by the looks of it, Optic have adjusted to it. They got the absolute blender set up on the map for the moment. A clean P1 hold so far.
So far, so good. Luke's doing what he can. Hardpoint now gets bust wide open. Vegas Falcons are in. No one watches the side door though. Kenny bangs his way through. Can't get anywhere out this life. Kenny, whoa! Kenny Williams, what a turn.
Loves to do it. That's what he has, the jackal in hand. Kenny, Mr. Do-It-All, has been for a long time. And again, Optic, I mean, they started on the, quote, wrong side of the map. They flipped the spawns, kept everything under control. Shotzzy starts off 6-0, and his teammates get to happily collect that hill time. And funnily enough, Hook actually leaves the back spawn open and has the awareness to catch a player. So Optic are heads up about everything, and Shotzzy still can't be stopped.
Enjoying these routes Shotzi's taking. This is a lovely bit of in and out engagement while his teammates are in the hill. This is a perfect example, folks, of how hard it is to deal with a player like this. This is an 8 spree. It could have been 9. His teammates now with pressure on the hardpoint. Dashi and Hook, they're doing a great job there. Kenny on the back line there cleans house. That is perfect, calm, smooth gameplay out of Optic Texas.
Yeah, I love the looks from Shotzzy as well, right? He's like hunting the kills down. He doesn't care if he gets traded. He knows he needs to get involved on the pinch. So you don't exactly have to play for a nuke in this lobby. You play for a dominant win, and more things going right from Optic. Heads up about the spawns. There's one from Kenny. Snaps on the second. He knows where they're coming from and knows how many there are going to be. Optic, they're looking perfect so far on Vault.
Perfect, absolutely perfect. The map awareness right now from the Optic boys is outstanding. The gunny doesn't even have to be that hot. They have got full control right now. Hook puts Exnid down, who is not having the same level of production as the miner. What a moment for the Optic boys now, as they've got themselves P3 chance, full control. Shotzi's going to open up this side of the map for now, and there you go. We're in. Vegas Falcons back alive.
First time in 2 minutes they've been able to set up the map in their way, but a great setup for Falcons too. Got mid-map under control. Exnid has already swung out in position to cover the hallway, and he's catching players as well. So everybody right now exactly where you need to be, but a delicate moment as well. Can't afford to give up these spawns. Make sure Optic doesn't do anything a little bit slippy. So the map is dangerous, but Falcons, they still have the setup for new. They might trade away the final 10 to make it happen.
Big looks again from the Falcons. We've seen them go from a team that only ran 1 submachine gun to a team that seems to be running 4 right now. So again, different looks, different lives, and right now they're doing the very best they possibly can to hold on. Dahoom in the hard point alone gets taken down by Hoog. Now you've got a full break there. Optic in full control, and once again that front line pushed far forward. Kenny number 1 there on the mini-bat. 10 and 8 so far, keeping the bottom side of the map safe.
Yeah, and if you were looking for your momentum of the game, it was it right there. Falcons opportunity. Money Hill were rotating to you. Got the full setup. Trade away from scrap time. They break it down instantly, and well, now it's their playground where they get the setup on a P4 that is a Money Hill, and traditionally a little bit easier to hold. Dashi dealing with 2 on the outside. The one right now from Falcons able to pierce the setup until Exnid does it himself. They break it down exactly when they need to.
You get 3 dead. The bad news, though, the last player up is Hook, and he's fighting for it. Above the hardpoint right now, still trying to keep the pressure. Trades back and forth. When will Kyler Garland send it? Here he goes. Finds one from the hip. Back into the point. Next 10 seconds going to be his. Teammate spawning on this side of the map. But no drama. First set of hardpoints complete. Optic Texas, a commanding lead.
And digging the plays from Hook too. Little bailout moments. Things get, they sour a little bit. You ripen him back up. He even has the hand cannon on, but frankly, I'd like to see him pull it out. That'd be fun. Let the hate flow through you.
It was rated way back in BO4. I think it wasn't a gridlock. He pulled off the perfect 6, no misses. We ain't missing either, chat. We're going for a listen in right now with Optic Texas.
Are you actually one shot? Are you absolute close? Close one shot. One shot to cat. Close. Beer you. Went to me. Beer you. You right there. Close. Open. With the What's up? Okay. Stop cat. Stay close. The lobby or something, bro. Shut. You like kills. Lobby? Put your left here. Lobby. Stop cat at me, bro. I don't see shit cat. I want to take it. What have you dump subs on me? One guy should be new. I see 2. Don't worry, ammo, guys. He's dead. Out of pump. What's this? Out of pump. He's still there. You're lying. Here we go. Out of pump. Watch out. Back to it. Alright, one's cat late. X's cat late. One's cat. One's in there. Dead. One front. There's one inside the rest. Yo, one's in the back. Roxas. I look at you, Tom. Getting back. Tom Callan. I have Tom Callan. We're back there. Tom, one's dead. Nice. Sure. Wait, one shot. It's done. I'm gonna check. Absolute. Nice. Just spawn in the back. You can take a shot. Take a shot. I got time.
I'll kill this guy front, left side.
I left.
One in the back, one in the back.
Go short. You went short. Underneath you. You went already. Hey, look at it. Have to look at it. Wait,
Let him again.
I spun out. This one back. In the back. Once pull. Take pull. In the back. I'm looking at pull. Pull.
In the back, dude.
Nice job, bro.
I'm grabbing this time.
I'm more in the back. I'm staying out.
I stun him in the back. He's not with me.
Be short. I'm just staying out.
Another one in the back.
I'm playing safe new, yeah. I have your short, by the way. He's gonna. One left street. I have it. Two go left street. Two of them. I have it. Let the left yet. Middle. Left, exit. Absolute Ivy, bro. Ivy with one shot. For you, Ant. Through to you. Middle. He's gonna be over you.
It is an absolute masterclass from Hook. 24 and 6 over a minute of hardpoint time. Great comms, lovely patience. He simply does it all.
Repeated 5 sprees in the SMGs right now from Optic. I mean, it doesn't really get better than this. 17 and 8 for Shotzzy, 24 and 6 from Hoop. I mean, you get a guy with a 4 KD. Things are obviously going to be going right. I think Optic have sort of handled the sort of mixiness that the Falcons can bring to the table. They sort of figured them out just a little bit, at least on this map.
Yeah, the team, the Vegas Falcons team, it can be a real whirlwind. It can be a real lightning storm. But right now, Optic Texas have put that lightning into a bottle, and they can do with it as they please right now. Hoop, another 5 spree. Can't get the 6th. We're going back over towards the hard point now. Dashi lining up for the attack. Wixel, pressure now through the middle. Trades are there. And the pinch is done. Roxas gets involved. But again, 15 seconds to go on this point. It's not so much about P3 as it is about the next.
Well, yeah, and 2 players from Optic spawning out as well. So if we're worried about the next, Falcons actually potentially in full control, but Dashi wins a big one over by Art. And the 2 players that spawn on the left side of the map from Optic bail you out, into whom left by himself, looking to make the high impact play.
Oh, he's on. Hold it together. Good shots there on the Dashi. Second man in. The pinch is now there from Shotzzy on the front side. Roxas picks up that, so now you've got it. Great work. Vegas Falcons cross the 100-point mark. They're 90 points away. They've got to string together some sensational hard points, but a little bit of momentum can start working out. You've slowed down Hook. 28 and 9. Sounds weird, but it's true.
You'll take it, but the Whom again, little bailout play. You love to see it. 1 player slipped the net, though, from Optic, got to the back line. That's Kenny and Falcons. Well, 24 seconds left on the time. You certainly want to hold it, but you leave a spawn open. Now things are looking chaotic, but Exnid, this is the player that can handle the chaos. He's up top, and now things are going to get much, much easier for him. Beautiful sequence on the P4. Falcons, they certainly have some fight in them.
Back over to P1, and here's the fight. Exnid brings down Shotzzy, control of the map, and I think he saw that play out on the cross as well. This man is moving. Anyone who's watched his personal stream knows he puts up the numbers, and what a unique aim. That right stick moving and grooving. Over to the Whom once again, patrolling the halls. He's lost Whom. Can he catch him? He can. Falcon still in control, and the shots from the Whom, not enough. Kenny, he's now making the approach towards the hard point. The Chance Optic are on for a break.
Yeah, it's getting crazy as well. I mean, final 40 seconds. Kills being picked up on the left side of the map at Optic. I mean, they're here. They're watching it. Hoop, he's got it covered. Trade's going out in towards P1. Mixy moment by the Pillars, and Falcons come out on top. And, I mean, that's good for the short term. Long term is they're losing bodies. Shotzzy and Kenny give you extra kills. Optic still spawning out over towards P2. And thank God Optic have the spawns, because the kills for Falcons, I mean, they started to find them.
They're finding them every time. The Whom on the front now picks up Kenny as well. My goodness, he's cooking. 2 hard points open, though. That's where you've got Optic Texas making the move. Rotation's not set. Roxas and Exit, they're now inside. Can they clear out the back as well? You've got an opportunity here to hold this one. Kenny now trying to get the approach. He does find one on the back. Still over to Exnid, finding his kills. Inside the hard point. Dashi now trying to make the break, and he does. Optic with an opportunity to hold.
So patient, but you're not going to read this. Free kill here for Dahum. He's got himself towards time, reads the front pressure, traded. Optic stabilized, desperate right now just to fight and stay alive. On the kills department, Falcons have flipped this switch, and Kenny might have flipped it right back. 2 in the feed in a moment to breathe from Optic. 30 seconds on the hill to go.
Not letting anyone get through. Now Shotzzy causing problems. Looking towards the new hard points as well. He is everywhere. He is everything. And right now, he's stopping any progression from the Falcons. New hard points on its way. Kenny moving over. Falcons in position for this one as well. They want the early rotation. They need the time.
I was about to say, those have been nice shots if he collects that kill, but the concussion there to shut him down. So Falcons, they get the setup, and they're winning the gunfights around. You prevent Dashy from getting in a power position. You're happy for it. Xnid does his job. You at least have the information on Hook trying to cross out through P4. And in the meantime, Hook finds the route while Hook is a distraction. Shotzzy gets a man out of time. And things right now for Falcons are super chaotic.
Hook is still a distraction. Xnid on the turn. Nice work. A war of one front now. As you make the play, Falcons try to get back in the point, or at the very least keep Optic out of it. Dash over by Palms. That's going to be a problem. One of the straightest shooters we've ever seen. Finding a couple more alongside Hook. Streaks now from Dahum. Oh, will it connect at the very least? Again, keeping the point clear. It's 2 for Dahum, and you've got a hard point again.
I mean, look, they're just keeping the pressure up. 14 seconds to go, though, and Optic should clear it out. And more important for them, they spawn 3 players for Falcons out on the right side of the map. So even if it is forced to new time, Optic Texas should have control of the map. Those kills from Kenny right there, more or less, are going to seal the deal.
Yeah, Dahum finding himself a couple of kills, keeping the boys off it for now, but it's going to be a matter of seconds. New rotation done. Optic Texas, you are in, and the setups were just too good. Kudos to the Falcons on the bite back, but Optic, too tough to handle there in map 1.
And overall, a more normal game there coming in from Optic. So you prevent the 50 bomb pressure, you figure things out just a little bit, and you make sure you keep it stable, or stable for you, chaotic for the enemy. A lot of good lukes coming in from Hook, especially multiple 5 sprees, but even towards the end where he gets through P4, he's distracting these players, forcing Falcons to have to calm like crazy and pick up all the tiny little things, but it's difficult to do, and that's going to open up things like Shotzzy to find little routes through secret. So Optic certainly just in their bag off the back of Hook.
The back of Hook, 39 and 18, 29 untraded, and just over 4k damage. That is ideal from Hook. Exactly what you want to see. A team starting to make the moves come together. Of course, Hook's only been in the roster now, chance for a couple of months at best. So this is a really nice look for Optic. Again, a team that was already so sound. Hook's 14 objective kills as well, folks. Kyler Garland having himself a map. 1-0 lead here for Optic Texas against their old pals, the Vegas Falcons, one of the other green teams in the league. And moments like that from Hook, huge rotation kills, huge flanks. Man did it all.
Yeah, and of course, on the flip side for Falcons, like maybe did a better job of sort of creating opportunities and getting control of the game. Those P4 rotations, they get the kills, they get the setups, but it's moments like that at this level, you just have to capitalize on, because you know the other teams will. And I think for Falcons, I mean, expected, again, very fresh team, 2 new players on the roster. These things are going to happen, but that's where you look to sort of turn things around. Maybe for some degree of positivity. Dahum might have had a slow start. Dude bounced right back, got a cruise missile, got in the mix, locked down a P4, and found some high impact plays. So the young guns, well, they came to play.
He also had a moment towards the very last P3 in the map where he was basically keeping like 2 members of Optic at bay to keep them out of time. They were still able to win it. There was 13 seconds on the clock remaining. They were sitting at 240. He was really making those moves, just proving to be a very difficult player to deal with. Nice movement, good shots, everything sort of coming together at the end. But again, look at that slow start from them, flatlining right out of the gate. 2 seconds on P1 into nothing out of P2. A huge hold from the Optic boys, and they just sort of cruised that one. Nice comeback though in the second set of hard points there for the Falcons boys, but again, too little too late. We'll see if that hot hand continues going into the search and destroy chance. Stainer on vault, Hacienda for that game of control, which should be a lot of fun. And we get to Skyline. By the time we get to Skyline, these players are going to be so warm and so ready to rock. That is going to be an absolute treat. But first and foremost, Vault S&D, how are we feeling about this one, mate?
It depends on the perspective you're looking for. I think Optic's certainly going to be happy to play on it. Very standard map. It's sort of a cookie cutter in the way that plays out. And honestly, they might be looking at it as an opportunity to show more B hits on offense, try to get different sort of setups and different looks, because Falcons will absolutely fight in S&D. Been their best game mode we've seen from those guys overall. So you know they're going to be able to sort of bring their A game to the table. But I'm looking for a degree of creativity. See like how far you can sort of pressure up on the map and like how creative you can get, just as a test to see what works. So well, it's going to be a good time. Always a good fight with the Vegas Falcon boys, but I know Optic are going to be sort of hungry for the moment.
I think this map, especially, we've already touted the A-bomb site as the go-to hit. The B-bomb site a little bit more difficult to retake so many more angles there. This isn't quite like Checkmate in Cold War, where no one planted the A-bomb site, the one on the far right-hand side by green. No one touched that. It's not going to be the same sort of case. But we'll be talking about Dashy now, folks, when it comes to Search and Destroy. He has been the heaviest hitter, I think, in the league thus far in BO6 charts.
His KD has been outstanding. He's fallen off to a 1.38. He was sitting at like a 1.9, 2.0 for quite some time. So things are looking a bit more normal. Obviously, the clutch is on point as well, leading the league again this year. He's topping that category. And I mean, it's not just for the performances in the CDL. S&D8s have been a lot of fun to watch. Kason throws a tournament. That was a ton of fun to watch. And Dashy is throwing up ridiculous 1v2s and 1v3s in there as well. So he is certainly enjoying him Call of Duty this year. It's been a great time.
Yeah, those were 7 ping kills. Those are the cleanest kills I think I've ever seen in COD. 6 or 7 ping. My guy was putting them through it. Really, really impressive stuff. Pixel perfect gameplay, boys and girls. You'll be seeing a little bit more of that in the upcoming S&D. Again, for the Optic boys, strong looks. We're going to be seeing them flex the playbook a little bit, start to get a little bit more creative here on Vault. We've seen many, many times from them already this season. A-bomb, obviously, a submachine gun player's dream. Over by B, though, that's where we're going to see Kenny and Dashy, and of course, Hook on the flex there, having a little bit more fun with those long-range rifles. Let's get into it in a moment, folks. Chance, any sort of wild calls here? I mean, Falcons, we've seen them get map wins on this mode as well. And we see them get a big one against the Optic boys.
Best potential for them to do so without question, but I'll go with 6-3 Optic win. Like, there's going to be some fight, but I think they're looking very controlled. And another sort of theme for the Falcons is going to be teams' first experience playing against them versus their second. I genuinely think will be a factor. Certainly more so for the respawns, but like, you got to get a feel for the new style. It is something that has been thematic throughout Call of Duty history. When you're playing against Australians for the first time at COD Champs, those dudes were playing S&D differently back in the day, and it could catch you off guard. Different regions have these different flavors. In Vegas, well, I say Vegas, teams from Saudi, they're bringing a different flavor to the game, and I'm gonna have to adjust to map 1, slammed them on the vault. I think you try to adjust for the S&D as well. So I don't know. I just want to be hit, frankly. For me, I don't care. That's all I care about, Miles.
There's a good chance we get it. There's a very good chance that the man on screen there might be the one to run that bomb down over towards that B side of the map. Any one of the players who typically runs the bomb there for the Optic lads, we'll see if he does that at this moment in time. No, it's going over to Mr. Hook. Will he deliver the goods? A looks to be the target. And an explosive opener, but nobody's home just yet. Oh, wait a minute. Exnid somehow picks out Shotzzy first blood.
First blood, you'll take that. Bomb is going to go down, so Optic get to test their holds. Vegas Falcons get to test their retakes, and well, Dashy's got the hallway. Kenny wins a massive one-on-one gunfight cross map as well. So the odds have been exchanged, and Dashy gives you the advantage. Not a lot of teamwork rolling through just yet.
Perfect reach out. Oh, and Dahum sends it. A little bit of damage in there from Dashy, but now you've got another player to contend with. 20-odd seconds remaining here, and the Falcons are starting to take flight. They line up in the middle. No, the timing not ideal there. Kenny gives it up for a second. Oh, Hook on the wrap. We might be seeing some shenanigans here. Onto the bomb. Dahum with the quick coverage. He's got to cover a lot, and I don't know if it's going to work out. Optic Texas down a man in the round.
Instant 3v4, and one of those moments for Kenny where he just catches a pick on the opposite side of the map, and that was a long-range gunfight that came through. So that's one Vegas Falcons player down. Then Dashy isolates another play in the hallway, wins a difficult gunfight, and the trades just take too much time. So especially, I mean, that's the name of the game. You get the man advantage. You got to get the trades. ISO chows are only good when you win them.
Wise words. Round 2 on its way. Falcons attack. Falcon go. Falcon punch. Falcon plant. Falcon swipe. Exnid. Oh, stuns up Dashy. So now you're going to be on a bit of a wrap. Plenty of space here, but perfect check there from Shotzzy. Cracks the door, checks left, slides right. Easy kill, first blood.
And a much different minimap as well. It's man advantage from Optic, and they have control of everything. Kenny backing players down. The bomb is yet to move itself out of spawn, and Dahum trying to make plays with it, but now Kenny's in a god spot. He can see the push coming. Can't deal with that. Vegas Falcons want to reposition and work towards the A site, and that means you're dealing with Shotzzy. That means you're dealing with Hook and how good their coordination could be. Good luck on this one. As soon as Shotzzy get this intel, Hook's going to pounce.
Yep, they've seen him. Waiting for it. Here comes Hook. There's number 1. Oh, we're going for the AR, but he doesn't realize that player's still behind him in corridor. Dahum has up the brakes somewhat. Roxas with a tag. Roxas with a kill on a Shotzi out of seemingly nowhere. So 25 seconds to party. Kenny turns it into a 1v2. Who can Dashi take down the whom?
Ooh, he's going for the A side as well as the Jackal, so maybe he wants to keep things up close, but just gets caught. Yeah, Optic Texas not going to let that one slip through, and maybe I want to change my 6-3 prediction there, Miles. Maybe a little bit more dominant from Optic, because this has been clean and efficient. The setup on point, I mean, you get that first blood from Shotzi, they get all the map control, and then no mistakes made. Hook plays a corner in the middle of the map. Shotzi roaming the top hall, no one over Chals, no one over commit. Shotzi gets the info and sends Hook in for free kills. Textbook Call of Duty being played by Optic Texas.
I will say, no, you don't get to change your pick. Like Ali tried to do it before during the break in the earlier match. Like, I'm going to have to change. No, you don't get to change those picks. They do not get changed. All bets are off, folks. 2-0 lead here for Optic Texas. And Hook might have eaten the nade that time. Yeah, takes the damage. Is this necessarily enough to get the Falcons in towards the bomb site? Not so much. They're hitting the pool, and they are not there for a chill time. They are there for the retake.
Hey, now Hook just gets to play the bomb, though, and look forward, and Dashi also gets to play his life around the hallway, so they're funneling them through over towards the pool side of the map, so a good setup from Optic, but Dashi loses the first gunfight, so Falcons again with man advantage.
Here we go. 25. Shotzi at one end of the vault, Hook at the other. Kenny now making his long wrap. He's about to pick up a couple here. Eyes on Dahoom. Eyes on Roxas downstairs. Now Kenny not going to overbite this one. Hook loses his gunfight to Wixel. Sends it on the inside of the site. Kenny on the late wrap. Oh, what a win from Exnid. This could be the round. Do they get on the bomb? Oh, it might be 0.1 of a second. I think they got it.
They got it. You were exactly right. It was 0.1 or 0.3 on the clock. That was so close. And that could have been another man advantage situation. Falcons do not clutch, but they got the job done, and that just comes down to the 1v1 gunfights being won. You don't want to have to take the ISO gunfights, but if you don't give yourself time to work with, you gotta win them. And both Wixel and Exnid deliver. If I'm honest, that's one of those moments where Kenny in the comms goes, God, what are they doing? They're going so slow. But it works out when you're dialed in like that.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Wixel just took a really good, deep exhale. For a moment like that, 2-1. Do you want to change your pick again, mate?
I'll stop flip-flopping. I apologize. I'll stand on business.
Stand on business. Exnid download by the bomb site. Wixel way out. I think he got spotted there by Kenny.
Oh, yes, he did.
Nice nade. The kill team being sent in to take care of him, but it shots you down low. Might get caught out here from some awkward timing. And Wixel, his life is not long in this round. Easy pickups there. 2v2, 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's a moment where instincts need to take over. There was 2 players behind Wixel, and he gets caught. But also for Optic, not a lot of time to work with. Hook's cleared out one section of the map. You got to converge on site. And in the meantime, the Falcons players making moves. You got to go, gentlemen. Find these 2 kills down low. Exit into corner. Wins the gunfight. Both the Falcons player win their ones. A little pop-off and excitement. That was a well-executed round.
I saw a chef's kiss and everything, man. This is amazing. I'm loving this. Exnid's nice work here from that tight corner. The setup was on. We saw, Dahoom was doing laps, and Shotzi was half a step behind seeing him in nearly every engagement there. The equalizer found there by the Vegas Falcons. How far can this momentum take them?
We'll see. They've been getting the man advantages too as well on the defensive end, even with the bomb plants going down. So believe in their ability, at least to find these first bloods. Optic, another standard push, attacking the A site, going through the hallways. Kenny left over towards gold to watch B Street. Dashi to protect the pool. And Dahoom down low, it is an SMG square up there getting active.
Oh, it's active indeed. Dahoom, able to hit the first kill and get away with his life. Nice work on the left stick. Kenny is going to run into Roxas. Runs into nothing but trouble. 2 clean kills here for the Falcons.
Kick the door into death. And they know they have the bomb down as well. Shotzi gets caught. Roxas out here making plays. It is Dashi though, but in an impossible situation with bomb down as well.
Good.
Can't count him out. Just let him get to work.
Good. This only makes it more exciting. 35 seconds. Here comes the attack. And he was feeling it. Wixel finding the last kill there. Falcons a perfect round.
Bringing the energy too. I see Roxas in the comms after the end, popping off, getting hype, and maybe making another play call because it was Roxas with the reads in that round. Win on Kenny was huge, picks up Shotzi as well, so taking care of business and much more effective now with the man advantages. Maybe Falcons sort of finding their flow just a little bit, certainly playing with some confidence.
Yeah, I'll
Chef's kiss. Yeah, you were not kidding. Wow.
He loves it, bro. Wixels, I'm on 2 in 2 rounds now. Cooking up. Something special here with a lead now for the Vegas Falcons. We'll see if Optic here on defense can find any speed or surprise to catch the Falcons unaware. But right now, it looks to be good. Exnid on the approach. That's Dahoom over his shoulder. Another first blood.
Please go plant the bomb. Please go plant the bomb. Your teammates got the art. Move over towards that B site. Someone watch Secret. Number 5 just running past. But they get the bomb down. It took them a little bit to sort of get the situation, but now the situation is made of gold. This is the best situation you could ever be on in an attacking round.
And the frag grenade explodes, takes care of the card, doesn't take care of any players. Shotzi now. What will you do on the retake here, brother? 30 seconds, we're in the red. Kenny
There's
down.
Nothing you can do.
There's nothing. Kenny down. At great range, you pass the information over to Dashi. Can he find any kills up close? No, he cannot. Dahoom with another clean one. Shotzi now forward, and another sensational round from the Vegas Falcons.
I'd again talk about the play call. I have no idea who's making it, but either Wixel or Roxas was the ones being motor mouse at the start of the round, and they found the B hit that I was looking for. Perfectly played, hunted Hook down, got everybody into position through art, pushing players past, and even Roxas being cheeky. He's overplaying gold. He leaves the top door closed. Shotzi clears it out, and he ends up behind enemy line, so might not have been the most impactful kill, but ideas being thrown out left and right. Maybe shout out Clay.
Maybe. Him and Lou putting in the work, clearly. Oh, 4-2. It's been 4 straight rounds so far for the Vegas Falcons, and they've just caught wind of another player. And now, Dahoom on a 4 spree. Red dots all over the place, and they're running in tandem together. A fast plant here by A, but wait a minute. Oh, Kenny, what a win. On site now for Optic players. Dashi on the back line. Catches out Exnid. Massive advantage for Optic.
Supine players are impossible to spot. And by the time you kill Dashi, well, 30 seconds left to go. And Wixel and Roxas need to pull off something crazy. Well, Roxas gives you a 2v2 and Wixel gets away. Problem is, they're still running out of time.
Wixel banged that door with a knife. Roxas down and out. 1v2. Less than 20 seconds to go. Wixel might be able to get at least 1 here off the bomb, but good luck finding Shotzi on his tail quick. Hook seals the deal. Optic finally stop that bleeding.
Yeah, and you see the adjustment being made from Optic as well. It's typically been Kenny playing out towards goal. This time it's Dashi being responsible for the long line of sight. And how does Kenny want to play it? Does he play it like Dashi does by pool? Not at all. Pulls out the Jackal, gets in the mix with the boys as well. So Optic, again, on the creative front, they've shown a few different ideas with the A hits. They've been consistent on the bomb site, but they've done something different every time. So always fun to figure out what works and what doesn't. See how many tricks you can sort of add to the pile or little tweaks to any given setups. Still, though, it's Vegas. Bomb in hand, man advantage, or excuse me, round advantage as well. Man advantage goes to Dashi.
Not anymore, right? There you go, Optic. First blood. Chelsea waiting for the call from the boys. That nade is perfect. Oh, RC car eliminated. Hook from deep spawn now is going to have to make the run up towards his boys. Optic have done a lovely job here on defense, maintaining map. Vegas have got nothing to really work with.
They're going to need some time to go their way, and it absolutely does. Dashi just caught in between mid and in between Hall, and got a 3v3. And coming. Plenty of time to work with. Just no space on the map.
Shots, he's coming. Here he is. He's just slowly making his way down the stairs, and that's the problem. A nearly unreadable position. Talk about off angles, and then that. Obtuse, if you ask me. Man advantage to Optic.
A great player came on to whom as well. Just the snap back of like, why is he doing that, brother? Like, okay.
Oh. Roxas caught out. 1v2, last man. Wixel finds himself in this situation once again. And this is for the equalizer for Optic.
Able to get the bomb down, but with an AR in hands, it's going to be tough.
That certainly helps. Gets himself. Oh no, the sub. Kenny there with a perfect angle from top pool, just gets enough damage and a shoulder thrown, a shoulder that was his demise. Optic Texas tie it up 4-4. What a search we've got here.
Yeah, just another clinical round towards the end. Shout out to Dashy for giving you the first blood. And even though he does get picked and there's no immediate trade, Shotzi still in good position and keeps that man advantage flowing and perfectly played it towards the end as well. So Optic on point, and I'm still waiting for the B hit from them. Maybe they'll just have another idea for the A site, or if Optic are just sort of churning through every single thing they can do. Kenny or Dashy, who's playing out towards gold? It's actually Kenny with the bomb in hand, so more similar to what we saw the round before. Shotzi through the middle of the map.
Pass it towards B. A little bit of love towards A. Again, once you have the down low covered here on Vault, you've got the choice between both bomb sites at great pace. Vegas Falcons are going to let this plant go down, and it's going to be a 4v4 retake, lads. Good luck, have fun. One angle for Mook.
That's a lot of time spent before you start making moves. To whom, though, doesn't give you the first blood. So another man advantage retake with not a lot of time on the clock. Vegas, they live for the chaos.
They certainly do. And here comes Chaos, and his name is Dahum! 3! Oh, lordy! Wahali, they're on the bomb and they're on the defuse. Can Shotzi do something unbelievable? There's the first. Oh my word! 10 seconds. Map point, Vegas Falcons.
And Dr. Dahum out here in the mix. Good lord. And like, that was an ISO play too. He was the only guy working the flank, finds a pick, goes back through the middle of the map, and just gives you two. So Falcons, I mean, maybe the individual prowess is going to be the difference maker for that pop-off potential. Every round they are in seems to be just so intense, but these guys live for it. They deliver.
Dr. Dahum sweeps in for the 3. It would have been a fantastic 4 indeed, but he wasn't necessarily there for it. They hopped the defuse as well. Everything working out there for the Falcons. What a retake, folks. They let that bomb site go early, and they made Optic pay. Map point, and attacking around for them. Can they close it out?
I could possibly, man. These guys are playing with passion as well. They're trying to bring the heat, bringing the car explosions, and Wixel, well, he's not going to bring anything with his life. He's going to fall, and if you're Falcons, maybe an opportunity to hunt someone else on the other side of the map. There goes Dashy, and you can get this bomb down, so you lose the first blood battle. But unfortunately, no one's here to help their boy on site, so Exnid almost assuredly going to die, or World Star Shotzi.
World Star Shotzi, unbelievable, 2v2. Hook now dancing. The battle down low by the bomb site could get very explosive. Roxas with the win! And that is the Falcons. They bring down Optic in the search and destroy. They start the series 1-1, and what a pop-off.
How about that, dude? The passion flowing, the play calls on point, and these guys are getting active on the map. Difficult to play against, and Optic do just look a little bit stunned. Have to figure out how they just got taken a task on Vault, because things were looking good for a minute, but a collapse towards the end. We have ourselves a tied up series. Even battle so far in the CDL.
But yeah, don't worry about those stats, folks. That does not reflect anything that happened in this game of 10 minutes of exciting Call of Duty. 6-4, you weren't too far off the scoreline there, brother. And now for something completely different, folks. Hacienda Control, a map and mode that gets religiously vetoed in ranked play. Let's see if it happens here today. Well, this is going to be interesting. Again, I don't think we've had a tremendous amount of success when it comes to the Falcons' chance on the map and mode, but hey, we all get to see something new today, folks.
And the fact that it's Hacienda is going to be interesting because you have a lot of opportunities to create a bunch of different looks. So I think this might be two teams bringing in very different ideas. It's just going to be a battle to see what works.
Spicy, spicy series, boys and girls. I'm going to have to go get myself a glass of milk while the desk breaks for this one down.
The guns are hot in Vegas. Well done, Falcons, as they tie up the score 1-1. But we're going to start all the way back at the beginning of this series. And name was, I wanted to get your thought. When you saw this matchup on paper, you're like, oh, we just saw this a week ago in the minor. How did you see this playing out?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought the map one could be close again because of just how hot the guns started on the side of Vegas Falcons in the last series that they played. And in this one, obviously, Optic get away with it. But you saw Dahum so much more comfortable throughout this one. Map number 1 puts up a ton of damage. And then in that search and destroy, which I can't wait to get to, they look damn good.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this series. And Allie, you were saying it in the green room. The intensity is there for the Falcons. You can see it in their cameras. How was Optic playing in game 1?
Optic was playing great in game number 1, and what I was so impressed about in game 1 was the fact that it was the hoop show, and that's what we saw versus Carolina as well. When they took that map number 1 off of them during the minor, it's because Hoop was just having his way in the respawn. Unfortunately, that did not translate over to Search and Destroy, but for the sake of Hardpoint and Optic Texas fans, this is looking really good for your SMG duo.
And I think he was watching the pre-show. He heard your comment about Pred being that guy who could take over. It's like, watch this, hold my beer.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, Hoop gets going. He was going nuts. I mean, I think he was like plus 28, 34 and 15. The guy was going insane. And you could tell Optic put more priority on the P2s. That was what cost them last time they played Falcons on this map. Was like just Falcons were very good at setting up on P2, which ultimately in the end, like Falcons could have come back if they were able to break, but Optic just so much more priority there. They're able to take it. But yes, if Hook's putting up performances like that, then they can be the Optic that we know in Hardpoint from last year that won a world chip.
There's the new faces, Dahum and Wixel for the Falcons, and you saw towards the end there, Dahum pulls out the cruise. The man earns himself a streak, so the gunny starts to heat up. What happens in game number 2, Alley Cat?
Well, game number 2, it was the Dahum show, right? I mean, 11 non-traded kills across the board and 3 floods. And what's so important about that is in map number 2, when you talk about Search and Destroy and Optic Texas, they need those opening duels. That is where they find 90% of their success. They're one of the best converting teams if they do get that first blood. And Falcons clearly did their VOD review and went up against that.
And we have a 2-0 start for Optic. Yeah. And it's 4 straight rounds from Falcons. How do they battle back?
Yeah, I mean, dude, truly, like, awesome gameplay from them. Great adjustment to the Search play. I think it's the first time we've seen them play Vault. We saw some rounds on offense that, you know, they get the bomb down at B. And, you know, Rox is sitting in the building, and me and Joe were looking at him like, dude, he's not really doing much right now. But honestly, it's not a bad play because you know Shotzi's going to be trying to make a play in your base. So just like playing patient and like not getting picked, one thing is huge. And then they had some awesome retakes. Like late in this game, like they get bombed, or Optic gets bombed down low, and then Falcons just kind of just all pinched from different directions and find their kills, playing off each other, just something that they weren't doing. And then the ability to just actually close out a game when we get into these final rounds, like take your time and let Optic make the mistake. It's what we've been waiting for from Falcons.
I think you've made a really good point there about the fact that their patience, I think, has been kind of setting them apart in these Search and Destroys, where usually we're watching people second guess themselves, constantly on the move, constantly watching different angles, where Falcons, they'll just kind of sit back and hold an angle for a hot minute and try to play the timing, and they did that incredibly well in the map number 2.
You know what this means to the Falcons? They've been watching North American COD. They've played in Challengers. Now they get their chance to play the most popular team, and they get a map win in Search. Looking forward, can they take a control Hardpoint or eventually Game 5?
We've seen them come close, but it's about how they finish, man.
Nameless?
I mean, we've seen their skyline come down to early on. Remember, it was a map that they kept on playing. This is a new roster, and I'll harp on the point once again. Dahum looks way more comfortable in this series. So if you start getting some big moments from Xnid, yes, they can take another map for sure.
For me, it all comes down to, are the players still jacked up? Is it still up here, or did you now crash? Miles and Chance, let's find out.
Nothing has gone down. It's all still up. We're all still very, very much ready for this. And again, we're ready for a bit of Hacienda control. Chance, I actually have no idea where the zones are because no one ever lets me play it in ranked. And I wasn't going to go into a private match and figure that out myself. I'm not going to do it.
Well, it's a good thing you have me then, Miles. I know exactly where the zones are, and they're fun to set up. It's one of the weird ones where, like, the B zone might be easier to capture, even though it's a lot further away, because A can be a blender. But we did get to see LAG and C9 play it in the previous series, and it was a ton of fun as well. I would say with how, like, spawn trappy the map can be, it's those moments where everybody's actually out and about on the map. The teamwork has to be perfect. So that's why I think it's going to be a really fun look between these two teams of how much can the individual prowess, the pop-off potential of the Falcons. Is Xnid, the 50-bomb guy, going to go crazy? Is Dahum going to be Dahim for the map 3? Or Optic be able to contain these players? It's cheesy, but we do it. We got the chef's kiss.
We've got plenty of chef's kiss. And a possible chef's kiss moment here because, again, not that much Hacienda data for either team. So this could be a fantastic opportunity for the Falcons to steal a big victory away from Optic Texas. Same thing on the other side. You know, Optic Texas are always well rehearsed. They're very, very well versed on all the maps and modes we play here in the COD League. A professional team through and through. And yeah, we've got a bit of a mismatch here when it comes to the Vegas Falcons chance in the attack. It's the best team in the game and the worst team on attacking rounds.
Of course, though, these stats are overwhelmingly vault control, so Hasi will be a different look, but if you have a 1-in-9 record on attacks for a vault, well, that means the coordination in these moments where you're forced to hop on the objective in a certain way can be a little bit difficult to orchestrate, and I think Hacienda will be even more difficult on the attack than Vault is, so potentially bad signs there, but maybe Vegas will be hopeful for it, because again, even on the offensive end on Hasi, you just run like past 10 and you just constantly spawn him out like towards boat or depth spawn, and you can spawn kill relentlessly. So creating the moments is what you're going to be gunning for. But obviously the records tell a pretty distinct story.
Well, this story is being written as we run it. This is going to be a big one here again for the Falcons. Optic to take the lead in the series as well. To Hacienda we descend for a game of control, folks. Of course, the A zone smack bang in the middle of the map. B out there by tin. Looks like we're absolutely sending it.
Oh, yeah.
Are we going all the way around? We might be. I don't hate it.
I mean, well, it's like the least important part of the map in the sense that Optic off the rip didn't even bother to send anyone that direction at all because you just hit the one lane where there's no zones. But now you've done a full lap. It took you 30 seconds to get here, but you made it to the B zone.
You're in, and now you got to pinch. It was one side of it. Yeah, trains are there. Roxas got to go grande. Cannot do it. Dashi finds his, and the second for Big Bruce. Zone safe for now. Dahum on the way up from spawn. Hey, if it works out, great. If it doesn't, tough. You got a couple more lives to throw, and you got just under a minute.
Yeah, just that whole 30 seconds thing to hop on the objective is not ideal. Even for C9 and LAG, what we saw, a lot of opening breaks where just nobody watches the rock section of the map at all, because yeah, you don't entirely need to, but now Dahum has made it to the zone. He's got Roxas here as his backup and wins the first gunfight. So the entry you were looking for, Dahum just needs a little bit of help, though. And Hook's going to fall, but in the meantime, so does he. We got a square up by the B zone.
B zone is still going, man. It is not stopped. The smoke has barely cleared the air. Enough of the frags over there. And a lot of work here being done by the Optic boys. Kenny, two on the outside. That is humongous. Dashi now pressing forward. The A zone not getting any love whatsoever. 20 seconds to go.
And good reads on the corner, I suppose. So there's the first two kills you were looking for. Dahum, even with the movement, able to get out with his life. So if you're the Falcons, you know at least Hook is going to be behind you. But then, of course, off spawn, you get caught trying to take a route, but you win the gunfights on the front. 12 seconds left on the clock. Falcons have made it to the zone.
Kenny's doing a lot of work there with the damage into Dahum as well. Now the first segment cleaned up. Nades from Shotzi unfortunately cleaned him up. And now Dahum, he and Exnid lay prone behind the safety of the trophy, and a big win out of Exnid. Second segment done. No, wait.
I was about to say by himself, though, and his teammate does win the gunfight up top. Plateau Exnid just wants to buy a little bit of time for Roxas to help him out, and at least Roxas covers it, so now you know where you need to look on time, and Exnid reads the outer route, but he does get traded. Optic want them off this zone. Still a battle, 5 seconds to go.
Dahum sends it. No time. Doesn't hit the go button. Hungry for the push, hungry for the kill, and Optic off the point. Find themselves the time.
Yeah, and just one of those moments where Kenny's looking at it, he's like, you got the kill in 10. Why aren't you challenging? You're just a little bit behind on sort of making those heads-up plays. And, I mean, frankly, with all how things worked out, there's 5 seconds left on the clock towards the end. If they just didn't take that opening break, maybe could have had a little bit more time to work with, because when they were just battling through the front, they put up a good fight. That is for the opening breaks to be discussed later. Optic get their attempt at offense.
Well, the B zone got a lot of love there. 2 segments that will come with us into the sort of end of this map. Clear out the top side of dark, nobody home, so now we're going to make our way over towards the zone. Optic prowling the corridors. Shotzi brought down by Wixel, all 4 dead.
And all 4 dead is the golden situation. Everybody sprint up, get control, trap him in there, spawn. Exnid, he's found his credit spot. He's good for 1, does get traded out, but he gets all that information. Optic flooding through towards the B side. Dahum's here for the trap. You get number 5, Wixel covering the right side as well. So this is the setup you're looking for, and that is 40 seconds burned off the game clock. Optic, no progress made.
Yeah, everyone's giving the A zone, you know, a wide berth, a dirty stick, if you will. No one's going for it. Easy way to stop the clock, easy way to buy some attention here. And Dahoum cleaned up off the point, shots you with a slow cap now. He's got Hook covering him here. I was going to say, get on the point, mate. Dive on in. Coverage there. No, not going to last much longer. Shots from Shotzi. First segment done.
Yeah, no trophies though by the looks of it, so he needs his teammates to come and help him out, and Kenny is there. Fantastic pre-fire to do some damage, and Shotzi, here's the one-shot call out, and he pounces him, Kenny, and Hook. Nice little trifecta of teamwork in that moment. You keep the pressure up, you let Shotzi continue to fry. There's a 5 spree, and there should be the B zone with it.
Maybe. We've still got Dahoum now trying to make a last-ditch attempt. Red, dead, dealt with. B zone in the bag. Hook's in your spawn. Because why not, boys and girls? Now we finally go to the A zone. Kenny finding his kills. A minute 30 to play and a slight lead for the lives of Optic.
Yeah, and Optic just want to clear out Wixel, and then they'll be good to go. But Wixel leaves his mark on one side of the map, and Shotzi falls on the other. But it's a Hook on one side of the base, it's Wixel on the other. It is spawn kills central. Which team is going to be the first to get out? And I think Optic are going to get it. Falcons have given up a ton of map pressure. And in the meantime, guys like Dashy trying to capitalize.
Oh, capitalize with a capital letter. Over the top, Kenny. Last man, a minute to go. Only 2 lives separating our teams. Map presence now being felt by the Falcons, pushing out towards Rockside. They've got themselves out by the archway either as well. Shots from Hook. As now you've got yourselves a little bit of a space to work with.
And if you're trying to learn how to play this map, if that A zone is any indication, if Hook's pulling out an aims off spawn, prepare for the ranged gunfights in the hallway. And it looks like Falcons came prepared. 3 down in the feed. It is only a Kenny behind you. And Exnid, his credit corners have been on point. He was ready for that flank.
Oh, wow. Dahoum, intel. Players making their way out through vines now over towards that B side of the map. Exnid still in his credit. Lets Kenny get by. Roxas from down low now with a little bit of attention. 15 seconds to go. Somebody has got to get on this and stop the clock. Kenny will be the man to do so. Trade's now nearly done. Are they able to catch any more players out? It's a guessing game. When you guess it, you lose it.
Oh. It's still Exnid though. That's the last man standing. He has been over by that flat corner for the longest time, but I guess keeps his life long enough just to get Optic off the zone, and that is gonna do it. Last ditch effort, shut down. Back-to-back defensive wins. Falcons are on the board.
Yeah, it's a tough map. It's not an easy map to play control on. We also don't have a lot of reps on it either way, so Falcons, take what you can. Couple of giggles here, and a little bit of frustration there from Dash in the top right. But the Falcons certainly having their way with them in the defensive round. Still a sweat. Ooh, watch out to him. Swapping sides once more. Again, I've got no real idea the way this is going to go down. All the usuals are out the window. Again, for the Falcons, man, this is just a brilliant opportunity to steal a big map away from Optic.
I do not like when players are facing right. That to me looks like a Lambo hit. Dahoum and Exnid, 2 SMG players working the outer lane. Wixel and Roxas, the AR is going up top. They want to capitalize and get this hall controlled. Look who's here to meet them. SMG square up towards the middle of the map. It is going to be a trade fest. Who comes out? Last man standing, Exnid. That is the 3 spree. That is pressure now for the Falcons.
He's got eyes on nearly everyone coming out of spawn. He could have caught those players coming through the boathouse. Dashy dips out. You're getting worried about the stun checks here. The boys are all going to go towards B on the attack. Hook's ankle spotted out. Dahoum, a deep nade. Keeping Optic on their side of the map for a long time.
This is just a standoff battle. Exnid trying to keep everything contained, but ends up one shot, doesn't get traded out, wins the big one. His spree stays alive, and now you snap into position, go for the spawn kills, everybody else get to the zone.
He caught Hook, he had to push him back. The spawn trap is certainly here. A couple of players spotted out going left-hand side. Damage dealt. Exnid dancing, grooving, gunning. Hook down, 3 dead again.
He's roaring too. That's a lot of pumps, but that's because he's moving towards the spawn. Maybe an overheat of a moment, but you will take it and then some. You at least get that B zone. And you got a 6 life advantage as well. Falcons, they're bringing the heat.
Yeah, Dahoum starting to heat up as well upstairs now, trying to get that lock back in. You had Optic pinned on their side of the map. No one was getting out. Falcons forward. Dahoum, what a slide. Dashy eviscerated. Life lead for the Falcons. And now they've got a lot of position to work with.
And that Lambo spawn just gets opened up as well. So 3 players from Falcons, but you have Shotzi. He's cutting off basically 90% of the map in the spot he just played. And, well, the things that are open are more towards the hallways, more towards mid. So Shotzi just comes to his teammates. This is exactly where you need to look. And you can tell with the concussions, they know what the situation is. Optic staying ahead of the game.
Well ahead of the game now. It's coming up on being ahead of the kills slowly but surely. 1 minute 10 to go. No one has been able to make their way towards the A zone. Not a stack, not a single step. Shotzi, nice work again, patrolling the hill. Exnid knows he needs to get out of time. He's not going to be able to get onto that point. Slow things down in a big way as Optic are 1 kill away from tying up the life lead.
And Shotzi's just reading these players, right? He knows that Exnew was the guy that was over towards the zone, but he plays up top because he is not the one that is forced to move. But once he gets an opportunity to move, he finds himself a little palm tree. And again, he can just feed information, spots a guy in secret, gets a kill, and he might get traded, but he just got info on 3 players. Optic can snap into position, and you're losing the gunfights, but you still got who can dash you alive, keeping the play going.
Dash will be the next line of defense. He knows the boys are on the zone. Now, process of elimination. Last corner. Easy reads. Bit of a team shot there as well. 25 seconds to go. Optic still finding kills all over the place. Who can't snap into that one? Wixel and the Falcons finding theirs wherever they go. Shotzi right back into lobby. Can he catch a few players? The dodges the knife! Can't get a second. Sensational moves in the final moments here. But you've got a man on A. Second segment. Done. No.
Oh,
wait.
Yeah, he wins the gunfight, though. He wins the gunfight just to keep the pressure up. That's what you're looking for. Basically no respawns remaining, but Exit is still here. Gunfights in front of them. Falcons give you 2. Falcons give you 3, and they give you the round. Optic were handling them on defense for a minute straight, and they jumped when they needed the most. Ferocity coming from the Falcons. These boys can fly.
In Arabic, I believe it is Anahua, which is Anahua. I think Exley just said in the player cam, these boys are turned. They are very excited, as they should be. They have a round advantage here and at map point on control.
And, you know, in Call of Duty, we sort of have the talking point always of like all these old players in the league, 28, you're ancient, you're a veteran at this point. It's not like players at that age really slow down. Their reaction time's the same. It's about the passion. And right now, age doesn't matter. If you have passion, you got something good going for you. And Falcons have that in spades. They don't have the opening kills to the break, though. Optic jump all over the hallways, working their way over towards both these zones. Falcons, a lot of problems to solve.
Good luck solving these problems. He caught at least one player out there, but Kenny is now just dancing through the kill feed. Nice work. He and Hook getting theirs. Exley trying to catch up these players on the capture at B. And he doesn't. And now we're doing laps. We'll let everyone go by. I mean, this is pure chaos. Hacienda is a weird one, man.
Oh, and he put his gun on single fire mode, and he still gets the kill.
I told you.
Exit is built different.
He just single tapped his way through. Like, this is nuts, man. The whom? Here comes the Chow. You read it, but it didn't matter. Hook had the hit points. Now you've got a lot of presence on B. Second segment clearing up. We're going to get that capture done any minute now. Kenny's got himself a corner. Nice reads, though, from the Falcons. They're like, dude, we know the credit spots. We run them on this map. B-zone gone. Here we go.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference, though, right? That cruddy spot is just being played for, like, sort of containment. Doesn't matter if you die. You got 3 players on the zone and a 6-life lead. And Optic have been pretty consistent. They're not, like, going too heavy for the spawn traps, but they're constantly flooding AR players, like, out over towards office and try to handle, like, the outskirts of the map. So Optic are looking to funnel these players in. Meanwhile, Hook on a 5. You see what happens when you feed this guy some information. It's his happy place.
It's a little quiet for now because the Falcons have done their best to avoid him. They've got options when it comes to making their way out of spawn. Good timing, good shots, great stuff. Hook, the last man alive for his team at this moment in time. So Optic's attack, I mean, Hook is still on the run and he still has himself a little bit of work towards the Hellstorm. But at this moment in time, just stay alive.
Yeah, and this mini-map is hell, though. Awkward timings going on every section of the map. Shotzi and Roxas run past each other out towards fences. Hook continues just to dominate, though, towards the middle of the map. Don't have to get the hard reads when you snap like that, I suppose. And that is a 7 spree. He's got Shotzi on the zone, and that's 3 down in the feed. Now you spawn kill.
I mean, it took a long time. It took a while, but you've got yourself halfway through A now. Hook lets them all through. Time to pick up the pinch. Time to get those kills. His teammates are getting traded out on the zone. You've got 2 segments done. A contest. And there we go. Shotzi's 2 might have sealed the deal. This should be round 5 on its way. Last-ditch attempt. Hook finds the kill. And that is going to be the round 5. Here we go.
You get the kill, you get the cruise, you get the round, you get the round 5. That is a lot of things going right from Hook. I'm assuming his comms were on point as well about all those players getting past, and I don't know if that was the intentional design to put a little bit more pressure on your teammates to deliver just so you can play for the cruise, but well executed in the end nonetheless. And you see Shotzi just hanging out in a corner. The dynamic between him and Hook has been a really fun thing to watch, as has this match. Round 5, cruise missile in their hands. Vegas Falcons continue to have problems to solve, but even when the pressure's been on, I mean, they've had some ice.
Will they have any more? A 9 spree from Hook. We'll see this continue, presumably. Nobody home there by Rock, so we're going over towards the A side of the map for the first time here, and an attacking round. Falcons trying something a little different, and it's not worked out so far. Kenny's opening kill, and Hook on a big old wrap. So we might be able to get ourselves in on towards this other side for a sec with Shotzi there. Takes care of the Hoom. Hook back at it on the prowl. We are roaming now towards the spawn of the Falcons.
And this is just trust, right? If his teammates like have everything, he knows he's just looking for the kills. That is number now 10 in a row, and a perfectly timed flank to be able to pick up 2. So that is Hook. Instead of being bloodthirsty in hunting down kills and chasing red dots, goes and makes just a heads up play, clears out the zone, and now look at the mini map from Optic. I mean, you know the pressure's over towards Rock. The ARs are posted in the back. I mean, Hook is just flooding everybody in through these hallways, and Shotzi gives you 2 before he falls. Hook looking to be here for the pickups, and his spree finally comes to an end.
It's good comms again out of the Falcons. They managed to identify those hits, and Hook's spree finally dealt with. Another corner. Another opportunity for a trade battle now, or will it be a trade? Yeah, Roxas gets it. Now it was the B side of the map. Hook's back off spawn, back in a position, dashing on the coverage here. No one should better get too close to B. This has been a great defensive round from Optic, and this is to take the lead in this series. Kenny and Dashi get their kills. Roxas now pinned and dealt with. Dashi's 2 might spell doom. The last hopes here for the Falcons as they fly forward into Shotzi. Here comes the wave, and he's dealt with them, holding them at bay. He doesn't need the kills because Hook's gonna find it with the cruise. That's the map, that's the round, and that is the lead for Optic Texas.
Icing on the cake, man. Taking care of business, and that is on point. That is quite literally just like 2 good plays being made on the map from Optic, and you just get complete control, and things are easy from there. The Hook flank at the start of the round to clear out the B zone sets you up, and then breaking through a second time, and Kenny getting behind enemy lines and picking up 2 as well. Optic take care of business. It got a little bit mixy, but that might be the name of the game on Hacienda Control.
Yeah, and then you get to pump the brakes, you get to find a corner, and you turn it into a very slow map, and you really do burn the clock. Because you're seeing the spawns, the deepest spawns you can possibly have on the attacking team. To get to either one of those zones is such a nightmare. You have to secure B. You have to have some top presence. Otherwise, you cannot get near the A side of the map. So, lessons learned there, folks, for these Hacienda Control games. Hopefully, you can take some of that into ranked. And Falcons, maybe down a man here in the stat screen. Sorry, Mac. But they did a great job there to force that final few moments. Optic, great composure, a big win. And now to Skyline we go, folks. This is going to be a banger.
The most confusing thing about, well, let's talk about Skyline, I suppose, in a second. Just look at the highlights. And I mean, honestly, pretty good looks from both teams. Set up the spawn traps in a few different ways on the offensive and defensive ends. Obviously, a lot of different looks, even on just the opening break. So Hacienda, I think, is going to bring out a lot of different looks from a lot of different teams. But ultimately, on offense, you're just looking for those big moments. It can be so difficult to orchestrate those A-zone hits. Someone's going to have to make a miraculous play, but different players taking turns, able to lock it down. and I still can't get over that single tap fire kill. I hate when that happens. It's rare, but it'll get you.
It happens, man. And the other tap, 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 tap. There are certain weapons in COD history, especially in the last few games, that when you do put on single tap, they have a bit of increased damage. A lot of the DMRs do that. I wonder, is this some untapped meta that we've not really discussed or thought
Absolutely
about?
not. Definitely not. No, it was a mistake.
Yeah, it was a mistake, but who knows, man? I'm trying to build a narrative. We're starting to have a conversation. We're all putting our single taps on for the final round of S&D for the goodies. All right, well, either way, folks, the final few moments of that map were absolutely explosive. Kudos again to Optic Texas for bringing the noise, getting those big comebacks, and now going into the Skyline hardpoint with the lead. Chance, everyone's pretty hot, right? Everyone's feeling very warmed up now. I think confidence is still pretty key for the Optic boys, but at this point in time, the Falcons, we get to test the resolve a little bit. You guys had a solid advantage, had a solid bit of work to be done after the huge win there in the S&D. Can you come to Skyline and actually find the dub, force the game 5?
Well, this is a super unknown quality for the Falcons team because they've had one of the strangest things that I think we've seen this year. They were spamming Skyline hardpoint at the start, and they were running 3 ARs the entire time. King of Bood was stuck as a lone SMG on the fastest paced map we may have ever had in competitive Call of Duty history. So it doesn't make any sense. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe the other Falcons players, just all of them perma-run ARs, they just can't run SMGs, until I watch Xnid drop a 50 bomb with the Jackal, so they could do it. I don't know if they're going to make the adjustment on Skyline, but the fact that Xnid absolutely can run it without any issues, and you have 2 new players on the squad, to whom as well as Witch running an SMG, popping off from time to time. So I just think with the SMG prowess alone, Falcons are going to have better odds on this map.
Hey, let's run with it. That's a strong narrative, and that's a strong starting point to get ourselves into this one. I've just seen the updates for Season 2, by the way, folks. Disabling crossplay. Oh, we'll get to that in a minute. Hook and Shotzi, though, talking about the SMGs. This is how map 1 went for the boys, who, of course, did get the dub, but Hook was the man. 39 and 18, 4K damage. We'll see if he can keep that going on a very spicy map like Skyline.
Yeah, I think he had maybe 3 different 5 sprees, plus and then some on the Vault hardpoint. He goes on a 10 spree on the Hacienda Control. So, yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a show, Hook is going to be the player in this series to watch. And it's sort of one of those series, you know? If Falcons have a reputation of being either a much more aggressive team or they create these weird timings, it can be a bit more chaotic. That's Hook's bread and butter. That's what he lives for. He drops into the chaos at challengers, and a week goes by, and everybody goes, he might be the best player in the game. This is the environment for him, and Skyline, the perfect map to breed this sort of thing as well. So, gonna be fun indeed. Hook versus the world in the brand new SMGs of Falcons. Match that pace.
Again, it feels like the same situation we saw there on Hacienda, where what does Hook do? He just walks through the halls. He takes on these comers one by one, like some sort of John Wick character, just facing anyone, not missing a bullet. Same thing on a Skyline hardpoint, nearly impossible to do. We'll find out, folks. Strong search and destroy, strong game of control, and now another opportunity in a hardpoint. Where does our series go from here? Optic match point. Falcons to force the game 5.
And the true test of a good Skyline team, because obviously when things get mixy, you just have to handle it. But when you actually get these full setups on times, how much can you actually milk out of it? Because that's a beautiful start. There's Exit with the Jackal in hand, giving you 3. That's exactly what you need him for. And this is a dreamy situation as far as a P1 goes.
It's been the day of the Jackal in the morning of the Jackal. The first life here from Exnid has been sensational. His boys with full hardpoint control. They're not going to be able to account for Shotzi on the Raptor. That's going to get him off the time for now, and again, Exnid staying alive very, very well. 5-0. Give his boys a lot of time off the opening break.
Now we sort of vibe back for position again. You got the Falcons players spawning on the left side of the map. So obviously the attempt to set up towards P2. Hook is going to be waiting in the wings, and good lord, that's a gunfight.
6-1. P2 soon to be open for business. And that's another one from Shotzi. Good work. Backside now a little safer. Is he doing the route? Yeah, he is. He's gone all over the place. Difficult to deal with, difficult to contend with. And to whom? Can you find at least one here on the opener? The answer is no. Shotzi with another great kill. 4 now in a row on this hard point.
Man, shout out to Shotzi for literally doing that himself, winning his team the break. You got to keep the pressure up, though, because Xnid, maybe the heavyweight battle we're having between these two players, trying to keep things alive. The pressure through the front, though, Shotzi gonna read it. There's a 7 spree. Now the front man, he'll bait for you, too, if you need. Shotzi, he'll do it all.
He's doing the time as well. Whoa, he was a bullet away. Xnid's 2-piece now as the Falcons have overwhelmed the hard point. Better late than never with 20 seconds left to add here. Xnid down the route. We are doing laps around Skyline, folks. More time here, still to be played for. This clock has been stopped at 4:20, and it will most likely not be coming down to the game clock in this map. Multi-kills all over the place. New hard point in kitchen. Optic there.
Xnid might, I mean, it's super early on. If this dude just keeps the same pace, which I expect him to do, he might break his own kill record. 13 kills for 2 hills is absurd, and this dude is obviously playing with all the confidence in the world. It's a long-awaited pinch. Does he time it out with his teammates? Maybe well enough, and there's the final one to roll through. So a little bit of pressure here for the Falcons, but they're working through the front. It is still a difficult situation.
Wixel, what a kill from Dashi up close with he and Kenny. Break the hard point together. 35 seconds left on this one. Roxas off spawn. Can't get a single thing going, and Kenny, he's taking a route to pick these players up off of spawn. Xnid will be up next.
Oh, look at those.
Green for Optic Texas. Pressure towards the new hard point as well, and Dashi's finding the kills.
Oh, this is a nightmare of a mini-map, and I think Vegas should come out on top. There you go. You got 3 players in the back, and Dahum gives you the 2 kills, so I think Kenny maybe ended up on the wrong side of the map, blocking spawns when he didn't want to, but something slipped through. But these are the Skyline moments I'm talking about. When you get a full setup around P4, how much time can you milk out of it? You are down by 14. Can you deliver?
Wixel, tremendous pressure and exceptional shots from Dashi to pick him off the back patio there. So now you go right into it. Hook's looking for an angle, looking for a route here. You've still got a nice bit of kills there, and what a coverage from Wixel across the map. He's got himself to the top catwalk. Dashing out forward. Can he peel the hoop? No, he can't. He gets washed from the bathtub. 40 seconds to go here, and nice work from Shotzi. You get him off the time for a second. Counter-attack opportunity here, and the minimap is absolute pandemonium. It's white and green all over the place. Hook snipes his way through. Dahum up next. Might be able to get 1. There's no way he gets 2. As Hook's there for the point. Optic with a break.
And that's what an interesting hill as well, because it sort of starts off with Wixel, the most important guy in that power position, like losing the spawns for his squad. They battle back for a brief moment, but it's Optic who end up coming out from this hill effectively even, which means they're victorious. You take the opportunity towards P4. Falcons go into it down by 13, and that same difference in the score is still there. And I mean, even on a rotation, it's Hook here first.
Roxas, he and Xnid now trying to make entry towards the hard point. You can see from the sky view there's a lot of space here in this hard point, but that's a clean 4 down from Optic Texas. See where the white arrows were there from the Falcons trying to get a cheeky contest. Shotzi says, no thanks, lads. Instant kill, instant nade over towards the top AC hop. As Dashi and P2 now doing what he can hold on this side of the map. It's only him as he battles the world.
For sure. Tough spawns to read as well, but this is a good look at what an AR player has to do when you're losing the gunfight. You care so much more about the spawns. You got to stay alive, but eventually it is just overwhelming. Too many Falcons players near the zone, and we'll see how long they last for. Xnid continues his prowess. He's got 18 so far, and Falcons maybe lose out on a little bit of P1 scrap time, but 3 players set up in and around P2. Another opportunity to get some big points.
Beautiful work, Shotzi. From the zip, straight into the feed. Nice shots there from the hip. Is he going to go for the second? No, easy reads. Seeing his boys. Oh, absolutely turn. Tries to shoot his teammates in the back. I've done that many, many times. Shotzi. Easy read on a Wixel. Now trying to catch these players out towards New as well. But oh my word, the timing. E versus Xnid. An easy one. Beautiful stuff there from Optic Texas. Still holding on. Vegas Falcons now. Duolingo at the ready, folks. Let's go for a listening.
كيتش صام كيتشن واحد قدم يمين واحد قدم لا بس هو يلا يا عيال بحترق يلا واحد فوق للحين صام الفوق داشي صام الفوق شوت تبيان وين حلوه الغدره حلوه باقيين كيتشن تعالوا كيتشن 3 يلا كيتشن يلا باقي داش كيتشن الغدره يا عيال لا تطلعون
على قدام زين على قدام
انا رسمت في واحد غدره في واحد الغدره اي جراح قريب يسار علي يسار علي انا مقدم ثاني فرونت انا ميم يسار انا ميم داش يسار مدمج داش يسار بيقلب انا اشوف يمين انا اشوف يمين ها داش يمين واحد يسار بروح من النص يا عيال هدي فك النص فك النص هدي يمين لا هدي يمين باقي النص شال خوي عندي بيان وجد واحد تسل انا اشوف بيان وراك
جسر ثاني جسر بيانو ماسكين حدين
ايه فوق
وان شوت يمين
ما اشوف البار في واحد بيانو لازم نطلع يسار في واحد بي 1 الظاهر يا عيال
تلمع يلا تعال
في واحد بي 1 بي 1 بيانو
Not a word, but I did hear a lot of mid, and I did hear a lot of gym. So some English now creeping into the Falcons vocabulary when it comes to COD callouts, folks. I'm seeing a lot of pumps, Chance. A lot of pumps.
Yeah, listen, man, I'm worried Sid might have opened up a old can of worms, as it were, but not my job to figure that one out. My job is to call the game, and Optic making my job very easy. 80-point lead. They have dominated P3. They have dominated this rotation, and the P4 hold thus far has been perfect. Doom looking to be the entry man. You slide into death. Your boy's not quite there for the trades. Or maybe Roxas is. He gives you 2, so maybe a little bit of life, but a long way to go. Optic Texas just have a sizable lead.
A sizable 20 points, though, here. Was going to put the Falcons at 140 plus. This might be what you need. Shotzzy looking to slow down that hit. Oh, my goodness. From the hip, straight into the point. The next 10 could be great. No, looks like the Falcons are still going to get that one. Hook over by the top side of the minimap. He's going to find himself a couple more kills. Nice work there with a stun. A 2-piece he'll be happy to take. Doesn't pick up on the player in gym. So again, absolute madness here on Skyline.
And accident does get traded, so the one player that sort of slipped through does get cleaned up, and this is efficient work. Gotta say for Shotzzy, you gotta love when the concussions land perfectly at your feet, or at least in front of the feet of the enemy. Down low, he continues to dance. Falcons clear Optic mostly off the board, but Hook was the last one alive, and he gives you the first kill on the push, so Falcons still gonna have to fight just to keep things even. Desperation effort now on this P1.
Doom trying to do it alone, and he took a lot of AR rounds there from both Dashi and Kenny. Still plenty of time here to be had. Quick contest. Shotzzy manages to get in and steal it from the very top side. Wixel there on the immediate trade. I mean, a moment like that, it's just panic. You have to deal with the man. He pulls the entire setup apart alone. All those white skulls now across the map as Skyline riddled with members of the Falcons. Optic setting themselves up for the win right here and now.
And this might end up being a scoreboard for the Falcons where all 4 players end up negative. So that just means you got taken to task. It was a hot start from Xnid, but Optic Texas, they ice them out in the respawns. Really indestructible in the hardpoint game mode. We saw in the 1 and 4 there from Optic and the Hacienda. Might have been Mixie. That final defense was as good as it is gonna get there from Optic. So maybe just talk over the Volta S&D, figure out the 1 or 2 rounds that didn't go well. How did they keep clutching when we were getting these bomb plants down? But other than that, efficient series coming out from Optic Texas. They continue to improve their record, add 10 extra CDL points to the pile. Maybe throw on some good stats as well. Shotzzy and Dashi having an absolute field day there on Skyline.
They didn't really miss a beat again from that first map. There was Vault was something from Hoog at 26 and Sit 15 there, 33 and 18 out of Shotzzy. Some machine gun players there for Optic doing exactly what you would hope of them. Big Bruce had a nice game too at that 32 and 21, but glorious work there from Optic. Handle business as usual. This time though, a far closer hardpoint. Again, it feels like the staying power there from the Falcons boys ran out on the second set. Things were looking good and they just could not keep pace. A very, very clear differential there in our second set of hardpoints. Towards the end of third, just game flatlining a little bit. But there we go, folks. That's the series. Optic, 10 more points. The Falcons, a lot of good looks there. And again, the S&D outside of that. Nice stuff on the control. Hacienda, I mean, how many more Haciendas are we going to see in the season? I don't know, folks. You never know. You never know. I didn't think we were going to see that many Fortress controls in the MW2 season. And after a while, it basically became the only thing we played. Who knows, boys and girls? You know who does know? The desk.
I definitely know. Definitely no.
Definitely don't know.
Wow, that series way closer than we expected at the start. Optic showing though why they were the favorite towards the end. Allie, where do you want to start?
There's just so many places to start. I guess we should start congratulating Optic for winning this series. It was expected. They pulled it out. The S&D was a little bit rough, and the control got a little scary, but the respawn saved them in the end.
All right, Nameless, let's talk about why that control was tight, because we saw some strong slaying from the Falcons today. I think that's one of my takeaways, at least from this guy, Xnid.
Yeah, we saw, and Xnid made a huge play on their offensive round win. That was kind of a shocker. You know, he gets through, looked like Optic had map control shots. He had just finished wreaking havoc in their base, and he gets onto the point, and they end up clutching up that round. I thought for a moment there, like, we were going to be seeing a Game 5 Falcons and Optic series, but, you know, they end up closing it out in the control. And then we get to this hardpoint Skyline, where we've seen a decent amount of reps of the Vegas organization, not this exact roster. And, you know, it was pretty neck and neck, as you can see right here. Like, it got pretty close, and there's just a P2 to P3 rotation at the end that, like, Falcons just kind of blew. That's, like, where you can snowball a bunch of points, and that's kind of what Optic did. They were able to blow the game open right here, as you're seeing on your screen, get a good setup, and the Falcons just never able to regroup. You have to, like, there's so many small situations in those fights where it's like, okay, we got to wrap, we got to get hot tub, and then we have to flip the spawns and then break, right? So there's a lot of steps, small moves that need to be made, and it just wasn't happening for them, not able to coordinate on this Skyline. But definitely some strides and progress made from Falcons in the series.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I like Skyline for Falcons because they play very fundamentally sound on hardpoint. Their biggest disparity is usually in the slaying department. Up against a team like Optic Texas, though, they can't really allow it into a series, because even if your fundamental and your foundation is there, if you have only one player slaying, even if that cancels out Shotzzy, you're worrying about Hook, Dashy, Kenny. So maybe next time omit Skyline hardpoint from series against top teams like this.
Looking stronger, but it's still Optic's game. They take this one 3-1. They also take home our Scuff Play of the Game honors. It belongs to the one and only Hook. Pred's replacement coming in a game 1. He made his impact felt. Look at this 8-1 start.
And my biggest thing right now for Hook is I just hope this continues. We saw it in the Carolina series. Unfortunately, they didn't win it over the weekend in the minor, but for him to come out on map number 1 once again, Ball, which they got caught off guard last time they went up against Falcons, and to go 21-6 at some point, this spells great things, because if he can keep up this consistency, we'll get back to seeing, okay, Optic might be A tier, S tier type team.
Yeah, these guys are insane together. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. When Hook is able to get that gun hot, he can go on pretty crazy streaks. And, you know, this is like that SMG duo, man. They're going to wreak havoc on you, Chris, like when they get loose.
That is the old Dallas Empire duo of Hook and Shotzzy. We just saw some news from our dude Hastro, one of the OG competitors. He just bought back the Dallas Empire brand. Maybe we'll see that coming back into the COD universe.
Shout out Big Stro, EOD.
Big shout out to Big Stro, and a big shout out to our winner circle once again. Welcome the young man who doesn't ever turn off the camera. The one and only Dashy. You guys have been streaming some scrims. You've been front and center, all kinds of content recently. And a lot of people were talking a lot of smack after the minor. Do you feel you were favorites to win that tournament?
I mean, I'm never going to bet against ourselves. So definitely went in it with the intention of winning it. But it happens, you know, it's you win some, you lose some, and weren't the better team that day. So just got to tip your hat to the Ravens, and you know, they lost the phase. Never mind. Tip your hats to phase. But every day.
Fair enough, Dashy. Congratulations on the win. I kind of just want to pick your brain right now about search and destroy, and kind of, you guys, I feel like I've been on either extreme ends. You're either doing really well or you're really struggling and having a slow start. Have you guys pinpointed kind of where the struggles in search are right now? And if you can give us any insight?
Honestly, like the way Vegas was playing was very interesting. So just give them credit for, I guess, their game plan. But so we're working on every game one, not just S&D, and it's a working process. So got to get back to the lab.
Brandon, Dashy, for you, it seems like you've been having to like slay a little bit more with this roster. How's that been? Obviously losing Pred, bringing in Hook. Hook has a crazy performance in this one, but in some of the other series, you've been taking over in the kill department. How's that been for you?
I think it's just Treyarch, you know what I mean? These type of games just suit my playstyle, and I guess with our team, our composition, I guess, but I guess I have to slay, but I'm just down to do whatever it takes to win. I mean, today I had day off, Kyler. It was a nuke series, so the kid was just soaking and just collecting.
Kid was doing damage. I wanted to ask you, Dashy, we announced recently on Twitter that tickets were going on sale for Major number 2. What is it like playing in Texas in front of that home crowd?
Oh, it's insane. It's the one event every year I look forward to. Love the green wall. I mean, they're not just in Texas, they're universal. You know what I mean? It's global. They're everywhere. So can't wait for that event as well. I mean, obviously last year won champs there, so it's good.
And I heard that
hopefully it still smells like champagne. You know what I mean?
Oh, I like that.
I heard that you're giving out free test drives of the Porsche when we get over there for that event. If you get a ticket, so I'll be in line for that. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Yeah, I'll be at DFW. Pick me up, all right, bud?
All right, man. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
That's Batman. We're going to let him go. Dashy getting the job done for Optic. He continues to impress. Ridiculous stats entering this matchup. He was #1 in a number of categories. We've got to give a big shout out to the Vegas community as well. Everyone supporting the Falcons. Much love. Firefights every night.
Oh, they're going to be doing an 8s league now, which is going to be awesome. So you saw them announce it on their Twitter. Go over to the Vegas Falcons Twitter. Going to be doing an 8s league where they're putting up some money. That's going to be sick.
That's cool.
Yeah, to get the community back popping again, man. That's what all the narrative's been about. Streaming scrims, all that. Like, get some 8s going. Let's get it.
We're going back to the roots.
Yes.
Custom lobbies, baby. In the meantime, we've got one more match to go. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL. When we return, the Rocker take on the Ultra. Round 2. Dig, dig.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
You both just died to it. It was awesome.
Oh no, mamma mia! Oh my god! Mamma mia! Oh my god! Oh no!
Wow. You are him.
Oh. Oh no.
How about you both? Yeah, perfect.
Can't win it on the point. Scrap and the boys get it done.
Back on the f***ing desk, Clay. Back on the f***ing desk.
You're f***ing dog shit, kid.
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, let's go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
Nice, I'm in the game. Yo, CDL 2024. Yo, this is fire. This is fire.
Oh.
This fire, yo, Pete. Hold up. CDL champ and the shit. Come on, huh? That shit clean, bro. This kind of clean. Yo, that's aura, bro. Come on, now.
I'm trying to chop my cut. Purpose up cut and shot top.
Oh, we can't trouble this? Well, that's tragic. At least slow the middle.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that's
Nate hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's in
It's mid cut.
One clean break, one set of kills there. Afro sneaks in and steals the victory.
We gotta find him. You guys get smokes if you're a little weak. Run the outside. He's running the outside. It's Eddie. To your right. Close. Let's go, baby! Come on! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
With fame, comes up from the backside of Palace wall, blocks the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't.
Oh my god, Gio, my god!
clean it up. I got
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero. Hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Welcome back, everybody. Toronto Ultra, host of the first major in Madrid, taking the stage as they take on Minnesota Rocker. We welcome you back. Alley Cat, Nameless. We saw this showdown 1 week ago. It was supposed to be Toronto clearly making it through the bracket. We were going to look really smart. Nameless called the upset.
Yeah.
And then he looked very, very intelligent after the half.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried, you know, after the first two maps, right? Obviously, Toronto looked really, really good. And then we get to the control, and they look good once again. But they didn't call the streak in, and it was a grave mistake because they lose that map and then get reverse swept. Minnesota, we know how good they are in Game 5s. They're 4-1 in Game 5. It's been unbelievable for them so far this year.
Let's take a look at this Ultra squad and, of course, talk about their competitors here. Toronto, the Squirrels. Furious in previous titles. They lose Scrap, their star player. They bring in Joe Deceives. They bring in Beams. It's all paying dividends. They were one of our top 4 teams entering the minor. Where are they at right now in your power rankings?
They're still top 4 for me. It's just kind of like, it's one of those things that doesn't really make sense when they go up against Minnesota Rocker. Now, this is 2 times where they've fallen short. I mean, you're talking about Toronto Ultra team that was 6-0 in Search and Destroy heading into that series, and you're telling me they can't clutch up in the Game 5. So maybe it's a map, maybe it's Hacienda, maybe it's the way they match up against Minnesota Rocker. But for me, this is like a disappointment for Toronto Ultra to be falling short.
Top 4, huh? Maybe top 6. You got them top 4?
I think I saw them top 4.
All right, if not top 4, is it Minnesota in that position
Well,
instead?
that's
Let's
crazy.
talk about the team that beat Toronto.
Sure, I don't have either one of these teams in my top 4 after what I saw in the minor tournament. Obviously, Minnesota goes far. I just feel like LA Thieves is still in there for me.
Yeah, no, LA Thieves still in there for me.
Carolina has to be in there,
Carolina has
and
to be
then
in there.
FaZe rounds out my top 4. But anyways, besides that, it's not a crazy take because they have been unbelievable in Search and Destroy, and same with Rocker. I think for Rocker though, their hardpoint is super underwhelming. One of the actual worst hardpoint teams that we have in the league right now. 4-10 in that game mode. It has to get better. And when you look at it, like they're 2-0 on Vault. Everywhere else, just like not great, but they're making up for it with their control. 5-2, and then obviously the Search and Destroy. So they're able to win that Game 3 pretty convincingly each time. And when they do, like they're sneaking out both S&Ds and getting dubs.
They look sleepy. They always say they start slow and then find their mode. How do you feel about this team right now?
I don't feel good about that because I think if they went for not consistency bias, for their future, they need to start hotter. They are like, what, 1-6 and map number 1's 2-6 or whatever. They've got to start the series hotter.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes for this showdown. Ding, ding, Protocol, Hacienda, Protocol, Vault, and guess it, Protocol, triple dose.
Yeah, I mean, Control has been like the bread and butter for Minnesota. Obviously, it's been a lot of Vault. Protocol, though, we have seen them when they went up against LA Thieves. They kind of blew it, could have potentially won that. But yeah, I mean, I think this can go the distance. These guys always go Game 5. They just did in their last series.
Allie?
Yes.
Will you do us the honors of going first? Who do you have winning this?
You know what? I will go first. But not because of what you think, because I'm pretty sure every single time I've picked against Minnesota, they have won. And so I feel bad. I don't want to mess it up. So I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra to win this series.
Going with Toby as well. I'm going to go Toronto Ultra. Nameless?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Ultra this time. I think they close it out.
And the fans will also agree. 18-8. Not bad, fans. Maven and Merc, how do you see this playing out?
Well, we have a lot of the same maps. I said to you, I was like, I bet the search has changed because they were both blowouts. Remember, like it was a 6-1 game 2, it was 6-3 game 5, and like they both look one team looked lost on one team looked lost on the other, but all that changed was the order. It's still the same map. So I was surprised by that. Yeah, I thought that would change at least, because what was it? It was like the Hacienda Ultra, it looked like they had no idea what they're doing. And then on Protocol, like Rocker were just lost.
Yeah,
But
we're gonna play
going back.
we got
All right.
reps. I mean, you played the same team, so maybe you feel better about it. This one is also a repeat. This is a 250 to 240, but kind of what the desk talked about, what Ant talks about, 4-10. Rocker, I mean, listen, I think there are a lot of people want to believe in this squad, right? All the game 5s, a good run that they had in the minor, but this has to improve.
I just still like their margin is like minus 23. Like, there's a lot of close games. Like, they've had a ton of very, very close hardpoint losses. Some they've had some crazy comebacks. They've seen just about everything. We've cast a lot of their series. Joe, we're gonna have purple on purple action, which this one's not as confusing though.
I got this one.
Yeah, this one's a little more simple. We're ready to go. As you get right into the point, Beans trying to hit his shots, and we'll see who can strike first. As we played Protocol last time, this is the 250-240, yeah?
Yeah, yep, 10-point game in that game number 1, so very back and forth battle in that.
We'll see if that'll be the same case here. Ultra, such a hot start last time, but that changes a lot, right? If that map 1 doesn't go that way, maybe they don't get out to that kind of 2-0-2-0 edge they were able to do within that series. Maybe Rocker have got the ice to kind of clutch up and dictate the pace of this thing early on, but so far, it was so good for Ultra as they've got the time as Joe Deceives trying to get nasty here mid-map, look over his teammate inside of the hard point.
Yeah, just controlling this P1. And, you know, one of the things with FaZe and winning the minor, they played a lot of Protocol, and one thing they were just so good at was finding a lot of time there at the P1. So a nice start there for Ultra. Trying to find that success, flip the spawns, control the middle of the map, force them to either have to take a long route towards that bottom side, or go through the middle of the map where you hopefully have Insight watching over that, but that'll open things up as Geo finds a nice 2-piece with the AR, able to connect, but you still have Kleenex and Beans near the point.
Beans drops. Got a 2-on-2 around the point. We saw over to Kleenex, who very weak inside, trying to get back to full health. Joe Deceives, though, lining him up as he takes down 2. Still only 6 points on the board for Rocker. But they're really setting up on the left side of the map, making sure they have spawns. This is where they want to start to answer back. You know, they've done some heavy rotating here to try and get set up, but you'd love to not give up this much clean time to Ultra. You'd like to have some success, at least in the contest part of things.
Not to be worried here, right? There's still 15 seconds left or so, now 10, and they're trying to flip the map as Ultra. As Kleenex gets active, and then you see 7 and 8 spawn out. So that's just not when you want to die. It's like, yeah, they did a great job, but now you see Beans spawns towards the back left. Maybe they're going to try to hunt him down. I don't think Paul's going to expect this. There's no way to, and there we go. Beans is going to find him. So now this gets interesting. This Minnesota Rocker still locking down the middle of the map, but those spawns are going to be deep for Rocker. Or are they? It'd be right next to
Okay, never mind. I think it's like right as he pushed up the left side steps, that spawn came in, so he's still going to get in the back. A little bit of a blessing there for Rocker. Because, you know, sometimes it takes one person in the back, 3 people hitting the front, and chaos ensues kind of from that point forward. It can be so difficult to deal with, but kind of get blessed with the timing of the spawn. You're still fighting inside. This is the exact answer they really needed to have here. It looked a little bit sketchy at first, but they've turned this into some great time. They only had 6 points on the board before they went into this. Gonna likely turn this into 30 or 40 seconds, but hold up. Maybe Joe Deceives can make the play. He does. Joe Deceives gets both and suddenly breaks up what I was breaking down.
Well, the best thing about this, right, he finds the multi-kill, gets the rest of the time, but this just allows a clean rotation. Yeah, his teammates are just hanging out, throwing some shoulders. You have trophies down already at the money hill. So not only is it pressure, it's also just allowing so much room for your teammates to work with.
Yeah, I thought he was getting 1. Somehow walked away with 3 during that little sequence. So big plays from Joe Deceives and sets up Toronto Ultra here. Now to lock it down. Joe Deceives leading the way with 12 kills in the lobby, but it's inside POV for now. I thought a nice snap for a second, but Nero had his number. They are able to drop him. It's a multi-kill from Nero, answered by a multi-kill from Beans. But as the last person stands, it's going to be Geo inside, so you've got a presence here quickly. Wow. And then Geo kills 3. He's on 4 in a row, so Geo wipes out the entire team, and you don't get a break here often at 4, but you get a break there.
No, it comes down to that 1 versus 1, and then Geo just ready for the next players from Ultra. And sometimes in this Rocker team, it just takes a play like this to get him going, to get them going. But Geo's going to need some help. He ends up on 6 in a row. Ultra get right back in.
No, you've said it many times. It seems like this team, with so many like kind of streaky players, one of them gets hot and then like the whole team like elevates with it. Just one moment they're all roaring, they really feed off each other well. Like the energy, the playmaking ability, whatever it is. But yeah, you nailed it. One big play, it's like, oh, here go Rocker.
Yeah, we'll see if the rest of the team can get going now as we head back towards P1, and that will be a 4 dead. Again, Gio with another double.
I said Joe Deceives was leading the way with 12. It's like 45 seconds later, and Gio's on 19. Bro, guy takes over.
Certainly did it. And now you're starting to earn some of this time, starting to control the map a bit. You see Joe Deceives going to have to go a long route underground to try to flank all the way through. Kleenex is trying to get through the middle, but maybe now, like kind of like we talked about, Nero gets going, but it's Joe Deceives. The long route pays off.
Another big multi-kill from him. Only 15 seconds or so remaining here, but we'll see what amount of that time you can get. Well, you got them spawning out deep left, so you're in a good position for next. P1 and P2 is where Ultra were able to do so much damage the first rotation through. We'll see if they can do a bit more of that. His teammates are finding all the kills around him, making it easy for Joe Deceives. He takes his one-on-one towards the point. Now we focus on our next hard point. What are you seeing on the minimap, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, you got a nice setup here for Ultra. Joe trying to get the spawn kills. Tough gunfight, but quickly come Rocker as well. They're going to get right through the middle of the map, but some nice kills from Beans and Insight, maybe to slow things down. You get a bit of a split spawn here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Kleenex is going to get a couple of freebies as well. Now there's just 2 players left for Rocker to lock this down.
Let's say, based on where Estriel spawned, they are not thinking he spawned back there whatsoever. You're still at least able to have a presence here. You're doing a good job fighting this around the point. Ultra still the team to pick up the time, trying to push over through mid. That'll be number 5. That'll be Paul X is trying to look for the plays on rotation. 2 people from Ultra did spawn up deep towards next. He's going to be a sea of players, that number 5 in Paul X. What will he be able to do on the other side? He's only going to get 1. We just hopped in for a second to see if he finds some kind of big playmaking ability, but as he gets dropped, really the next rotation looks like it's all gravy for Ultra right now.
And I thought Joe was actually in the spawn out there. I think they get a little bit lucky because Joe gets taken down and you had 3 players across the map from Rocker. I thought blocking the spawns, but he just spawned right on top of Beans. So then quickly there was a trade and nobody was spawning on the right side of the map. So maybe blessed a little bit right there in that situation, but they pay off, they win the rotation, they find the first 20 seconds.
Well, there's the time where they get a little bit freaky. It's this hard point. I feel like it just gets so crazy, but it's Ultra currently up 60. Joe Deceives leading the way at 23 and 16 for the time. Let's hear the cough from the Squirrels.
Yeah, come up, he's stiff, bro.
Back door.
Nice one. Play together.
Back door. It's good time. Play. Don't worry about it.
Mid gun. He jumped down low.
I'm just on another yeah? He's big door in there.
And front grannies. Take your time. Take.
The new pull weak.
I can co spiral. They're still gonna spawn grannies in
Shalom me weak. Wait.
Let's spiral.
Two maps as well.
Stun even.
The maps, I need it. Trove. I was the pinch, big door.
Just stay up then.
Oh, big door got me. He's on comms, on maps. What's your spiral, bro?
I'm going okay.
Could be on mid gun, careful.
One could be low boat.
Yeah, one's push up left somewhere. Not mid gun.
Low depth.
I'm checking P2 for you guys.
I'm pinching maps.
Another P2, you me?
Yeah, big door.
Back shot.
I'm one shot.
Watch out, big door.
Close right.
Backside. I'm baiting him.
Middle.
Raining.
Watch your spiral.
The maps, good match.
Big door already. Astro, in. Backside. Weak maps.
I need back. He didn't. Close left when you slide in.
Hang on, there's one back for us, by the way.
Okay, it's one of traps. Here.
It's a play kind of.
Oh, he's MP1. Out MP1. Paul.
Near weak, sure.
I big door push out.
Good nade him.
It's like pulse.
Yeah, spawn trip. Give me 1 second. I can finish top trip.
Top trips and top grannies. I'm one shot. Other guy, he was off ult. He could pinch a guy.
I got time then.
I'm holding P2, bro. I don't know where this one in.
Back on you guys.
Back grannies.
One tower, boys.
One going P2, bro. He's gonna jump down low or climb up broken.
I can get top trip. I have a sub. I can't really shoot over you.
I can get your pinch, okay? I have full pinch. I have full trip.
Top grannies. Top grannies. Top grannies there. Top grannies. We're getting ready.
Don't time me once it's grannies.
Top grannies.
I'm mid gun. Back alley, Paul. We can meet. Mid gun.
Ultra, who had a chance, if they were able to break it forward, this game's probably done, right? Rocker getting a massive hold to keep themselves in this game. They've changed it into a P1 now. And honestly, during like that listening, things were going real well for Ultra. Like, I don't think they were frustrated. Like, the comms were on, but they didn't find much success.
No, I think that's it. Like, you had an early break to P1. It looked like you were in a really good setup, and then Rocker have just fought their way back in, and now we have a 30-point game. Sometimes this team, well, they very much just stay in all of them. So tough to put away this year has Minnesota Rocker been. But yeah, you're kind of right. It was like a couple of 1v1s at the end of that P4, and then like an early rotation at P1, but you kind of heard from Beans, like Paul's already there. A little bit caught off guard, but still, they built themselves up such a nice lead. Now it's back up to 50. Looking like they're going to win this map.
I like the comment you don't hear very often. He's like, man, I don't know where they're spawning. And then Beats like, hold up, they're spawning here, but they're kind of go back and forth. But you don't hear that often. Like, I don't know where they're popping.
Yeah, maybe like Clay's is just in a spot where he's like, you know what, they should be spawning out due to my spot.
Yeah. No, it's just kind of cool to hear them chat through stuff, but you just need 10 here for the win. Ultra looking to close it out now, but Pollux with a pick to get them out of it at least for a second. Pollux gets 2 to shut this down, so you got numbers here for now if you are a Rocker. As Kleenex drops, that will be time over to Rocker. So they fight, they stay alive, but it's just how many times have they been in a hole where it's like, it's just a little too much to bring it back? Like, I feel like we've casted so many Rocker hard points where it's like, God, if they just didn't go down 100, if they didn't go down 80, they might have won.
No, I mean, that's really it. And then a couple of rotations maybe go their way. Just feels like they're late a lot of the times. And, you know, on these P3s, these P4s, happens here again. The ARs of Toronto Ultra are already there. They take down all 4. They win map 1.
And this time they improve on what the 250 to 240 win they had last time they played at the minor. And this is where maybe you get, well, I guess you don't get nervous in the sense, if you're Rocker, you already reverse sweep them. You feel like you can bring it back in anything. But like it puts a little pressure, I think, to win this map too, because we're going to Hacienda for 2 instead of 5 like last time. And that was the one Rocker won 6-3, right? Like they look really strong there. Like you need to win this one or you might be in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is going to be a bigger talking piece, like, down the line when you talk about the major, but, like, obviously you're 4-11 now in hardpoint. It's not going to be great, but just early in these series, man. Like, it just feels like, can you go up 1-0 if you are Minnesota? Just not always being in a tough spot.
No, because we, you know, it's a stat I haven't really thought about for a long time. It's something as a commentator I used to bring up a lot more back in the day. Like, I've been doing this a long time, but I used to always mention, like, typically, like, the win rate after winning a map 1, like, for a lot of teams, it was around like 90%, like overall for the league, like back at 85-90%, which is very, very good. So yeah, map 1s are important. They're not everything, but over the years, statistically, yeah, it's huge. And unless you're Rocker, you just don't give a shit.
Yeah, they don't care. I mean, all game 5s, it had all game 5s, you know, at the minor tournament.
Oh.
Yeah, throughout the years. Oh, we didn't see that happen.
No, I didn't. I was about to say, when did he go for a dive?
I have no idea. He just missed.
I don't know. Maybe we were just chatting, looking at each other and not the game, because yeah, I do not remember him taking a little dive. This was in Gio really starting to heat up. He ends up killing all 4 here, and this is a moment that really started to propel Rocker. But then it's like, from here forward, you open up a big lead if you're Ultra. It's like these next couple of hard points to what could happen. And that triple from Joe to Sieves may be part of what got them in a groove.
Yeah, and again, I thought like right prior to this, I thought Joe was going to spawn out, but he ends up spawning towards the back. And I thought Minnesota maybe would have had a chance at that P3. But honestly, these P3s might have been the difference maker in the map. Just like how late Minnesota was, or when they were in position, they die at around 10 seconds left at that hill to give Ultra control.
It's like sometimes I get it in the sense I feel like you get, I don't know, sort of lulled into, like P3 is so scrappy most of the time, right? You sort of think like you don't have to like over-rotate or don't have to either early, like you're gonna be able to make it scrappy from the front. Like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of teams are able to do that, but like when you don't then, and suddenly you give up a full hold, like that just turned the game on its head completely. Like how often do we have, like spawns just get wacky there? Yeah. They do. Like one person gets through, one little play, and suddenly, you know, you're spawning closer, you're spawning in the back. It can be such a mess, but yeah, when it's not, then it's like, oh shit, we're down 80. Like what just happened? And maybe that's what they're thinking sometimes, like we don't have to, because the only one that rotated was like Paul X, right? He like tried to, but ended up with all 3 players there.
Yeah, and that's like, you see like the second P3, that's where they drove their biggest lead, 184 to 105. Bit of a comeback there at the P4. But yeah, and then again, just kind of gets put away the back half of that game when they start to get on back. But again, yeah, well, outside of Gio, just a slow start from the other 3.
And you can see it there too, like every other point in that game, like, because even the break they got at P4, like every other hard point, you saw like the Rocker bars at least going up. So what does that mean? Like they're at least splitting time. Whether they're getting the scrap time or something, they got nothing there. Like that, yeah, that was the one. Just they got nothing. And then that's that deficit again where it's like, oh, maybe they'll come back, but they're just in too much of a hole, and you can see where the hard point starts to struggle. It's like they can't, I don't know, there's always like one moment like that for them. I swear to God. There's always like one big comeback moment where they make a crazy play, and one where it's like, if you play that better, maybe you win the hard point.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, a lot of teams feel that way, probably.
That's true. That's true. That's kind of generic, I guess, to say anybody struggling in Hardpoint, I'm sure. But we get ready for the Search and Destroy now. And yeah, I mentioned it a couple times because we casted this last time for the minor, and I was like, the two, I thought they'd be different just because, like, how flat, like, one team looked on each map. Like, we're going to Hacienda, and I thought after map 2, where they just got dominated. Like, you only put up one round if you're a rocker. I thought they're going to be in trouble. But, like, Hacienda, they just ran the map. Like, they just ran hallways, had complete control. Like, Ultra looked like they didn't know how to deal with it at all. And, like, their S&D has been very good. But, like, in that one, they kind of got beat up.
Yeah, no, they just had a different mindset, I think, than Rocker playing.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to put it. Like,
yeah, just a different way to attack the map. And, well, speaking of their attack, yeah, they're 7-1 in Search and Destroy on the year. Well, a lot of that you just see they're leading the way post plants, rounds with plant percentages. They're working that objective heavily, but yeah, I mean, it's a new map added.
That's what I thought.
The rotation. You have a different mindset of how you're approaching it. In Rocker, they just played it differently.
That's kind of what I thought at the time. Like, maybe it's just a new map, and there haven't been that many reps because they look so much more structured on protocol. Like, they absolutely locked Rocker out. That, like, I was just surprised how it played out on Hacienda. But you're probably right. It's just haven't had that many reps. This is a team that really likes to have a way to play, like, to have a structure to it. And we'll see if there's been improvements since then, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, when they're playing around the objective so much, especially on their attack, I mean, this is a map where you really don't have to play the middle of the map if you don't want to. It's easy to avoid it, right? It's just like Rocker were the opposite. They played through hallways, through middle courtyard, and just kind of ran at you.
Absolutely. They just ran at them and took map control. And it just... They had no way to counter it, it felt like there is, but they just were surprised, like, so often just getting picked by the aggressive play of Rocker. So we'll see if they deal with it any differently. Maybe it's trying to take the fights head on.
Already a different look, yeah. I mean, it's 4 players right through. Cleanace is right to the middle of the map, but, well, Estriel, he's going to recognize it. Estriel somehow gets 2. So there you go. It was a different look. Ultra attacked it head on, but it doesn't matter.
Well, it's just one round, but we'll see if they continue to try and make change. But yeah, it wasn't like a spread the map thing. It's like we're gonna take the fight with you. Just the Estriel multi ends up being enough to tilt the tide towards Rocker. So far, so good through 1.
And when you also play, you know, a team on the map just a week ago, you're gonna try to counter their strats, right? Like, you just played each other. What were they doing?
Yep.
Going over that VOD prep.
Now we switch sides, and we didn't see a whole lot of action towards B. This time, right up to it, it's free. Retake heavy out of Rocker.
Yeah, just look at the map. There's nobody middle halls. There's nobody mid courtyard for Ultra. They're just taking the objective. They're going to play the 4v4 retake.
We'll see if the utility is going to hit for Rocker. That's going to be massive. What actually connects, what damage gets in. Looks like several nades used at the front door. Nobody home, so they avoid that. With no damage through, it's going to be so tough to break out, or is it? Estriel movement looks wild. He's at least able to get 1. 2 for 2 thus far. Hopping off bomb and winning a fight is Nero. Now down to Beans. He gets smoked. Nero wins the last fight, and it's another round for Rocker.
Yeah, and I mean, Nero was on it about 75%, and then hops off of it. Hit some great movement on the insight. And yeah, when you play that straight up, right, if you look at the minimap, you have insight pretty much in attacking spawn lobby watching the flank, right? Beans is, you know, locking down garage, but still going to have to watch that doorway every now and then. And so what did Rocker do? They just kind of 2-hit from their side, 2-hit from Rock. The players on the objective get taken down, and then it's a little bit panic time. Your ARs have to run at the players near the bomb.
And we also just saw, like, the left side Rock player didn't get hit by anything. Like, I saw nades go off at the doorway, but I don't know if anything connected to people by bomb, like playing towards the objective. They might have got some damage in and sent it as well. Because they made that look, well, not easy. I mean, there's one player left, but it's not the easiest break.
That's what they've been doing. They're going right back to it. Whew.
Second person there to deal with Nero.
Nice shots.
But second to deal with the other fight as well, as Geo takes it, clips the Wig of Insight. And suddenly it's Joe deceives by his lonesome. Trying to clutch up in the 1 versus 2. Now down to a 1v1, him versus Geo. Geo gets bombed, 50 seconds remaining. He's going to wrap this over to A and just get this down. Or I thought he was for a second. Never mind, not yet.
I like this from Joe, just on both sides of him are doors, right? So instead of maybe giving an audio cue if he's playing above him, playing patiently, he has no info on where Geo is. He just is kind of waiting. And now Joe going to rotate out through the middle of the map. Gio has had a couple of chances to plant the bomb. Gonna find an SMG instead. And well, this timing might be working out for Joe.
Looking that way. Spots him. Just a bullet in, though. He's got the heady to work with. Time's dwindling. Gotta take the gunfight. Tries to get to the heady on bomb. Not gonna happen. He gets cut down. Joe deceives. Clutches up in the 1v2. And a much-needed one for Ultra, because I thought we were right back to what happened last time they played. Like, they were just kind of getting run.
No, I mean, a very similar round. They just, 3-4 through open hall, trading out. I mean, you get some great shots out of Gio with the trade on the inside, and it comes down to that 1 versus 1. Well, a 2v1 for Joe, but able to clutch up 2 separate gunfights. And again, there were some chances there for Gio to plant that bomb, but maybe just worried timing-wise where Joe's going to be. Instead, Joe times it perfectly over towards that B site.
Yeah, I guess I thought when he had the info, he was at B last. I thought he just sprinted straight to get it down today. That's what I said. I thought he was just going to put it down, but then he kept going. I was like, all right, never mind. Like you said, probably was worried about the timing. Now he's probably wishing he just got it down. But he doesn't have the gift of Codcaster like we do. First blood for Paul X. Joe Deceives brings it back, though, as he's on 3 straight after the 1v2 clutch. Also brings it back into a 3 versus 3. Best of luck with that gunfight, CleanX. As Gio will back him down. We'll see if the nade will hit.
Hit the top of the fence. He almost...
I didn't realize it hit the top of the fence.
No, hit the top of the fence, bounced back right at him.
I wonder why you were like, no.
No, it was not hitting. It was outside of the map.
I didn't realize. Well, not the best nade there out of CleanX. He dips in for a little classical music, and now they'll see where they want to go from lobby. You got 1 player defensively over towards B. Other 2 kind of stacked up around A. Pressure on Ultra now to pick a plan of attack. They're going to have numbers wherever they opt to execute.
I mean, Paul's going to get pushed up a little bit, so he's going to peek the window, right? That's the biggest difference on this map, is that window being open. And, well, that allows Gio to peek 1. He's able to find it. There's the info. 2 versus 3 here for Rocker.
They get another one. All on Joe Deceives again. This time, no clutch opportunity. They're able to win it there. Get the defuse. And take a 3-1 edge now. But despite the fact he had, kind of a 3-on-2 there for a second, the opening pick goes the way of Rocker, and they play behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I love the play from Rocker, right? Leave Estriel just kind of on an island. The other 2 players just don't get picked, don't over-peek. And then Paul just maybe has a timing in his head of when do I want to check this bomb. And again, with that window being open up top, he hasn't seen any top close, nothing top open hallways, just goes for a peek. And, well, that is the right timing because he sees him on the bomb or on the bomb site, allows Gio to get one on outer fences.
Oh, Beans, right? He picked. They're going to send it right towards A this time. You do take a lot of mid-map pressure if you are Ultra, so they'll have people and bodies here quick. Defensive aggression will often see out of the Rocker side. Rocker will get this bomb planted, so to a 4v4 we go. Nice shots from Beans. He gets the opener. A little revenge from the last round. Nero does follow it up and take him out nearly instantly, though, so we'll drop things into the 3 versus 3. Pretty spread right now if you are Rocker, at least around this bomb site. We'll see if Paul's going to get caught here in garage. 20 seconds to go, he will. Wow. I figured he might just spot the gun like sticking out. And then Estriel's like, screw this, I got the other side. Shuts down both. 1 player remaining in CleanX, and he will get dropped.
I mean, that is the second time. Round number 1, the same thing. Estriel's put into a spot and somehow turns it into a multi-kill, right? They're down in numbers once Paul goes down, but he's just able to read it and then finds the last one. Great couple of rounds for Estriel.
See it one more time. Yeah, I don't think the first player's shoulder has got any damage into him, so he ends up with kind of a straight-up one-on-one and tacks on the final kill. Monster round, as you said. Ultra still not finding a lot of success on Hacienda. They lost to him 6-3 last time, or 3-6, however you want to look at it. It looks like it might be worse this time. We'll see. But Estriel, he's on 4 straight. Nero couldn't chain that into 2, but here's the double man. It's Estriel. Give him 2, because he's coming with a vengeance. Nice plays from Estriel, up to 6 straight, insight by himself, and they've got no answer for this Rocker team on Hacienda Search.
Yeah, I'm glad you added more onto that sentence.
Oh God, what'd I say? I blacked out. Honestly.
Okay.
It's a little warm in here. Was I about to say something freaky?
I mean, maybe it could have gotten that way, but Insight's
I usually go with the freaky route too.
But again, I mean, I don't know. The stun just didn't hit Nero, right? So Estrio gets hit. Ultra have no info. So I think Nero goes untouched. They're not ready for that first gunfight at all. And then maybe catches him off guard.
Well, now I feel better that I was surprised this search is still happening, because I did not think we'd be playing this after how it went last time. I didn't think we'd be playing Protocol either. But here we are.
And maybe they won't be versus Minnesota. But at the same time, you know, you have a major coming up.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get reps in, map pool-wise.
But it hasn't got better. It's gotten worse.
No, and Estriel's still doing his thing.
Yeah, he absolutely is. One more round, and they'll tie us up. We expected this one to go 5, because it always does with Rocker. How many 5 games in a row is it now? 4 or 5 or something?
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
It might be like every series outside of like their Cloud9 loss.
Well, they got 3-0. Yeah, the rest are game 5. So no, it's been insane. I think we've casted all of them, but like 1. See if Estriel can keep this streak going. Not sure it's going to matter. They are up big.
But this is a great call to rotate on this, because they were trapped. You had nobody shed. You had no top close control, so the window was open. They were just put in pretty much a trap by Ultra. And now you can see Ultra kind of backed away from it.
Yep.
And if they want, they go right back to A. Beans will be the one player in the window they have to worry about.
Just kind of baiting out the rotation. The defense is a bit softer now. You don't have everybody here, but kind of the timing of this, you're starting to flirt back with this side if you are in sight. Beans, though, is going to get caught. That final bullet hits through the wall. Bang. Joe Deceiv's going to be in trouble as well. I thought he was in trouble. He's going to actually end up getting a kill. Insight gets one as well. Estriel snaps, but snaps too late.
Yeah, how did Joe stay alive there?
I don't know. Like, when we hopped off of him, I thought he was dead. Like, he was, like, diving to get out of it, and then next thing I see, he got a kill on the kill feed. Paul X nearly chest bumps one, but he will drop Ultra. Nice round there.
That's a great recovery. Once Beans dies top window, I'm like, uh-oh. Yeah, right, bomb site's open, but Joe just holds down fences with Kleenex. They're able to win the round.
Yeah, I'd love to, like, if we stuck with Joe to see what happened there exactly. 'Cause I swear when we were on his POV, I'm like, oh, Joe's dead. At least that's what entered my head, and then he somehow got a kill. Step by step, you try to bring this back down.
Dive, dude.
Yeah,
catching people.
We've saw a couple today. Like Sim had a few. Like, dude, the dives they look insane.
Everybody running hybrid now. Yeah, you might not even mean to do it, but it looks cool.
Yeah, no. Sometimes that panic dive, bro. You make an insane play. Looks like they're going to give up the free plant. Really, you see Estriel spotting. But they're going to play the 4-on-4 retake. If they can do it, they'll win the search.
Yeah, we saw this last time, right? The only difference is Insight's playing a little bit forward, but we didn't know he had this. So, yeah, Hellstorm inbound. See if he can find anything. If he's not going to find anything, his team's going to have all the info in the world.
Well, Nero just runs past bomb, up the gut, gets a kill, takes no damage. He's ready to chill the next fight. Nice movement, though, from Insight. Little backslide and pop. He wins that. Estriel, his turn to pounce. Does he have another multi-kill in him? One to his left, one to his right. Only able to get one. They trade him out effectively. Pollux, though, wins the one-on-one in just enough time to hit the defuse. Rocker beat him 6-3 here last time. This time 6-2. Dominant on Hacienda Search and Destroy. Still work to do there for Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, you saw some of the adjustments from Ultra. They played mid a little bit more, but in sort of their retakes or on offenses when they had bomb down, Rocker were then not or successfully able to retake it a couple of times. Like, when retakes are successful, that just, like, you don't go back to your defaults on offense, right? You try to switch things up, and yeah, you don't force Rocker to have to adjust their defensive setups at all.
No, not at all. But that'll bring us to 1-1. Now I'm curious if we go all the way to a 5, like, will Rocker make the adjustments? Because they got beat even worse on Protocol Search. Like, they looked lost in the sauce against this Ultra team. Will they get there to a map 5? I'd say probably, based on their series. But we get ready to go to Control next. Breakdown of, well, 3 of the 4 players on either side is to decide to dip out. It's going to be Protocol Control that's coming up next. Any quick thoughts about Protocol Control?
No, I mean, this is probably the one map. Both these teams have really focused a lot on Vault Control, right, in the vetoes. But again, there's going to be some changes. You saw Toronto, they veto that one. So it's Protocol, Hacienda. What do you want to play? But what, it's like 1-1. I want to say for Minnesota, like 1-0 for Ultra. So again, they've played most of their reps on Vault.
Got it. Okay, so we'll get ready to go to that. Before we do it, though, to break it down, we've got our beautiful and classy desk, Christopher Puckett. take it away.
Thanks, guys. All right, we got Nameless here in the middle, Ali on the end, and we're going to be seeing some more drawing in just a moment. First, though, can we talk about Minnesota in search? Are they a great search team?
Yeah.
Previously, I thought it was just game 5. Are they doing it across the board now?
They're just a good search team, and now that puts them at 3-0 on Hacienda. They're clear above the rest of the league on that map, and Hacienda Search and Destroy, like, they've been unbelievable. I mean, 6-2, 6-3, 6-2 have been the score lines on that map, leading in every category, and that's a good display. Why? Like, they know how to change up the pace, play slow when they need to, getting the bombs down when they need to, and then Estrio obviously having the big performance. Like, this is the reason you have him on the team, Chris, is he's a search and destroy monster, right? Like, he's got the shot, but he also has a situational awareness, which you're going to see in these clips, to take down the team.
I think my favorite thing about this map number 2 is not only the fact that it's Hacienda, and clearly that has been added and expanded Minnesota Rockers map pool. It wasn't just a one and go, but also how good Estrio gets versus the Toronto Ultra. Specifically in Search and Destroy alone in this matchup, he rocks like a 1.2. You saw it here in the map number 2 going 12-4. I mean, just unreal plays out of him, especially when he had such a slow start to the season.
Yeah, I mean, that's good for them, right? You got one map now early in the series, right? You're not down 0-2, and now we're going to control. I mean, protocol in general has been good for Toronto, like Hardpoint and Search. Obviously, they have, I think, one protocol control where they've won, but for Minnesota Rocker, we haven't seen it too much, and I keep referencing, like, the map loss they've had to LA Thieves. They should have won that. It was so close. So this series really is up in the air for me right now.
Insight and Kleenex having a rough S&D just 2 weeks ago. I was singing the praises of Joe and Flux over at Toronto and what they have done on the coaching side. They have the work cut out for them on Hacienda, at least.
Yeah, they do. And speaking of a guy named Joe, map number 1, Joe Deceives was going crazy. The kid's an absolute monster, and I'm sure Ali has something to show us.
Yeah, that was actually some crazy setup. So let's get the drawing to conclusions. This, for me, is kind of the safety net that is Joe Deceives. And if you pay attention right now, let's go ahead and full screen. So it's 147 to 102. That's going to be big to realize that there's 50 seconds on the clock as well. So I want you guys to remember that because we're going to stay in the mini-map for the rest of this clip. Joe is going to be number 2 on your screen right now. And basically, his job is not only to hold spawns, but just make sure that nobody gets through this back door and catches teammates off guard. So I'm going to let this play for a little bit. He just spawns up. Beans is in trouble. So Joe takes the deep route. He's going to go help them. That kill ends up going through, so he doesn't need to. His job is just to play his life. He's going to watch the bottom right side. And as you can tell from the side of Minnesota Rocker, you're going to have 1 to 2 players trying to make some noise to try to create a pinch situation. Joe is not only going to get one of them, but he's going to play his life for the second one while his teammates are in literal war on the hill. Get that kill, and after that, turn around and help the hill so it doesn't get broken by the other 2 members of Minnesota Rocker. This was an insane 5 spree out of Joe here. They end up getting, remember what I said about that mini-map, there's 20 seconds left on the clock. If they had gotten broken there, this would have been a tied-up game heading into the rest of this hard point, and Joe ends up saving the day.
Joe Deceives, player to watch, not just in Search and Destroy, apparently, and making lockdown spawns.
Yeah, I mean, and that was the hill for them, like P3 each time. I mean, they had good positioning on P2. You want to have that side of the map just to set up that play, get the spawns, get Joe Deceives in the back making plays like that. You're gonna get a bunch of time.
Did you go to Toronto Ultra today?
I did.
And do you think it'll be 3 or 4? 4 or 5.
We're going game 5.
Game 5?
That only makes sense, bro.
Another game 5. 3 doses of protocol today, Alicat. You agree?
No, I don't want 3 doses of protocol. I only want 2.
Casters, we ready to rock?
I am always ready to rock. Chris? How about you, Joe? You ready to rock?
Sure.
Let's get it going. Let's get back into the series. We're tied up 1-1. Estriel just had his way on Hacienda Search and Destroy. We look to get deeper in this thing, as deep as we can. Super, super mega deep inside of this series. It's Control up next. I screwed my button up. Dude, I haven't showed this yet. Look what happened to me, guys. Look at this. So I was going to put a frozen pizza in the oven. And I can't remember if I like stumbled or if the pizza would just slip off my hand, but I leaned forward and my arm just stuck right on the oven door. And I was like, oh, I burned myself. That hurt. I didn't realize how bad I burned myself. It was all blistered and stuff. And you're like, hey, why didn't you have a bandage or anything? That's because I'm a Neanderthal and it's just going to heal.
Right.
I just heal. I'm like Wolverine. Yeah.
So be careful with your frozen pizzas.
Yeah, be careful. You might have an accident. But yeah, it was like blistered and it stings really bad. I'll be honest, I've been casting in pain.
Yeah.
I'm toughing it out for you guys at home.
You're here.
With an injury. I'm injured. I might be the first commentator ever to
might be.
Just do it through a burn.
Yep.
Nah, it's not that bad. It does hurt a little bit, though. Sleeping is kind of a pain in the ass, I'll be honest with you. You'd think I would have gone to like CVS to grab some gauze or something, or haven't done that. I tried to put a Band-Aid on it, Joe.
When was this, last night?
I put a Band-Aid, well, 2 days ago now. I would have put a Band-Aid over the blisters. I would take off the Band-Aid because the skin was burned. It just ripped the skin right off, and I started bleeding.
Oh.
I just ripped the layer of skin off. That hurt like a bitch, I'll be honest with you.
No, usually I put in like the oven mitts with the food.
Well, no, I had the oven mitt on. It's like way
okay.
up my arm. No, like it slipped. And then like my arm like stuck on the door. Like it just, yeah. No, I'm stupid. But the oven mitt doesn't go to your goddamn elbow, Joe. Unless you got some big oven mitts. Maybe you have giant oven mitts. I don't know. They sell those things?
Probably, yeah.
Anyway, we're into the map. We're into the map 3. Just be careful at home, guys. Because you also can get injured. Estriel, though, right back to work. 3-0 start for him. And what a map 2 he had. He had a stretch early in the year where hardpoints, he was just getting bottled up and struggled to find success in the rest of the modes. But it feels, I don't know, if there was just a switch that flipped, and he's been playing with more confidence.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, already a great start here. You have a 4 life advantage. Now, we saw during the minor, what were the successful offensive rounds? It was normally getting A done quickly and then having a pretty solid life lead for the final 2 minutes. I mean, it's decent here for Rocker. 2 life advantage. Nero pushed up. But a nice start there for Gio and Estriel. But now Kleenex is in your spawn. If it's not Kleenex, it'll be Joe up next.
Can Nero find anything? Sure can. They're able to take out 1. 2 more are going to drop as well, so they're in a pretty good position here to continue to hold. Rocker starting to group up over on the B side of things, but you're starting to build this life advantage if you're Rocker and build upon it even more. You're up 5 lives, minute left. You're gonna need a really crazy individual play, I'm thinking, from Ultra here soon, and maybe this is the time that they're gonna pounce. Oh, well, nope, it's Estriel with another double.
Yeah, I thought Joe maybe was gonna fall off the map there. But he just backs away into the corner, plays it perfectly, then hits the shots on the Gio up to Zip. Not easy to do. Great snap out of him. But yeah, still down 3 lives. Is Toronto Ultra a minute to work with, and you can kind of slow it down. You're controlling bottom middle, have all these angles on the zone.
Rocker just have to trade, yeah. Like, just continue to trade and they're all right. Can they do that, though?
Yeah, there's just not a ton of time, right? At some point, you're going to have to get on the zone.
True.
30 seconds, like, and well, they're going to lose this first one. So now you're going to stagger here if you are Toronto Ultra, or if you're Minnesota Rocker. So you're just waiting for those 2 players to get off spawn. The good thing is nobody's pushed up from Ultra, so no spawn kills to deal with.
Nero takes his 1. Just 10 seconds to go now. Paul X trying to make a play, not going to happen. Kleenex has got it. Estriel gets on to it, not really able to do much with it. They come out swinging. Nero's going to at least take 1 before he drops. It's a 5 versus 3 now. They get a 4 versus 3. Paul X on it for a second, doesn't last long. Estriel there with the trade. Back into the point. Can Estriel get another big multi? No, he's caught with a stun in hand. And the time will dwindle with a 2v2 that was still remaining around the point.
I mean, that was just so disciplined if you're Ultra. And that's how you kind of have to play that, right? Force them to have to get onto the zone. And if you control bottom middle, if you control computers, every single time you're going to have an advantage, right? Because you're challenging from a heady or you're double sliding out. And they made sure no multi-kill happened after that. They just kept reinforcing through that area. And Rocker could not stay alive on the point.
No, it's just like they get a body on it for a second, die. Get a body on it for a second or 2, die. You know, I'm thinking like lives, you're up 5, but you're right. Like there was, what, 45 seconds or so left, or 30 seconds left. That was when I was talking about that. And you've just got to get like decent chunks of pausing the clock if you're going to really bring it down to lives. It got close. I mean, it got down to 2 versus 2, but if you have one of those people stayed alive for like 5 or so seconds, that might have been the difference. Just didn't actually happen. So now we'll flip it and see if Vulture can do it on offense as well, trying to give out free haircuts there to Gio, but Insight is not quite able to connect. Eyes on 1 more at the steps, and Pollux absolutely lines him up. Beans, he's got the timing there. Snap back to the back door and able to drop 1.
This is a really like slow start here for Ultra, just like not pushing up past the middle of the map or even like out of their building. It looks like they're almost just like waiting for Rocker to overextend, maybe try to flank on through. but they don't catch anything. Rocker stays disciplined. Their ARs find no picks. Joe's gonna get forward, but now the problem is when you have that slow of a start, there's only 40 seconds left in the round.
It's like that better turn into whatever you're hoping for. Whether it's like you want 2 picks before you go, whatever they were looking for, it's just risky, right? Like that much of a setup. Or it's just, that setup and trap, and Rocker don't fall for it.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to counter like a break-off that they've seen from Rocker in the past, but that certainly did not work. They do get a player on B for about a second, but Estriel and Nero, they find some kills. And yeah, no ticks to work with right now. You're going to have to work that 8 point, but Gio's already watching the cross.
No, this is going to be like one of the more lackluster offensive efforts you're going to see in a control. Just, due to the amount of time and just the opening fights. Now 2 more drop as Nero gets kills. They'll have a one-on-one here around the objective. He tries to get across to the side. The stun kind of slows him down, but his teammates are able to shut it down. Now just 5 seconds remaining here to go. Beans does get a double, maybe gives them a chance, but Paul X's double answers back, and dear God, I don't even think you had to do that much for your Rocker. You did, but you know what I mean. There weren't that many big fights. Not even that many lives were milked from either team.
Yeah, I mean, right, we saw the shots from inside on Gio, but Gio stayed alive. And then after that, Paul kind of guns him up top. Then the other 3 players were just inside top ammo here, just kind of waiting, or, down low. It looked like they were waiting for a flank. Whatever it was, it never happened.
Oh, God, I forget what year it was. It was last year or the year before. I remember we had this one freak round. It was like that where a team just didn't make a play on offense, but they only lost 5 lives. And it was well, what are you doing? You just lost your offense and you still have 25 lives. Something's wrong if that happens. Good. And that wasn't quite as bad, but I remember we cast that and you were not what did we just watch? That just brought me back to that. Because they still had, plenty of actual lives where it's you almost need the sense of urgency has to hit a bit sooner. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what the play call was. They had something up their sleeve that they were hoping happened, and it just never did.
Or you think there's something up your sleeve, and then you check your sleeve, and there's nothing there.
There's a burn.
Your armpit or burn.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, Kleenex with the grapple. They're answering back quickly, at least here defensively. They've got Rocker pinned in right now. A lot different than the sequences that played out in the last round, but to affect the same type of scenario. You got 45 seconds left, and there has been nothing offensively to write home about for Rocker. You're losing kills and getting staggered over and over again. Insight, of all people, is up inside of your base. It takes him twice as long to get across the map as most players.
They might. But he's here trying to find the shots. He's able to find a double. You get a player on A. And current ticks-wise, if you just get A, right, you would pretty much guarantee you have defense for round 5. But it looks like it may not happen. It might be another shutout. You get Estriel out of your base, but he's just kind of hanging out with Insight.
Yeah, it might be back-to-back shutouts. No offense. We're watching an NFL game and the playoff game in the snow, bro. It's 6-3. I turn that shit off at halftime, Estriel, maybe his multi opens something up. Paul is on the point. They at least got the 1 tick, about to get the 2nd. Estriel trying to keep this streak going. He's on 5 in a row. He earned a cruise in the last map, trying to get another one here, but still a good ways to go. Tries to get back out towards mid, not going to happen. The multi there from Insight. Nero, nice movement. Slide out, slide in, kind of baits his teammate, lets him drop, and he's able to get 2 behind it. But now you get that minute secured. You have, 12 lives remaining, so last time they were up 17-12 in lives, their first offense, and they couldn't get that done.
Well, we just saw 7 ticks, though, so if this does go to a round 5, they'll at least have defense for it.
Yeah, true.
So you should have back-to-back defensive rounds here for Rocker, trying to close this game out. So, yeah, able to work that objective. That is the power of a shutout. But, yeah, nice little rebound with Estriel's 5 spree, 6 spree. He was able to earn some nice teamwork with Nero and Paul to capture A, but looking like they're not going to find much else.
We'll see. Because once again, you got multiple players from Ultra kind of pushed up near your spawning zone. You do have 2 players on the backside of B. You've got a bit of room to work with here. It's just you read the pushes developing from Ultra. Because the one on the flag is going to be big when you do. Oh, you read it, but you lose the fight. You win on that side.
3 dead. That would be 3 dead. But now still someone has to watch the pinch. We'll see what Kleenex is able to find. Well, he's going to find his teammates gun shooting.
Apparently. Dude, he won that one-on-one. They might win the round off of that.
Yeah, no, 100%.
They're still battling, though. You stop the clock is the big thing, but the problem is just the lives. You don't have it. No respawns remaining. CleanX's double kind of shuts this down. Nearly one of those heroic efforts we see out of Rocker, but they did the damage they needed to. Well, assuming that we're in the defense at round 4. They did enough to at least guarantee a round 5 defense, but yeah, that one-on-one, like, you just saw the map, like, all 4 of them were kind of spread around B, and it was just like 2 were kind of pushing the flank. I was like, if they read that flank,
yeah, and I'm sure Paul's probably an AR in that situation, so a little bit tough going up against CleanX, but I think you probably get 3 players on the point. Maybe you have Nero control bottom middle.
Yeah,
Might be good to go.
maybe it's not done, but it would have been damn close. Ultra do enough to hold on, though. Now, do you think it's like something about this particular matchup, or is it more just a testament just kind of Rockers like grit lately? Like they're pushing everyone in the distance.
Yeah, I think it's just them.
Yeah.
Just what this team is. Now, I mean, these
two teams are very, they're so different.
Could piss off Ultra.
I feel like it has to. Like, I don't know. Like,
but it just feels like Rockstar is that team this year, no matter what. It feels like we have those a couple of times throughout the league, like someone who always goes to a game 5.
Yep. Estriel. He's bringing it on one side. The other side's really it's been the CleanX show. He's 27 and 15. Look at him compared to the rest of his team. Like, he has been going nuts on the map.
But another great defensive breakoff. They got 4 kills in a row, did Rocker, to put them in another tough spot if you're Ultra.
Estriel once again.
Might have 3 bodies on this. Well, never mind.
See if he can take the fight. Not going to be able to connect. Beans will win that one. Nero pops out, pops in, but ultimately drops. 40 or so seconds remaining still. Ultra not finding a ton of success, but there was hoping to get a tick at this point. Like, can we get 1 tick on offense?
Yeah, it's been honestly, like, the thing is I feel like normally teams are able to just keep one alive on the point for a good amount of time, pause the clock, maybe just get A. They have no success doing that whatsoever.
No. Like, there's been just an utter lack of any kind of offensive success. Under 30 now to go.
There we go.
Maybe behind Beans' multi, you start to find something going. Can he win this and close it out? Like, I don't know. Just with the game 5, round 11 type magic you've had out of Rocker, like, I don't know. I'm not trying. The longer the series goes, the longer the maps go, I feel like I'm in trouble if I'm the opposition.
Well, they do find Beans, so time is taken now in the round. CleanX able to snap. He's up to 30. Then just the pinches. Controlling top middle so well is Minnesota Rocker.
Yeah, no, they never get onto A and like have one side clear. It just feels like they always have to worry about both, and that's a real inopportune time to go for dead. I don't know if you're going to be able to get a body to a point. All your gunfights are happening in the first house or spawn. He wins that, maybe he touches it, probably not, it's traded out. So we've seen some really, really solid defense out of Rocker, and they've got to be feeling really good going into a round 5 defense, because I know they gave up some ticks there, but still there wasn't really like that. I feel like every round like kind of has at least one moment that's a little scary. Like one moment where you gotta be like, boys, tighten up. Like,
or like someone just on A, and then there's another person in Grandma's house just slaying.
Yeah.
Right? Just being annoying. Like we've had like nobody doing that.
No,
nobody trying to hit some spawn kills. And a lot of it has started with the breaks. I want to see if Ultra can find anything.
That's what I was going to
break.
ask you. Is it like, does it come down to the breaks? Is it fundamentally an issue with how Ultra are trying to play this map? Is this something you think Rocker really doing?
I think Rocker is doing really well, just controlling top middle. Like even when they're on A, they're just rotating between the points. Yeah, their team works on point when it comes to that, at least so far. We'll see if they can keep this up. But for me, for Ultra, can you have a cleaner break? Because the 2 offensive rounds we've seen from them have not started well.
Well, see if this goes any better. First, I was going to say no as CleanX dropped. I thought he might be the first domino, but you're already going to have somebody instantly into your back line. Thankfully, you deal with that efficiently, so Estriel can't get going. You get onto the point pretty quickly and try to get some people maybe out of their power positions to have to try and cut people down. So
this is already better.
Yes, this is the best opening you've had. You got 2 people on the point. You got somebody with coverage over top middle. You have the numbers for that fight. That's the first time you've had to push forward with like any sort of like desperation fight on the objective, like at all.
In the last couple of rounds that like Ultra's even touched the point, there's been like 45 seconds left in the round. Yeah, CleanX keeps it going. 8 almost done. Trying to complete it will be CleanX, just waiting for his health, waiting for his teammates off spawn. Nade stuns.
Help me!
Maybe a contest coming through. Not gonna happen. They try to push it on the last second. It will be 3 dead, but finally a time extension here for Ultra.
Yeah, Joe Deceives, I thought he was going to come in and try to fight over Clean. He's just like laid down. Like, let's just get this done. Let's just secure the time. They're down a couple of lives, but nothing crazy. They clear them out from like the aggressive position they had towards their house, and now we got all 4 up from either side of it with not too much separation lives, tons of time to go. Now Ultra at least have a chance to work. Like, they didn't really have much of an opportunity to work on this point. Now maybe they can get into the setup they want to, start to pick them apart, kind of get into their game plan. At least make Rocker stress a bit, panic a bit. Or see if they can do just that. Just little moments like this, though. Get out. You've got plenty of lives left on either side. Just try to extend this game. Put the pressure on them to pick you off the point, which they're doing, despite he drops, but they still get 3 kills, right?
Yeah, and I mean, again, you're just controlling bottom middle is Paul. He was able to find 1. But yeah, you're getting pushed up now. You have inside cutting off reinforcements.
And that first tick didn't finish, yeah?
Yeah, now it does.
No, okay.
Just does right now. And again, minute 12, because you've been playing the objective, and now you have bottom middle control, and that is the go signal.
Bro.
3 gonna be dead for Ultra, or for Rocker. Sorry, make it all 4. We're stacking the point.
It's done.
And well, round 5s are always a little different.
Apparently, you lull them to sleep during your first 2 offenses, and then an offensive explosion in the round 5. They make it look easy. I mean, yeah, they're winning some fights, but far more emphasis just on the actual objective. It helps they had a break-off go a lot better than they did the last couple of rounds, but I swear to God, they just like lulled Rocker to sleep. I don't know, dude, bro, they just played that differently.
Well, I think they got some key locations they wanted to lock down, right? They controlled P2. You saw once Insight was pushed up, that gives them an idea of where Rocker is starting to push from. But Joe's 2 kills, we didn't see it bottom middle. That was the multi-kill. As soon as you got bottom middle control, you just saw it was.
Everybody has a philosophy, especially when it comes to control, like a checklist, like get this, then we do this. Get that, then we do this. So, yeah, like you said, never able to get into their spots, never get into their actual setup that they really wanted. Once they finally did, the clamps were in. Kleenex kept him in it throughout a lot of that. I mean, he was leading in the slaying category by a large margin. Damage-wise, he leads the lobby. He has a monster map, and Ultra, it didn't look pretty till it did. But man, you come alive in that round 5, and suddenly you've got control of the series. And then on the other side, it's like, that's one of those real frustrating losses for Rocker, where like, your defense is so good. Like, you have them shut down, and then like, you have a blunder of 30 seconds, and the game just gets away from you. Like, you played it so well to that point.
That's how
couple sequences, and it's done.
Yeah, I think they just kind of lost control of the map a little bit. Right? You allowed Ultra to get out of their base. There was nobody kind of trying to find a couple of spawn kills, just be annoying. And that's just props to Ultra, just making sure they had those locations shut down in that round 5. And then you saw once it slowed down a little bit in that round 5, they just had an idea of where they wanted to push from, but what they wanted to secure. Again, just Joe finding the big 2.
Yeah, you actually had some time to work with, to work on B. Like, you never really had any chance to do that because you had no success. But there it was, you had 2+ minutes. Lives, you were down a couple, but nothing crazy. And when they pounced hard. Rocker had no answer to get back into it. Beautiful stuff in the round 5. And what a map from Kleenex. We just look through some of these highlights before we get ready for our next one. And then where are we going for the map 4 again?
We are headed to Vault.
Okay. So we'll get ready to head to Vault here momentarily as the players get ready to go, but a hell of a control. I mean, some weird moments in it for sure. And one that, yeah, I mean, if I'm betting on that round 5, I'm thinking Rocker, but I don't know, that's just like, it literally is a round 5 matchup. You said, like, how many times last year in Invasion, like, team did nothing on offense, round 5, suddenly they win the offensive round in a minute. You're like, oh, okay. Okay, obviously. Maybe you learned stuff from the first couple of duds, and then you figure it out in the final one. Vault hardpoint, maybe a protocol search and destroy if needed. Anything stand out for you for Vault? Not much to go off?
Yeah, I mean, both teams have 2 reps, 1-1 for Ultra. I mean, 2-0 for Rocker. This is their map pick, so hoping to get it to a round 5 or game 5 here.
Yeah, I just think one of those maps where, like, I don't know, on one side, picture this is like, this is kind of generic, but like Ultra just want to play kind of this structured thing. Rocker just kind of want to create a mess. It's just how I view it. And like, this is just a map, bro. Like, you can make it a mess. And players like Nero can just get loose and be a real pain in the ass to deal with.
But if you fundamentally kind of rotate on some of the money hills, you know, you can easily close teams out, blow teams out. But yeah, you're not wrong. There's a couple individual plays, and I mean, yeah, you're right back into it.
Who do you have for the map 4?
I think Ultra. I think Ultra close it out.
Think they'll shut down here? We'll see if they can get the win, and we'll get a little revenge for the minor tournament where Rocker were able to take them out in 5. I think they were pretty flustered, upset with that one. Like, I know Rocker were pushing everybody, but Ultra, I mean, I know they went into that minor thinking they were going to win it. They had a chance to win it. They're one of the undefeated teams in the league. They were feeling so good, and then things kind of slipped away from them. You got to think they just don't close it out here. With the map 5 success, what is it, like 4-1 for Rocker in map 5s? Whatever it is. Like, they've been so good in map 5. Don't let it go there. Even though you dominated the Protocol Search and Destroy. You beat them 6-1 there last time. I'm still like, no map 5, shut it down here.
Well, and I think like normally the way Ultra Rocker, they like to win like the controls. Their controls been very good throughout the year. Normally they might be leading the series 2-1. If you lose in game 4 here, one of those players like a Nero starts to get going, carries that into a game 5, that can get very scary.
It absolutely can, but into the map 4 we go. Ultra looking to close it out. The team's battling here on our first hard point.
Yeah, Bean's starting off with a 3rd sub right now. Well, nice double to kick this off. It's going to be 3 dead, and well, Gio's like, I'm here with an AR, so that's going to be a tough one for me.
It sure is, but beautiful there. The opener from Ultra, and they're trying to apply pressure towards the spawns of Rocker and eventually flip, but there's still a bunch of time to earn here. 45 or so seconds remaining. Kleenex kind of juggling in and out. Trying to catch somebody with the movement, but Gio erupts. He has those sequences where he pops crazy multis. There will be a triple. Nero closes out the last one. And now you're in a pretty good position with about 15 or so seconds remaining here for Rocker. Can you hold this push through bottom of the map? Because 1 and 3 and Beans and Inside are trying to get through. Can you shut them down, or will they get in behind the hard point, maybe influence spawns? Their 2 teammates will spawn out. There's still some time remaining there on last. They deal with those 2 players, and now you should be in a really great spot if you're a Rocker. You dealt with that well. Okay, well, we'll see.
Well, that was the part they were struggling with on Protocol, right? Was sort of those rotation kills.
Nice shots.
Now they have the good spawns. Nobody on the time, though. The nade was able to connect. Is Estriel just still cutting off the reinforcements for Ultra? Well, he's going to keep it going, but Ultra are happy with this because there's been nobody on the time, and Beans is still alive. That's going to be all 4 dead.
Okay.
Another great play out of Beans. He was just playing his life palm side multiple times, and yeah, we talked about keeping it messy. Normally it's Rocker. This time through, though, it's Toronto Ultra.
Rocker come right back, though. They'll retain the lead, at least for now, with 20 or so more they can earn. You just got to think about rotation now with your Ultra. Off to the races we go. You see number 8 heading topside. That'll be Gio looking to get in position towards our next hard point. He's going to have a 1-on-1 or a 1-on-2. He's kind of in a sea of purple, actually. He's able to get the first pick, though. He's got a Henny to work with. Gio shuts down 2. Now we'll see if that ends up mattering, where the spawn actually comes in for Ultra. Bit of a split.
Split on both sides.
Yeah.
Did they read this? The next, oh, that's actually a heads-up play. Okay, so he knows if he spawns inside of Art, someone can spawn behind him. So great game sense right there. Gio and Paul are here, though, Art's side, and well, they're going to find the kills, give Rocker the spawns that they want.
Yeah, he insta-snap towards back Art, right? Like, all right, guess he does read it. Everyone just vying for position now. And this sea of headies to fight from out towards RP3. It'll be Ultra in, at least for now. Beans, as you said, some big plays early. He's leading the lobby now at 12 and 6. We'll see if Beans can stay in cruise control. Gio wants to take the fight, but a little too tagged up for now. Just keeps a spotting for info. And they're just going to hold the spawns. They're trying to get ready for next. They're going to lose the lead here, but now's where you got to turn this into time if you're going to give all that up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you gave up 25 seconds, 22 seconds, and now you lose the first death. Gio may spawn out here. See when he pops. That's going to be 2 dead. Yeah, again. Just these times when they die. You wasted 30 seconds or so around that P3, playing for this P4, which we get it. You have the spawns, but Ultra just break right through. Rocker here, though, but it may not matter.
Yeah, no, you're right. The deaths are just at the worst possible time. And it just gets to a point, like, even if they, like, break back in, it's like, job done for Ultra. Like, just disrupting the setup you had if you were a Rocker. Like, here, you get back in, great, but I think anything was just gravy if you're trying to Ultra after breaking through that easily. Beans keeps it going at 14 and 7 now. Still a real tight game, but that was a chance for Rocker to push out their lead again. It won't happen.
Yeah, I mean, they just gave up so much of the map, right? You're playing that safe. There's no layer to play behind. No one's getting aggressive, trying to find a kill or two. And well, when you play that safe, sometimes you just get caught.
Turtle up a little bit and then get slammed. Well, we're through our first set of rotations. We'll get back to mid-map and see if Rocker can now mount their comeback. Kleenex, though, I thought maybe dip it up through the hole to make a play, but not going to happen for now. He's going to search things out full side and finds a great timing there on Estriel. I mean, he slid under him so proud of him that he even saw him. Just slides right under, chops his legs out from under him. Inside's POV now. Kleenex is on 5 straight. You see that pop up top mid. And as I thought maybe he'd get a little comfort time, that's not going to be the case because Estriel shuts everybody down.
And now you have Gio trying to spawn kill, and he's going to back it up. 25 seconds left. This is good time here. That P1 trying to, again, set up that P2 with those good spawns. Kleenex is going to take a route through the middle of the map. Thought he was going to go top side, but he's just going to fight for time. Maybe they just try to flip the map right through the middle lobby, and that might be the call alongside Beans. And again, with 10 seconds left, I think Rocker might lose his spawns. Nero's going to try to block to do what he can. And it looks like he may spawn one out for Ultra, and well, he's going to find a kill. So what a life out of Nero.
Oh my God.
Get some help from Gio, and there we go. Just like that, Rocker, okay.
Yeah, you got, I want to say lucky because he made some awesome plays to do it, but yeah, I thought again, it's just deaths at the worst possible time, and you're going to lose that rotation. Nero, though, a little bit of a hero effort to get you set up, but it won't be like a perfect setup. You had to battle for it, so there'll be a presence through the front pretty quickly now from Ultra. And they're just winning it through the front. They're like, have the back spawn, go ahead. We're going to win it inside. Inside continues to find kills around the point. Beans there looking over him. Nothing worse than having back spawns, but getting smoked. They're basically getting spawn killed, and the time is also going the way of Ultra. This is not what you wanted if you were Rocker.
No, I mean, that's just props to Ultra. It's a great setup, right? Inside with some great cover. Great shots out of Kleenex. I mean, Joe's just been soaking some time. And well, yeah, with bad spawns, they now have a 30-point lead.
There's nothing better than when you're fighting through the front, getting the time. A battle, and yeah, great setup from Ultra. Now, this is the sequence where things got a little bit crazy. Like, Ultra got so much of this P3. You set up early if you're Rocker for P4 on our side, and then you get broken instantly. Let's see if Rocker can do a better job, not only at the P3, but also potentially at a P4 setup, or how this plays out. Pistol hitting, Kleenex streaking. 5 in a row for him again, up to 20. He's having a series.
No, he is. And on the other side, Paul struggling a bit, 5 and 14. He's not having a series, so we'll see if he can turn it around.
He's like, boys, get me to map 5.
Yeah, he's hoping
Give me to map 5.
I don't know if they're going to get there. You have Inside locking down the flank. Kleenex watching the middle of the map and spawning out Rocker all the way across the map.
Yeah, if they can't get somebody through, I mean, this has potential to actually be uglier than last time because you might get this P3 time and then also have the setup for 4. The last time you had to do it through a break. I mean, they had, at least they died with, what, like 20 seconds left spawning out, so they had a chance to sprint all the way through mid. But now they got to win these fights. Beans, he holds that for another second. He probably gets 2 and things get interesting, but Beans will drop. Kleenex falls right behind him. You still have Inside here in position to kind of pinch with his teammates. Or sorry, not... Yeah, Inside here, and then Beans was pinching.
Yeah, I mean, Inside was like the last spawner, so this could have been a lot. Well, it is. I mean, Gio's just hitting some great shots again. Double headshots in the feed, and, well, you're able to break on through, and this will put you right back into the game for Rocker.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fortunate kind of that those deaths and spawn outs came out with like 20 seconds, so you were able to get across and now answer back here. Minnesota, they're up against it. Nero popping off, down 20, looking to push it to a map 5. Let's hear the comms from Minnesota Rocker.
Yeah, nice. The bullet. Just one behind me. No. Right there. I have your help in a second.
Right door, one shot beam.
Nice. I'm on it. Go.
Help on me, Kleenex, then.
Nice. I'm
leave that.
I have your help. Nice. You might be. He's square. Left square.
Push him.
I needed. Square.
They're all playing. They're all playing already, you guys.
Yeah.
One shot. Yeah, 2 statue. 2 statue. I'm
you now.
Dude, nothing right. He might go back.
I wanted you and Hall. He's on right side close right now. Nice. Hall.
Beans might go on left.
I don't know. I'll get you left. I repeat,
yeah, I think it's Beans.
I repeat, I'm hard locking now. I need my
there's one P4. One's hitting con, one's gonna hit con.
Go follow Joe, he's trying.
I'm at 2 there, 2 hole.
All good. Try Nate.
Con.
Alright,
hit up P3. It was our square. I already swear. Who's Kleenex P3?
He's square, the bullet.
I'm looking for him.
Front of the hall, he's a bullet though. One's right side open. Nice, where? Close square. He's close square, so.
One's back P3 still.
I think he's close low. Alright, he's just running around.
All good.
Need it open. I need it open.
I need it as well.
You might be closed. I'm trying to open.
Close. One shot close. You literally one bullet. Top left, big door. Close big door on you.
One more time.
Wasn't be front. T2. On time.
One shot.
Nice. Got time.
Team's weak as fuck on time.
I'm trying to need it.
Needed it.
I need it back to time. One side hill, I'm pretty sure. Side hill.
He's aiming hall.
I don't see him back. They might find the back.
We are battling 15 seconds between these two teams. Who will hit 200 first? They're going to war right now as Estriel's able to get 2. Nero then threw on the feed as well with the remaining hardpoint time. Rocker, well, I was going to say they didn't have it, but the back spawn still in for Ultra. So you give them a little taste of their own medicine maybe last time as you were pinned in by Ultra, but not quite as good as they were able to do. P3 ready to go, and here we go, the distance jump.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about them keeping it messy. They do right there. I mean, just a P2 that's going back and forth. They don't have great spawns and great setup, but I love the comms you heard. Just a spawn recognition. They're going to get splits. There's going to be one front. They were able to pick that up, and if you don't, you get pinched on both sides. Then you just give up the entire map. It gets ugly, but they recognize the situation, and I think they made the best out of that P2.
I swear every vehicle has exploded. It's taken a Rocker player with it. And now, okay, splits come in right now. One of these central hard points where you know it can happen anytime. They've got it picked up and they're trying to deal with it. Estriel does get 1. They don't deal with it that well, though. The split pays off for Rocker as they're able to pick 3 of the 4 players. Joe Deceives will be the last one here. Sometimes, you know, when there's a pillar, Shock gets a little bit shaky. Couldn't quite finish it off, but his teammates step up to bat.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely a shit. You just get no aim.
Yep.
Just shoulders though by Estriel. He's able to play his life, and here we go. 5 seconds, a little bit more time to, well, less time for Ultra work with this break early on. But you are set up at P4 if you're Rocker.
Okay, this is the best you've had setup-wise. The best you've had. Okay, and you get some kills. So, all right, not like the first 2 times through. This has been perfect from Rocker so far. This team, when they've needed to step up in the clutch, God, they have done it time and time again, at least when it comes to getting it to that map 5 and then ultimately in that map 5. They got enough time to win here. Left on this hard point. Pressure now to Ultra to try and get it in break. They can't do it from Geo's side. Estro gets some damage in, but can't win his one. Geo, though, lines them up. He's able to pick up 3. Paul gets the last. It's a close spawn on the bottom side of the map now in for Rocker, but there's just 10 needed for the win. They can get this done. Shutting them out is Estriel. 1 player remaining will be inside to try and get it done. He can't do it, and it's the gargantuan hold from Rocker. They shut it down. They get 50 points, and what do you know? It's Minnesota Rocker, and it's a map 5.
Should have known.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
I should have known.
Yeah.
It's just what they do. And again, it's that listening, like that P2. I think that was a closeout moment for Ultra. But Rocker just, there was a couple of multi-kills. Paul had some nice kills to get them out of that like spawn situation.
Bro, it reminds me of like the last map, like Ultra, like no offense, and then they like hit, right? P4 was not good. P4 was not good, and then P4 was perfect from Rocker. They just shut it down. There was just enough time there to get the victory, and that was like flawless, bro. Like that was great.
Yeah, I mean that's what you want, right? You find a nice couple of kills, and then you just know where they're coming from.
You just flatline them there. Just absolutely flatline them. What a hold and what a win from Rocker. Listen, they haven't won a lot of hard points. They've just won enough to get them to a map 5 when it's needed. They do it again here. This is how the series has looked. So Protocol at the minor was the map 2. Ultra won it 6-1, and like they won it, it was very, very convincing. Like Rocker were lost in the sauce. They were getting absolutely locked in. Every setup and every moment you wanted went the way of Ultra. I was curious how they were going to respond here. We were wondering the same thing on the Hacienda. We didn't really see any improvements out of the side of Ultra. So now, I guess here's a test. I mean, they've been so good in map 5s, but this is not a good one for you.
No, and this is Ultra's best 3-0, so we'll see what happens.
It's Rocker, though.
You never know.
Can't count them out of map 5. Maybe they'll get a little bit of magic, but it's our final match of the night. We had 3 today. It's all going to end with this map 5. We'll see if Rocker can get it done or Ultra get some revenge for the minor loss.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Do you agree with Smokes not being in respawn?
I do personally, yeah.
You do personally?
I do too.
I think it would make the viewing experience worse. What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy? Did you see that?
No.
Who the fuck was that guy?
I don't know.
Welcome to Citizens over there on YouTube. There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all four boxes, and he looked like he was going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weak. One shot low. Rug was weak. He was weak. I'm just holding the iron. I couldn't get him. He's one off a streak, Teach. He's working bomb quick. He's playing confident.
You saw him. You can't get on till 8.
Oh, frag.
Wait, what?
Alright, we gotta regain. Bro. He's one off a streak. Come on, Teach. Let's go.
All good.
He's one off a streak.
Ain't no other frag on, bro.
All good.
Hey, I've got to go with the New York subliners in this one.
FaZe warmed up the subliners.
Vibe check, bro. Dang, man. Paco has carried me in a rank. I'm going to go with the New York subliners.
That's crazy.
Minnesota Rocker in another map 5. We continue on here for our final map of the night. One protocol search to decide it. And I feel like I'm an insane person to not pick Ultra based on how it went last time, but I also feel like an insane person not to pick Rocker in map 5. So,
yeah, flip your coin.
I'm just an insane person regardless, which is
that's true.
Pretty true. We take a look at the map 5 metrics, and well, as good as they've been for Rocker, you know, you're kind of right there with them. If you are Ultra, they're sitting at 2-1. Take a look at their overall team KD and just some of the stats that break down here for either side of it. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like, yeah, did they learn something? Did they learn something from that loss where they got kind of smacked in that map 5? Because they seemed frustrated. I mean, Ultras had their number.
Well, and I mean, they're going to need to make a lot of adjustments. You're 0-3 on this map on the year, where the other side's 3-0. It's probably the team you're looking at the most in terms of Ultra, just how they play this map, with how successful they've been, trying to imitate that. But gonna have to make some adjustments here. If you are them, yeah, 6-1, it was a beatdown.
No, it really was, because it wasn't like one of those searches where like a lot of the rounds came down to like a clutch or like a 1v1. They just got beat up. They got absolutely smoked in that one. Everything you wanted, you were getting for Ultra. For Rocker, I mean, they have battled through adversity in some tough series. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve. You know, I want to see, like, if they know this is a pain point for them, have they been putting in a little work on this to try and improve for a matchup like this, or can they just simply not hang with Ultra here?
Yeah, and I mean, you saw Geo kind of end that map on like a 7 or 8 spree, hitting some insane shots. You had Nero really got going there.
Is there a player you think there's pressure on a little more on a map like this that really needs to perform?
probably say someone like a Nero or Estriel, just because like this is simply going to come down to some insane situations, bottom middle, right? Okay. With some subs, if you can get a multi-kill around A, that may be the difference maker in the map, or in a couple of rounds.
Yeah, certainly. Joe just knife out, shouldering, showing off his athleticism on the grapple. Kleenex has had a terrific series. There's some info there. Trying to take the angle and win the fight. Able to win it. There's the first blood. Joe deceives. He picks up Big Door, and they'll get a second off of that. Estriel does shut that one before he gets away, so you at least take one out, give yourself a chance in this. Paul X, who's not really got a lot going this series. He can be their Game 5 guy, though. He can be their S&D expert. Can him and Estriel pull this off?
Yeah, it's just a very tight setup here from Ultra, just playing together.
He's got a stun. That's about it. Time is ticking. They're going to group up now for the push. Estriel, he'll be the point man. He goes in first. Joe Deceives gets the info. He repositions. He had a Semtex still to work with. Takes a lot of damage. Hit down to 54, but you only lose one player. They've got the numbers there. They're able to tighten up and close it out, and so far, so good here for Ultra.
And I mean, that's just kind of what we've seen. We've seen it from, like, you know, object like Shotzi just through top middle. You see it right there from Kleenex. There's just so many different angles to watch when you have two players bottom A. Something is going to be open, and a lot of the time it's the middle of the map. And our teams are starting to figure that out. And well, Kleenex just drops down. He's in a 1v1 versus Geo at that zip line, and he's going to have the advantage with the sub. It's a little bit of help from his teammates so he doesn't get flanked Big Door. And that's that. Just nice round right there from Toronto.
Yeah, it's like as much as times on Hacienda, like Rocker were taking space and finding openings, at least in the first matchup and sometimes in the second. Like Kleenex kind of has his way here sometimes. Just has a real sense for where he can find his openings and find his first bloods. You saw it there from mid-map. And ultimately pushing down the bottom to get that opener. Nero, what will the timing be like? Well, it's Kleenex with another first blood.
Look where Joe is already. He's 20 seconds in the round. He just hit the flank right away. Right through P1, flanks Grandma's, and, well, now it's a 4-on-2. Bomb planted. Gonna be a tough one here for Estriel and Geo.
Gets tougher. Estriel dropped. Geo last up, and I'll be honest, this reminded me a lot of the last time they played. It's been dominant from Ultra.
Yeah, he's not even in the bomb site. Great shots on the Kleenex. Unfortunately, there was 3 others. One player on the defuse, round done. And again, just taking space, knowing the risks. Joe's just saying, they're going to go A. I'm going to hit through P1, and I'm just going to full flank right away.
No, it was a nice win from Geo. I noticed that the map before, like, there are some players that's better at, like, winning, like, close range gunfights than they are in their hand. Like, Geo sometimes, dude, he makes it look like a sub. No, he moves around with some confidence with that thing. But ultimately didn't matter. A round to Ultra. What went wrong for Rocker in their last defense? Anything you want to see them change?
Well, I mean, it's just sort of a question of now you're going to have to maybe shut down top middle or adjust for that if that's going to be open. Do Ultra, switch it up, maybe go B. They're a team that likes to do that every now and then. But it looks like this might just be an A hit. Maybe you have a trophy, trying to get active.
A lot of the utility soaring out. Beans, first blood. That's 3 straight first bloods. You got him trapped in the corner. You're able to take him out. There is another player there, but Nero just going to bide his time for now. One grapple.
Again, Kleenex is top middle. He just runs through. There is a trade. But that was a chance. Maybe Insight gets taken down there, double challenge. Instead, now it's a 2 versus 2.
I mean, you're just going to need to get a first blood at some point if you're a Rockers. You found nothing. Joe Deceives still yet to die in this as he's 3-0. Paul X, 1 versus 2 now. We're grappling all over the place.
Zip lines everywhere.
Yep.
And while this rotation's great.
Yeah.
For Ultra, you're going to need Insight at the helicopter. Joe's going to play close by. Paul, he's thinking they're at A. They are not.
He's going to have a little time to work with, but not much. Insight's POV as he's just spotting all the way back at gun will be Joe. He knows there's going to be one there.
Does he? Now he does.
Now he sure does, yeah. I feel like there's always on this play, like there's always a player in helicopter, like literally 100% of the time. They're just giving him nothing. Giving him absolutely nothing. Ultra, remain dominant here.
Yeah, I mean, Beans gets that kill. I mean, Joe's down there. Joe's like, I thought they were going to rotate out. Maybe just force Rocker to use a ton of utility, then hit B. Beans stayed down, somehow got a pick with the AR. Kind of started the trades, but it comes down to that 2 versus 2. And they're just so isolated, was Rocker. And yeah, it's just Ultra just has a great sense on this map, man.
And I love like just seeing the chatter between them. They all talking like back and forth what they want to do. It seems
well, they're just they're very comfortable.
A real collective effort. Yeah, you can tell they are super, super comfortable here. I mean, Search in general, but especially here. It just seems like, I won't say like unwinnable for Rocker, but like we just haven't seen many moments where it looks like they have a chance in a round.
So it's kind of the same thing. It's just very heavy top middle. Joe's already through, of course. This time, though, Rocker just all going to play together, which I kind of like the adjustment. Just play the bomb side 4v4 if they're going to give this up.
Everyone just picking their spot to
watch. Might be a lot of utility, though, still available as it's so early in the round.
Hopefully this trophy is going to soak up a good amount of it. Estriel trying to play around that. Ultra trying to hit some pre-fires. Trophy now going to be gone. Do they have anything else left to try and entry? Here, nades going off. Not sure if that connected. They're swinging on it, though. And dear God, they're swinging hard. All 4 drop. Not a kill. And I don't know what nades hit. We saw the trophy eat a couple.
Well, and there was also a car called in, so that gives them some info. Maybe that hits one.
The car might have hit, too.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the utility had to hit because they just swept through there like a broom. They're much better at this map.
So far, yeah, they absolutely are.
They're much, much better.
Well, it's just like, all right, we're going to take top middle. We'll give up A. And if they do want to play an A, pretty much what we're saying is like we're going to have maybe not all of our grenades, but we're going to have most of them.
I don't know what they didn't want to play other than this. But I might not be playing this ever again. Well, at least against Ultra, I guess. Like, holy hell. At least over the last 2, you're down 10-1 in map count. Or, sorry, round count. Joe Deceives has just put on a perfection clinic here. 6-0. Inside's just like, good job, boys.
He's in a hellstorm, too.
1-1.
Finally, a little pressure.
A first blood, yay, for Rocker.
Yeah, they take the risk. Estriel and Geo just kind of double hit this, but alrighty then.
Well, and all that early success goes out the window because Kleenex does his thing. 8-3, 4 straight for him. The Joe Deceives and Kleenex shell, they are dominating. And they've done a good job just making sure some of those playmakers for Rocker haven't like had good clutch opportunities, haven't let them really do anything. Just the clamps have been on.
No, they're just staying patient, right? Not letting anyone make you play, as you kind of said. Now you're using the car to find some info. I don't think cars can use zip lines yet. Maybe the next title.
That's terrifying. Let them fly, dude. Give them a jetpack.
Well, they used to.
Yeah, true. True. That was crazy. Oh, they get the plant in, and you're going to catch one. Nero looking for the timing, not going to get it. He drops. Paul X by his lonesome again. And another situation where good luck. I mean...
Yeah, now this is interesting because, well, Joe has a die, but I'm saying if he has a Hellstorm, what you can do is kind of force stack A early on defense the next round. And then if you don't see anything, force them to go B and then use your Hellstorm.
Yeah, it might go from a... Well, it's funny because on Hacienda, we wondered if there'd be improvements from Ultra. They got beat worse. We were wondering if there'd be improvements from Rocker. They might get beat worse than 6-1. So the answer might be a resounding no for
Their
both.
calling card is a squirrel throwing a nut at you, and then it says headshot.
Yeah, a diamond nut right in your face, Joe.
I'm going to have to rock that.
Nut to the face. That's wild.
They are squirrels.
True. Looking for the 6-0.
I didn't make it.
That's true.
But I'd probably do the same thing.
Yeah. Joe Deceives looking for the perfect game. Ultra looking for the perfect game as well.
Well, pretty much just what I said. Yeah, you're going to force them to go top mid. They might get safe, though. They're already through, so you might not find a kill. Yeah, they're just going to stay alive inside of ammo.
He comes out of the streak and then gets right to work. Make it 8-0. Estriel does answer back. The perfect map and perfect game still at risk here. Can Rocker somehow make this interesting as they look for a place to get this bomb plan? Number 4 is kind of working the other side. That'll be Kleenex. We'll see when he's able to pounce, but you might just be waiting on him to make a play on the other side.
Well, he pretty much has B locked down, right? He can call out the cross. He's just saying, hey, everybody else stay alive. Just kind of play your life. But yeah, Joe,
nice snap.
His game is gone. His perfect game, at least. But 2 versus 2 now.
Oh, true. I didn't
for
realize.
the map.
Nice snap from Beans into a 2 versus 2. Kleenex another. He's on 5 straight, 9-3. Pollux last up. They don't get around. 6-0. It is perfection for Toronto Ultra. Those are some good-looking ears and a very special finger there from Beans as they get the dub in convincing fashion.
The funny part about Kleenex saying that he just took a 1-on-2. Like Beans wasn't even there.
Yeah,
he just literally just chowed them both.
That's Kleenex. He doesn't care. I mean, you got to go back to the drawing board on that map or take it out of your rotation.
Just veto it versus Ultra.
Yeah, I guess at least versus Ultra. And we'll see him against somebody else, but Ultra just has their number there. 12-1 in a round count over the last 2 times they played it between the minor and now here. This time, if you're Ultra, you get a little revenge. You lost it in map 5 last time through. This time, you get it done. And Ultra, I think, just trying to remind people, you know, there's someone that sort of went from a S tier undefeated to that loss to Rocker. People maybe doubt him a little bit. Just remind the folks, you know, we're a better team.
Well, I mean, now what, you're 8-2 in Search and Destroy. It's really their S&D. There is improvements to be made in the respawn if you are Ultra. But no matter what, if your S&D is this good, you have good enough pieces where you're going to win some respawns, you're going to go deep in series. So it's just, yeah, can they improve in maps? Yeah.
Probably a lot of time, like even the old Ultra teams, every time that was their success, right?
Yeah.
Like be a pretty good control team. You were good at Search and Destroy, and like the hard point was good enough that you could get some series victories, maybe even get some tournament wins. So I'm not saying they necessarily look like kind of the glory days for Ultra, but like, does this team have the potential? Sure, why the hell not? Maybe they can get there, but they get some revenge on Rocker. Protocol Search looks good. I mean, it's just, dude, that's like as one side of a Search as we've had on the year. Like,
no, it was bad.
It's bad. And that's why I said I thought that wouldn't be in the rotation, Joe.
Same.
Because it was real goddamn bad last time.
Yeah.
And again, it was real bad. But you want to see some good? The desk.
There they are. All right, let's break down what we just witnessed, because through 4 rounds, you had 5 kills for Minnesota. Toronto not going to make the same mistake they made a week ago in the minor.
Yeah, and I think Pick and Bands just completely got away from Minnesota Rocker in this series. I mean, you're talking about Toronto team, by far the best protocol team. I mean, 9-1 on protocol across all 3 modes after this series. Just been unbelievable there. And, you know, to Chris's point, like the retakes, everything is so good on this map for them. I mean, there's one where they completely gave up the bomb plant. Joe Deceives takes P2, and then they just come in from field with nades and stuns, and it's just so easy. It's just a squad wipe instantaneously. So a lot of teams can learn from them on this. But yeah, Toronto Ultra trying to prove their S-tier team once again.
I think what is so funny about the layout of this series is the amount of maps that they have already played each other against in the previous reverse sweep, and the only kind of major difference was the fact that Hacienda was put in map 2 instead, so he tied up the series earlier on, but also that control was literally everything. Minnesota was able to take it last time, and it's Toronto Ultra in the clutch on Volt this time around.
Kleenex having a big game 5. Joe Deceives, though, 8-0 was definitely a star. We were worried about him in the respawns for a moment, though, today,
Yeah, we were. You know, games 3 and 4, definitely worried about him a little bit. Honestly, the map 4, just a wild hold on that last hill, right? Like Toronto's desperate, trying to get through. Gio made some huge plays, so definitely a banger of the series. But you know, I'm just seeing something interesting here. So Minnesota's Team B, right? Okay, Toronto get rid of Vault, which makes sense. They're 1-3 there. Minnesota are so uncomfortable in Hacienda that they picked Protocol.
Exposed.
Versus them, the best protocol team that we've seen literally in all the modes. So definitely they messed up there, but let's show some love to Kleenex. The guy was going insane, kept him in this series just frying all.
Positive 10 at 1.11, his S&D even better. 12K damage across our 5 games. Tobias has been kind of leading this team since the start. Continues to impress tonight. Toronto outside of our top 4, though, officially. You still hold true to that?
I mean, yeah, they're fringe, like top 4. I still wouldn't put them in the top 4 over Carolina, over FaZe, over LA or Optic.
They got a lot to prove, which is something they're not used to. Allie,
very good, though.
We saw some great games on the day. What are you going to take away from this Toronto win?
I'm going to take away from the fact that you still can't count Minnesota out of Game 5s. I really did not think we were going to go to a Game 5 again. Like, the consistency there is absurd to me.
All right, well, I think it's time to go to the play of the game. Joe Deceives in that map 5. The guy was going crazy. And, you know, it's big for him because, you know, maps 3 and 4 in terms of respawn, he wasn't really popping off, right? That was where Kleenex was really taking over. We get to this Game 5, though, and Joe Deceives is everything. I mean, started the game 8-0, has one death at the end. But even in that last round, like, he finds the first kill on the guy who was calling in the streak. Joe Deceives.
I mean, Joe was unreal in this entire series. Like, you talk about this Game 5, it's play the game, but also he was doing it in Game 1 as well. He has just been unreal for this squad. And up against Minnesota Rocker, they needed a player like this because they needed somebody to match Nero.
My audio doesn't even need to work for the show to continue. Great work from Nameless. Fantastic stuff from Toronto. We'll see if we can get that interview up and running in just a bit. But after we have 3 weeks of qualifiers. We're done. We're going to the major.
Yeah.
Do you have time to improve your Minnesota on Hacienda moving forward?
I mean, if you're Minnesota on the protocol, yeah, you definitely have time. I look at this series and I just feel like Minnesota lost the game 5. It was bound to happen at some point. This is a team that has continuously went there, but for them, they just want to close these series out earlier, get a hotter start on these map 1s, and versus Toronto, it just didn't happen.
We bring in our winner now, live on the CDL. Joe Deceives, congrats on a very strong finish. Talk to me about protocol. What is it about that map that makes you guys so comfortable?
To be honest, I just feel like, I don't know, I feel like I can just read the map very well on protocol, and I feel like that's something our team's really good at in like most S&D maps. Obviously, like Hasi, we're kind of under-repped on right now, and it was like, you could see it. But yeah, I just feel like we're really good at that map. We're really good at reading like situations and like playing mind games with people.
Speaking of mind games, Joe, do you feel like all these game 5s are helping you guys get better? Because it is stressful from this side.
Yeah, it's very stressful. Definitely more S&D reps, for the event. So
yeah, for sure.
It's very stressful. But
would you say that's kind of y'all's main focus right now is tweaking S&D?
Kind of. More like the new map, like Hasi, like I said.
Right.
Like, as you can see, I think Rocket played it well, but we also like kind of mess situations. We're not completely comfortable on the map yet. Also just like kind of closing out these respawns as we didn't do in the vault. We did it in the protocol control, thankfully, but just like
make it easier.
Just doing the little things. Yeah.
Joe, obviously the end of last year was pretty special for you. You had some, big tournament placings, some big runs in tournaments, and now you're alongside Toronto, and you guys are going to be hosting a major in front of, it'll be your crowd, obviously, over there at your home major. You have some cool activations. How excited are you for that, to be in front of the fans once again?
I mean, I'm super excited. It's going to be my first European event. I've heard like the best things of European events, obviously like London before. So I'm super excited, especially to be in Madrid. It's like just a beautiful city, and I've heard we have a lot of Spanish fans, so that'll be fun.
Joe, last question I got for you. We saw, of course, a strong performance from you guys, but Nameless says you're outside the top 4. You've been on teams that have been considered outside the top 4 in the past. So what is your personal goal right now on Toronto Ultra, and what are your expectations for Major 1?
Win the event is my goal and my expectation. I feel like there's no reason we shouldn't. Like I said, it's just right now, just like closing out these maps, and just, making our practice as efficient as possible, and we'll be perfectly fine. I feel like the talent's there. It's just, like I said, putting the work down to it and closing the maps down matches.
All right, well, we get to see you back in action on Sunday against Kismet and LAG. We'll see you then.
Thank you. See y'all.
That's Joe Deceives. Great stuff from the young man. Very strong game number 5. Toronto back to their winning ways. I was worried about them. I'm not right now. Predictions were on point today. I went 3 for 3. Let's revisit all of the action, shall we, Nameless?
For me, 2-1 for me. It wasn't the greatest day of predictions.
This team was pretty good, though, right? Look how good Priest is.
Yeah, they were really good. This team desperately needed a win, and for them, they really need a win. Just obviously for this stage for points, right? They're still trying to get into winners bracket, which is possible. There's a lot of teams sitting at 1 wins or 0 if you're the Vegas Falcons. But yeah, I mean, LAG, I think Priest has showed like, hey, I'm here to stay. And Kismet had himself a big day as well.
I think for side of LAG mates, you're kind of feeling good. You're finally on the board. Your team finally looked like they were all on the same page. On the flip side, though, for New York Subliners, I can kind of say the same thing. I feel like they kind of beat themselves a couple of times in this series. This is a matchup I would expect to be like middle of the pack, right outside the top 4, like trying to beat their way in. But this is like bottom 4, bottom 6 teams right now, just trying to fight their way into some points heading into the major and cleaning up a few things. So I think on both sides of things, they showed some great improvements. But obviously, Gentlemates walk away with their first win of the season, desperately so needed. And Priesta looks so much more comfortable on this team.
Yeah, and we got Priesta, I mean, the player of the match. The guy was just going insane, top performer. We talked to him in the interview a little bit, and he was just, couldn't stop saying confidence. The word confidence was his main focus.
Yes.
To it.
They needed some after starting a terrible 0-5. LAG finally gets a win. Optic rematching against Vegas Falcons. The very first match for Wixel and Doha was, of course, was against Optic. Today, they get a win, but S&D this time around.
I don't don't know. I feel like we're being kind of lenient with how close this series actually was, Optic versus Falcons. Especially if we are talking about an Optic Texas team that we are saying is going to win the minor or going to go to Major 1, be a top 4 team. I think my expectations just a little bit higher for the Green Wall. Nonetheless, we saw an incredible map 1 out of Hook. He has been unreal in the respawns as of recently, and I hope that consistency keeps up. But I got to tip my hat to the Falcons, man. Their work is starting to show through.
Big question. Dashy said their search was unorthodox for Vegas. How long can you keep catching teams off guard?
I mean, you can continuously do it. And honestly, I don't really agree with what Dashy said when he said that. I wasn't going to call him out in the interview, but I thought they played a pretty straight up search. Great retakes, aggressive when they needed to be. And yeah, I mean, maybe they caught Optic off guard, but other than that, I thought they played a pretty fundamentally sound search.
A little more patience than some of the NA players we're used to. Fair. All right, well done by Vegas Falcons. They're also really good at sliding out 3 at a time. This guy, though, dropping the nuke today. First when it came to kills in the lobby, best KD. He was going, what, 28 and 6 at one point? The man was positive 22 in a hard point alley.
And he's been unreal, and this is what we were calling for, right? This was the hook that we wanted to get to spawn in on the Optic Texas roster. So again, I hope he keeps flying high.
Optic Texas, LAG getting wins today. So does Toronto, which means day 1 is done. But we still have 2 more days of action coming your way. Tomorrow, Vancouver Surge face it off against the Vegas Falcons. We've got New York Cloud9 against Miami and Breach versus Carolina. Toughest match of the day. What is it?
Breach versus Carolina.
Breach and Carolina, I think.
Big
I don't
one
know. Y'all sleeping on Miami. I'm going to go with that map too, actually.
All right, final thoughts on the day, Alley Cat.
It's been a banger. I hope we have another one tomorrow.
Nameless?
Kleenex is everything.
If you missed any of the games from the day, I highly suggest going back and watching the minor. It was awesome, and it has so many Game 5s. Tomorrow, we got 3 more Game 5s coming your way. You don't want to miss it. See you then.
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. How I like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been there before. Been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Do it again. I think we gon' do it again. Go for the win. Go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Do it again. For another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Another one. Tell them let's do it again.
Yo, pinch lobby. I'm the cat right now. Lobby top. Lobby. Watch that. There's scrap secret. Lobby. No, I see him. Lobby dash. Nice. We're gonna get on. Open. Dead. Nice. 3. Get on point. We should stack. Together. Stack. Nothing more behind us. Mid. You. Nice. Stack. Go low line. Go low line. I'm nading it. Triple stack. I'll get right. I'll get right house 1. You can just watch it. Look low line. Okay, Deb. You look low line. Nothing wrong. They're fighting. One dead. Step. Force him. Come on. Good. Let's go. Yo.
Get in! Vous ne passerez pas! Voilà! Let's go! Enfin des sourires! Jamais! Enfin des sourires! Enfin des sourires! Voilà!